probably go live on the YouTube side of things, too. Oh, Lethal. No more Purdue. No more Purdue. All right, we are finally live on the YouTube side. I could have sworn I hit the button. I could have sworn. I hit the button now, though, so that's good. Yeah, danger. What are the odds, right? Oh, no, Lethal says. Oh, no. It's a promotion. It's a promotion, not a step back. We are a Florida man. A Florida man. As we do. We are a Florida man. Libor Hayek's back in the NHL. Is he? Is he? Bobby Bowden, the Biff below, signed with the Sharks. Interesting. I didn't hear much today from a hockey standpoint outside of Barrett Hayton sticking with Utah. I should probably catch up on that a little bit. Remember when he was a key piece in the McDonough trade? Remember when McDonough was a Ranger? It was a long time ago now. See, William Villeneuve, Riley Walsh, Libor Hayek. Yeah, I mean, the news is really slowing down. I think the primary thing that we're waiting for is Leo Carlson at this stage, and just when is that going to happen? And we don't know. Well, close to. I think Carlson's tomorrow, yeah. Bedard's about to turn into a what if. That's a bad shoulder injury, man. He's out until what, December? November? So, what TV show competition do you think you'd have the best chance at winning? Oh, boy. Niles, you always got to bring it there, huh? I'm a Wings fan, so I'm waiting for a lot. That's fair. Niles, I'll get to that in a second. What TV show competition would I had the best chance at winning? I mean, Jeopardy? Jeopardy is technically a TV show competition. I'm going to go Jeopardy, if not Wheel of Fortune. But my number one choice would be Jeopardy. And if that's not what you meant, well, that's how you phrased it. So, you know. Niles, that is the big concern. That is the big concern. The right thing happened. But yeah, there's major concern now, for sure. Sens fans about to kill their owner for Alfredson. That's fair. Damon, I don't know if it'll happen there. AEW is pretty good about giving you like what you want and then later taking it away. Not doing it the same night like like when Daniel Bryan won the world title at SummerSlam over John Cena, and then they immediately took it away. AEW is typically a little bit better about that. But yeah, the Alfredson, the Toronto thing is that's a choice. Niles, honestly, like that's kind of what I've been torn about. Not to have it be a full political talk, but I know that you're heavily following at least what's gone on. What I am stuck on is like, yeah, the timing is like, okay, wow, fuck, that probably just handed it to Susan Collins. But the other side of it is like, man, there's no timeline on someone being like, this is what happened to me, There's no timeline on that. So, did we get fired or moved on? We moved on. Yeah, I'll get into it in a second. Indeed, Crashy, indeed. I have no idea what the Redemption main is now. I could see it being a rematch unless they just outright took MJF out because he's hurt. Did I see that Tom Dundon had half of his family engraved on the Stanley Cup? I did. It's the least surprising thing of all time. The worst part of the Carolina Hurricanes winning the Stanley Cup is Tom Dundon getting to share in the success of it. That is a man who is fucking over the entire city of Portland, Oregon, and the Trailblazers fan base. And he's treated the Hurricanes well or gotten lucky, maybe both, but, you know. Yeah, Niles, I mean, at the end of the day, though, what's done is done now, right? Like, I agree with you, right? The timing of it is just like, you know, it wasn't like my question that I'd love to ask people is like, what changed to where you weren't comfortable talking about it before the election, but you felt the obligation to talk about it now, right before the ballot's confirmed? And I think you're on the same page with that. But at the same time, you know, Tom, Law and Order, done. Outstanding. He could care less about the Blazers. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get an arena deal while making the city and the taxpayers pay for the whole fucking thing. And it's like the dude's like, literally his Wikipedia page for Tom Dundon mentions his nickname of El Cheapo, you know? So it's just crazy how his reputation with the Hurricanes is so positive. But his reputation amidst the NBA is horrific. Absolutely horrific. But, like, the Carolina Hurricanes under Tom Dundon have been outstanding. Consistently a competitor. Like, I think he became the majority owner of the team in, like, early 2018, late 2017. And, like, they were a bit of a, not quite a dumpster fire, but they were irrelevant throughout the early 2010s when they were still owned by the Karmanos family, or at least the dad. Yeah, exactly. Sergachev remembers, like, the Karmanos suing each other. Like, that was a whole thing. I remember that whole saga through the Steve Dangle podcast and everything. But yeah, it's just interesting to have an owner that is viewed so positively for owning one team, but viewed so negatively for owning a different team. As opposed to, like, you know, what you have in the NBA, with James Dolan, where I think both Knicks and Rangers fans are like, hey, fuck that guy. But, you know, Knicks fans will take the NBA title, certainly. So, raging, that's the presumption, yeah, but I don't know who they'd give the title shot to. Because, let's be honest, it'd be a lame duck challenger. Like, nobody is going to believe that Kenny Omega's losing that title before All In. So, I don't think the Dolan hate stops in here. Oh, it doesn't at all. Could have sworn you were talking about the Pagulas before this year. There's a lot of familiar and similar situations. So, cap ceiling's quite low in the NHL compared to other leagues. You know what? That is fair. Maybe that's why he's viewed positively in the NHL, because you can get away with moneyball tactics, where in the NBA you really can't. Do you think this microtransactions thing will ruin offline dynasties? Clock it. 13 minutes. Last night it was 5. Obviously, there was another twist to the tale in terms of what's going on with this video game. You know, you had EA send out a fact sheet to affiliated creators, of which, you know, Mills was like, here's what they sent me. If you haven't seen that, and care about what it is, the link's in chat there. But essentially, people have been able to look at that and just be like, okay, some elements are cool, other elements you're just bold-faced lying to our faces. My thoughts on it are really no different than what it was last night. I am so jaded and cynical at this point that while I think it's bullshit, I just don't have the energy to be in an uproar. And that might make me wrong, and I accept that, but I don't have the energy to be in an uproar about this because I expect this. This is where it was always leading. Yeah, we could have hoped it would have been different, but again, you had the old, you know, college football games, NCAA 13, NCAA 14, especially, had microtransactions for an offline mode in Dynasty. That was a thing. People have short memories. We talked about it last night. Sorry, I can't have Mr. Papa Roach yelling in my ears right now. He made me forget my train of thought. But essentially, it comes down to I expect this from these companies. I expect EA, I expect 2K to try and monetize their games to the maximum level that they're allowed to get away with. And even if they're not allowed to get away with it at that time, they will try to get away with it again at a later date. We talked about it last night. It started with Bethesda and horse armor as a microtransaction. That spun into Call of Duty having map packs, and EA and 2K having ultimate teams. This is always where it was going. Battlefront, Star Wars Battlefront, it's still the most thumbs down comment in the history of Reddit, is someone from EA responding to the negative controversy surrounding the absurd amount of microtransactions in that game. And guess what? Here they are doing it some more. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. We talked about this last night. Look at Sony, where a decade ago, a little bit over that now, they were dunking on Xbox and Microsoft, who tried to add DRM to the Xbox One, which was you're not allowed to resell your disc. Your disc gets tied to your console. And again, Sony said, if you want to share a game on your console, here you go, just hand the case to your friend. And Sony won the console war right then and there. And now what's Sony doing? Stopping physical disc production so that every sale has to be digital, which means they get to decide the prices and there's no resale market. That's the fucking society we live in. That's the atmosphere that we live in, man. So again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying people are wasting their time and energy pushing back on the nonsense that we're seeing in this game right now. But at the same time, dude, it is what it is. I again, maybe I'm wrong because I've essentially admitted defeat. But even if the pushback succeeds now, they will try again in the future. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. It's just, like, it doesn't matter whether or not EA is a publicly traded company or the fact that it is now going private under Saudi ownership. Regardless of public-private, doesn't matter. If it's public, the goal is to generate the maximum share price for your shareholders. If you're public, just give us all the money you possibly can. Like, that's just how it works. So it's up to you as a consumer to decide if it's something that you are willing to ignore or if it's something that is a deal breaker for you, in which case, don't get the game. Don't get the game, don't play it. But the fact of the matter is, in the vast majority of games that you play right now, there are probably elements where you're just like, that kind of sucks, especially in sports games. This isn't a new conversation. It's not a new conversation. When talking about microtransactions and stuff like that, like okay, they really start up through Ultimate Team and stuff like that. But at the same time, they always try to expand it to other modes. That's the way it works. Again, like if I talk about NHL specifically, it started in Ultimate Team, kind of, but even then, EASHL/World of Chell has pretty much always had microtransactions to make your player better. Nowadays, it's cosmetics, like it's Fortnite hockey, basically. And that's up to you whether or not that's a deal breaker for you. Obviously, it's a little bit different when, a game is now paywalling something that wasn't previously paywalled. Like, yeah, that's incredibly fucking scummy. But if you're surprised by this, I said as much on Twitter earlier. If you're surprised by this, I genuinely have to ask how. How could anybody be surprised that a company like EA would do something like this? Like, have you just never paid attention? Are you younger and are just caught off guard by it. Like, if you're somebody my age, a little bit younger, a little bit older, and you're like, man, I can't believe EA would do this. I'm sorry, I don't understand how that could possibly be your take. Because this is what EA's business model has been for almost 20 years. We are closing in on 20 years of Ultimate Team being a thing. So the idea that, oh, they would, take microtransactions and put it into offline modes, yeah. Yeah, they do that with the UFC games. 2K does it with the WWE games. Like, this is what these companies do. Again, not saying don't push back on it, but it's up to you as an individual whether or not you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to buy this game or I'm not. For me, I've still enjoyed this game despite some of the nonsense. At the same time, we will talk about the nonsense constantly because it is nonsense. But maybe I just find it to be easier to ignore because it doesn't necessarily affect me as much, which again, might make me a bad person, and I accept that. Doesn't mean I'm not against people that are fighting for it, but the idea of like, oh, they paid wall fastest coach XP. I never played with that on in the first place, so that's probably why I'm not like, oh man, they fucking ruined the game for me. I agree it's shitty as hell and scummy as fuck. But at the same time, does it ruin the rest of the game for me? Not right now. Are they going to push it to a point where they probably do just ruin the entire fucking experience? Yes. And at that point, like, we all have our different levels. We all have our different levels as to what a game does, what it provides to say, I'm interested, I'm not interested. And it's up to you to decide that, At the same time, like, sometimes you can enjoy certain elements of a game, and then the other elements you're not into as much anymore. But I don't know, man. Just the way some people are talking about, like, I can't believe how scummy EA's being. Honestly, that's kind of my takeaway is, like, really? Really? Like, and again, like, I said as much last night, and I do stand by it. Like, I commend people like Bordeaux and, Not the Expert and other people that are speaking out against this shit. I respect the fact that they are taking a stand. At the same time, there is that element of like, dude, they're good regardless. They're good. Like, sure, it is commendable to stand up, but at the same time, either the changes happen and they're viewed as the heroes, or the changes don't happen, they get booted from the program, they're still viewed as heroes. At the end of the day, like, the power in this scenario does not come from the content creators that may or may not be affiliated with EA. The power comes from the average consumer who will make their decision as to whether or not they buy the game or not. Now, yes, they can be influenced by people speaking out about what the state of a game currently is, but there's only so much of an effect to that. Like, at the end of the day, somebody can hear, this game sucks, this game sucks, this game sucks. Lacrosse 26. Some people are still going to be like, nope, it's for me, though. So wait until it goes to FC and NHL. I mean, general, like, again, if we're talking about microtransactions, though, FC's full of them. NHL is full of them. Maybe not for Dynasty directly or franchise directly, but yeah, it'll probably happen, and honestly, I'm expecting it to happen. There is not a yearly release sports game out there right now that is not just jam-packed full of microtransactions. That is the state of sports gaming. That has been the state of sports gaming for over 15 years now, But the fact now that people are like, oh, it's getting worse. Yeah, it is. And it's going to keep getting worse because, again, they have shown time and time again. Again, I mentioned Battlefront before. I know Blade Master just mentioned it again here in the Twitch chat. Numerous times, people have pushed back on a company like EA and said, no, that's enough when it comes to microtransactions. And EA will go, okay, cool. And then they wait a little bit, and they do it again. 2K does the same thing. It is all about just essentially brute forcing these changes, and these companies are patient. They will continue to wear down the player base over time, myself included, until it's just like, it's expected and it becomes the norm. You know? How is it any different than all the other games that you can play to unlock things or pay to unlock them faster? So it's not different in that way. What is different about it, Lethal, is the idea that, again, it wasn't paywalled in previous games, and now this setting specifically here is paywalled. That being the big complaint, I understand. Completely understand. Where would you draw the line? What if Super Sim or Play the Moments was behind a paywall? What if you had to unlock 15 more years through the paywall? What's my limit? I mean, I'm not sure. It's not that much further down the road, probably, than what we have right here. To be honest, we're kind of right at that in the first place. The thing is, I'm afraid to think of what they might try to monetize next. If they add, like, oh, you can recruit 40 or 45 people in a year, but they paywall it. You know? But, like I said, man, it just kind of comes down to the idea that, like, I expect this. Recruit with actual money. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, this might sound ridiculous to some people, and I get it. But, yeah, maybe we do get to that point. I don't know. But still, don't pay for that. It's not available now, so who cares? So, again, like, Lethal for me, it comes down to, if this is a trend, if we're at the start of a trend where they are now going to start paywalling features that were not previously paywalled, right? If they're starting with the Coach XP to try to get people to pay, if you are then getting to the point where you are paywalling elements of the recruitment tab, but at the same time, you are already kind of doing that because you have paywalled 2 abilities. You have paywalled the Visionary Coach tab tied to Madden, and you have paywalled the Rainmaker perk, which is for only those who got the MVP Plus bundle. So it's like, it's already there, you know? Which, granted, these two didn't exist before, but, like, I agree, like, that is the big problem, is when you're paywalling content that was already fucking there. Not that microtransactions aren't a problem in the first place, they certainly are, but like I said, I don't know. I don't have the answer. I am a little bit thrown off by how naive some people seem to be in regards to the surprise. The outrage, cool. The naivete over, oh my god, EA's doing this? Like, yeah, no shit. Of course they are. They always do. And I say that as somebody affiliated with EA. They always do this. We have talked about this for years on these channels through Twitch and YouTube, of just like the continued state of microtransactions and how they keep adding to it. So again, maybe I don't have that fire in me because I'm not surprised. But I don't know. It's an exhausting conversation, I'll say that. I will say that. Yeah, all people can do is speak with their wallets. That is genuinely all you can do, is speak with your wallet and say, no, I'm not getting this game until you reverse course on what's been talked about. Like I said before a million times, if I was not a streamer, I would never buy a yearly release sports game at launch, ever. Ever. It is never worth your money at full price. I promise you, it's never worth it. And also, if you wait, you get to see if certain shit like this pops up before you're on the hook for the cost of it. You know? Reminds me of an interaction I had cashiering the other day. Customer's total was $36.05. Little kid asked if it was $3.60, and the dad said, no, kid, that's the price you pay when you're an adult. Oof. Oof. Wheels, probably. I'll, again, just refer people to the start of this stream. I knew it would be a topic of conversation again tonight. And again, we'll get into Dynasty here in a moment. Because, again, I am still enjoying this game. And shout out to Lethal for the primer. I appreciate you so much. But I am still enjoying this game. And like I said, so maybe I'm part of the problem, right? Because I'm enjoying this game while I can acknowledge what they're doing is fucked up. But the choice is then to just not play it, which admittedly affects me a hell of a lot more than it affects EA right now. Or I can play it and mention these issues and inform people as to whether or not this game is worth it to them to buy. Damage is already done for me. And that's the approach that I'm taking, and maybe it's selfish, I don't know, but that's why I'm thankful, like, these bigger creators, that do have the, CFB and Madden affiliations that have a much bigger audience than what I have, are doing the same thing. Like, we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. Fair enough, Wheels. I wouldn't be shocked if they remove Creator Network in the future. You never know, but at the end of the day, it is marketing. And it's probably the easiest marketing that they can do is to use content creators, honestly. Because as much as it's like, oh, EA pays these people. I mean, I don't know what some of those Madden or FC deals are like, but can't imagine they're getting paid too much. You kind of get paid based off of, the fact you get to make content earlier. So, I don't know. How's the recruiting logic been? I mean, it's been okay in terms of, like, yeah, it's never been great since they brought it back. Like, yeah, there are definitely teams that dip below a 70. On occasion, you'll find a team that dips below Lethal. I read it. What, do I have to read it out loud now? There are teams that will dip below a 60, but it's like, UMass is one of the worst teams in the game to begin with. Yeah, is it fucked up? They have to bring in a lot of punters and kickers because they can't afford anybody else. Sure. But this was a problem that existed before NIL was a thing. Like, for the most part, they are still balancing out teams. Like, I mean, yeah, it needs to be improved, but the idea of like, holy shit, it was so good, and now the recruiting for the compies is so bad. No, go back and look at 25 and 26, man. The compy recruiting was never great. It was never great. You can say it's been made worse by the NIL at the moment, and I won't disagree with that. But at the same time, we are heading into our 7th season. 1 at NIU, 5 at Purdue. And I haven't seen anything where I'm just like, holy shit, the entire system's broken. It's bad. It's slightly worse now. But is it, like, broken compared to what it was? Like, it hasn't been great since it's come back. It just hasn't been. So many 4-stars don't get signed. That always happened, though. At least quite often. And then not to mention, like, the idea of, like, players don't sign in the portal and they just fucking disappear. Like, that's always been happening, too. So, like I said, I'm not saying the system's great. I'm not saying it's not worse. But, again, like, it's this idea of it's not great, but I don't know, man. Not to this degree. And as it is, man, the idea of, like, oh, this 4-star didn't sign. I've spent 2 years being like, oh, this guy didn't sign anywhere in the portal. Okay, my headcanon is he just decided to go play baseball. So if a 4-star doesn't sign, whatever, he fucking went and played baseball. Like, who the fuck knows, man? Like, let's be honest, like, that's another element where it's like, oh, these players aren't signing. Yeah, it's been 2 years. This is the third game. That hasn't been fixed. I'm not really expecting it to be at this point. I just kind of accept it for what it is. Otherwise, it's like, well, fucking play, right? Not to say accept it for what it is doesn't also include being like, hey, fix this, please. But, you know. Wheels, I didn't get to see all the show tonight either. Franchise, good to see you, by the way. I hope you are well. Speaking of franchise-related streamers, give that man a shout-out. Now I'm actually intrigued at how you've been enjoying the game. Yeah, Jim, hopefully that answered your question, by the way. Do I rate this better than 25? Yes. I do. I do think this is a better overall game than 25, even if the shittiness that they are imploring isn't great, you know? At this point, should we all just revert to emulating 14 or 11? If you care to. I mean, those are still solid games. Obviously, for 14, you have Revamped, which is a really good mod. But at the same time, you know, again, like, those games had their issues too. You know, I'm an old school gamer. We tried to warn you back in the day. All we got is skin, and it's just a boost. I'm desensitized to it. Yeah, I mean, Data, right? Like, that's where I'm at right now, is I've been seeing the microtransaction takeover of the games that I like to play for almost 20 years now. Where's the where's this shock coming from of I can't believe they do this? Like, really? You can't believe it? You know? Big boy, probably. I don't like it as much as 25, but it has potential. So I like, for me, I do think this is a better game than 25. 25 had a lot of heavy lifting because it was the first game in a decade. Still a really, really good game, but it had its issues too, you know? It had its issues too. NHL is next. I mean, yeah, probably. Why wouldn't it be? Right? Now, good luck implementing paywall options and microtransactions in the NHL franchise, because the fuck are you gonna paywall? But, you know, I'm intrigued to find out. Like, everyone's so focused on the hype and revival of 25. Have I tried Black Flag Resynced? I haven't. We are gonna play it on stream eventually, though. I've been waiting for that to come out. I don't know when I'll play it, because we are in the massive, like, here's a bunch of sports games coming out all at the same time. But we will get around to playing Black Flag eventually. I also want to play a good amount of Pro Baseball Spirits that's coming out on the PlayStation side of things. 25 at a different field of Madden to me. 27 so far is a bit scripted, but awesome. That's fair. That is fair. I mean, we've definitely seen some moments in this game where I'm like, oh, shit. But as I've said before, my expectations coming into this game, like, dude, the bar was on the floor after 26. I'm like, okay. Bloom's off the rose. We're kind of in Madden territory where it's like, all right, maybe this year will be better than the year before. Like, I've kind of been of that mindset already for like the past year, because like 2 to 3 days into 26, I wanted to jump out a window. So, you know. But anyway, we can keep this conversation going if people want to. It's obviously going to continue to be a conversation. But at the same time, like I said, all you can really do is just be like, hey, make your informed decision based off of what people are saying as to whether or not what they're doing is a deal breaker for you or not. You know, that's what it comes down to. You know, as many content creators can speak up about this as they want to, but at the end of the day, you know, shining a spotlight on problems does not mean it will stop people from buying games. We've seen that many, many, many times. For as much as the NHL community hates on NHL, that game still sells really, really fucking well in Canada, at least. For as much as people hate on Madden and FC, people buy it every fucking year. You know? Like I said, it's just down to the individual, you know? It is down to the individual. Like a lot of things, it is down to you. Even if you might recognize that if I make this decision, the problem's probably not going to stop, you do get the clear conscience of saying, like, well, at least I'm not contributing to the problem, you know? So, there's that. There's that. Will Pat Verbeek have a job in August? Unfortunately for Ducks fans, yes, he will. All right, let's get down to business because I know some of you need a quick little recap on what went down last night with our playthrough here. And again, as always, we can keep talking about stuff as we need to. Year one, we started off as the offensive coordinator at NIU. We managed to get a head coaching gig at Purdue, where we spent 5 seasons with the Boilermakers, including securing a playoff appearance and just in general turning that program around. But this past off season, we did get an offer from Florida State to be their new offensive coordinator, and we took it. We were waiting all 5 of those years at Purdue to see if we could take that next step up to a more prestigious program, and we have gotten it. We are still behind good old Mikey here, so I don't know if we will get that head coaching opportunity here, but if Florida State has a good season this year, we could easily get a prestigious head coaching role, which is what we are hoping for. So last night, we went through the entirety of the offseason. Wow, I can't believe Mike's going to fall out a window. And Graham, that is exactly what we'll be doing, yes. So we went through, obviously, we're in week 1, not week 0. I'll showcase the schedule. I'll showcase the team. And like I said, fully catch you all up on what needs to happen. So our schedule this year is Western Kentucky, Virginia, who is one of those teams who have been declining a bit, and Georgia State for non-conference. And that, well, obviously Virginia is conference, but you get the point. You know, we got some games. We got some games on this schedule, but we are rocking an 84 rated team still. I think we could have a decent year. Obviously, Miami and Clemson is going to be an interesting challenge now that we are in the ACC and out of the Big Ten. Our expectations for this season: beat Florida in the final game of the year, win a conference title, tall task, and at any point this season be ranked in the top 15. Now, we only have so much control over that because we are only the offensive coordinator, so we certainly need to hope that Mr. Norvell can do his damn job. But looking at this team, we have set it up relatively well to have success this season, but potentially have success should we get the head coaching gig at the end of this year, which I don't think will happen, but still. Nick Anzalone is our starting quarterback. Ben Hawkins was someone we were talking to in the portal. He said no at the time and then just appeared. So, hello, Ben Hawkins. And then there's 2 impact devs a bit further down. But yeah, once we lose Anzalone, that's maybe a little bit shaky. Running backs, Derek Berryman and Marcus Spain, who we had to both move over from wideout because this team was short on running backs. Outside of course, some of the freshmen that we just brought in. Redshirted our fullback this year because we could. Wideouts, Jabari Siegel, Siaki Hautau, Gregory Westerman, and then the speed of Jared McCollum and Clifton Smith. We are definitely aiming to be more of a pass-heavy offense this year. We have ourselves set up under a veer and shoot offense. We're going to test that out, and if it works, cool. If it doesn't, we could even switch to the air raid. But when we have that much speed at wideout, we need to take advantage of it. So that certainly looks like a crazy, crazy combination of wideouts. And then Westerman, the slowest guy. Dude, he's 6'4", right? He's a beast. He's got downhill, press pro, sure hands. This receiver core is nuts. Tight end-wise, a little bit weak. Could be better if I didn't redshirt Whipple and Lockley, but as you guys will know if you've watched me play, I do like to be very aggressive with redshirting, and you're going to see that a little bit more as we go through the team. Left tackle, Anthony Kenyon. Left guard, Dion Bourne. Usable. Here's the big problem. Center. I am going to try to get away with using Bart Abiamiri. But if we're struggling, we can take the red shirt off of Tucker or McNabb. I know it's kind of crazy because these guys could transfer out. They could even go pro. But is there going to be that much of a difference between them and Abiamiri? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I want to test it out first. But I acknowledge that's a bit of a crazy decision. Especially because these guys are both seniors, so why not use one this year and then have one next year, which I agree with, but what can I say? I'm an idiot sometimes. Dimitri Ferris at right guard, who is a bit of a beast as well. And then the other big risk is right tackle. Again, I can be a bit of an idiot sometimes, but Jamichael Darasaw. I want to see what the O-line can do for the first couple games, but we have the built-in reinforcements with Darasaw, with McNabb, with Tucker, if this O-line is just getting ripped apart. But if they're not, think of what these guys could be for us as seniors next year in terms of those higher ratings. So, again, a little bit risky. Defensively, edge rusher, Stephen Lawson, Tremont Root. We're looking pretty good at edge to the point where, again, being a bit risky, William Govea, I'm going to see if we can get away with not playing this guy. That way he's an 85 plus for his senior year. It's risky. I acknowledge that. But at the same time, if someone like Wheat does play 2 to 3 points ahead of his overall, I think we'll be okay. Defensive tackle, also being quite risky, but trying to get that bit of extra eligibility for those guys. Walter Schiller's at least impact dev. We're going to be using, I believe, 3 on the D-line this year was what I set us up at, so it makes sense. Linebackers, also going to be a bit risky. I think we were only doing 2. Actually, it might be a 4-2 this year. Because linebacker, it's also a little bit risky. Redshirted seniors wild, it's my specialty. We do have Ben Hyman at linebacker, who's a beast. And then on the weak side, we brought in so many people, including Deacon Siegel. Which, again, I can only imagine the Pope as a Siegel when I see the name Deacon Siegel. Yes, I'm aware Deacon is below the Pope in terms of ranking. Be quiet. Have I had any game crashes? No. Shockingly, no. Shockingly not. But yeah, we had a lot of linebackers, including elite dev Edward Yarbrough from last year. So, corner looks pretty good. Middleton, Isaac, Bartram, who was a running back, but he was a former athlete, so we were able to put him at corner. And again, we'll get a little bit aggressive with like Jimmy Callaway. Safety, Rayshawn Winey. I'm going with Winey. It makes sense. I could just call him Twitch chat, am I right? And then strong safety is Denzel Toomer, so it drops off a little bit. So, and then kicker and punter were stacked with Eric Veal and Chuck Sisk, who are both seniors. So, it's risky. It's risky. That many of our top players, it's risky. Can I alter defense as offensive coordinator? So technically, yes. If you're only an OC, how can you redshirt defensive players? Because I'm allowed to, because the AI won't do it for me. So we are having to kind of role play a little bit here. So in terms of the defense, I have limitations in what I can do for recruiting. I am also not allowed to play a defensive snap when we jump into the game. If it's the defense's turn, I'm not allowed to do anything. Even if it's an overtime, cannot play as the defense. So it's not like fully set up or established for the game to just let you be an OC, but we are being a little bit aggressive here. Definitely. So, and then we already had all of that set up as well. Steven Seagal made one of his sons infiltrate the church. God damn. But yeah, in terms of schemes, 4-2-5 shell because of the speed we have. Humphrey, thank you for the follow here as well. Again, shout out to those on YouTube. I love you. Did you get demoted from head coach at Purdue? No, we took this job intentionally. Again, 5 seasons at Purdue, bowl win, playoff appearance, but we got a chance to move on. And this way, too, I can keep an eye on Purdue to see how they perform over the next couple of seasons, because we made them a pretty solid program. They are still an 84 overall. They did drop down to 2.5 star. They lost some people, definitely lost some people in terms of the transfer portal. But if we can take Purdue and make them better with the AI, will they just fall right back down? Or will they stabilize, if not even continue to improve? They brought in a really solid head coach, too. He was at Boise State, but IRL, I think he's the head coach of the Ohio Bobcats. Was who they brought in. His name's escaping me right now. And then in terms of recruiting, because I talked about this, defensively, I am only allowed to target people who are already interested in joining our program. So it's like, oh, there's this 5-star we could go for. Does he have interest? No, I'm not allowed to touch him. So defensively, thankfully, though, with Florida State, 4 stars are pretty common. So we are targeting these guys here out of the 4 stars. And then offensively, we're trying to get to it. But not many offensive players wanted to come here. So we're going to be doing a lot of 3-star gem hunting when it comes to the offense. So like I said, the game, it does bring you some limitations. Like the blueprint, you're not allowed to edit if you are a coordinator. So that kind of sucks, but is realistic. But they don't have it fully established that you get, like, no control over the defense. But the, AI will still do what they should do in terms of redshirting some freshmen and stuff like that. So you can't be fully hands-off on the defense as a coordinator. But I digress. Our first game of the year is against Western Kentucky. And we will say, do we win at least 9 games? Will once again be our prediction for this season on the Twitch side, at least. Trifling, what's up? I'm doing the UMass rebuild in coach mode. I'm learning recruiting at the same time. Oof. Florida State give us more money? Yes. Yes, they did. We do get, at the end of each season, more coach coins for being here than we did at Purdue. But, like I said, my goal here is to use Florida State as a springboard. Whether or not that is to, get to a higher level school as a coordinator or head coach, I don't know. But I'm hoping that we can be impressive enough that we can make the jump from a team like Purdue, spend 1 season here, and then move on again and take that next step. We'll see if that happens. Who knows? Maybe we get stuck here, and maybe we have to take a step back after this year, especially if it doesn't go well. But given it's, Big Red in Western Kentucky to start the year, I think we might be okay. Wouldn't it be funny if Purdue offered you the head coaching position at the end of the season? Yes, and if they do, I would have to consider it. It was genuinely difficult for me to hit the button to leave Purdue. Genuinely difficult. I definitely got attached over our 5 seasons. But like I said, too, I think it's going to be nice to see what the AI are capable of when we were able to give them 5 seasons of stability. Well, really 2 seasons. It took 3 years to build up that stability. But against Western Kentucky here, I mean, we are hoping that we just absolutely obliterate them. And if we don't, I am certainly going to have some concerns about our offense if we cannot put up 35-plus points. And honestly, it's not looking too good so far. We are trailing, now tied, with 60 overall Western Kentucky. Not good. Not good at all. Oh, boy. The Hilltoppers have taken a 3-point lead with 3.5 minutes to go. Well, this was not the debut we wanted. First game of the season, and I'm having to jump in. Not ideal. Oh, my God. Oh, if that guy didn't show up, we were gone. Yeah, we might try the air raid playbook after this. We might take away some of those red shirts. It's early. I would love to get a touchdown here. Because again, if we... Oh my god, the blocking was terrible. If we settle for the field goal, we're not allowed to play defense from there. Alright, we gotta switch this out. Maybe go verts. Look for Robert underneath. That's picked. It should have been. That route was terrible. That guy was so slow. Alright, McCollum out to the right. Might break through. Woo! We love the pace of these players. Yeah, Anzalone has sub 200 yards in this game on the veer and shoot. So I'm not happy about that at all. You picked the schedule as the OC. I did allow myself to alter the schedule. But, you know, we were only able to make like 2 changes anyway. It wasn't a big deal. All right, if that guy breaks to the left. He didn't. Fortunately, our running backs are not that good at holding blocks. Just have Robert go. Good man. Whew. And then off to Spain. Try to settle for a field goal if we need it. Well, I'm certainly liking the running game so far. Shout out to Marcus Spain. Yeah, I do wonder if just the veer and shoot is ultimately the wrong choice for us. This might work. They're so stacked for the other side. Oh, my goodness, what a spin. Whew. What a spin. Let's try to pound it home. Nope, that right guard got murdered. Okay. 14 seconds. We're looking at Smith. And we're going to go to overtime. Wide open. We gun it to him. He had no idea. He had no idea. Doesn't even put his hands up. You wasted so much time. Yeah. Why wouldn't I? There's 4 seconds left. We kick the field goal and go to overtime. If I can make this kick, which I might miss. They're not going to have a chance to score, most likely. Unless we really choke this. I don't like this at all. I really don't fucking like this angle. 30 seconds of the first down. Uh-huh. It was intentional. It was either we score a touchdown and they have no time, or we kick a field goal and they have no time. What's the confusion? We played that perfectly. What's the confusion? Shout out to John for the follow. Welcome in. We are going to go to overtime against Western Kentucky in the first game of the season. That's a disaster. That is a disaster. Haven't been around. Dusty, what's up, man? We were talking about it earlier. Giving life. There's no... You're trolling at this point. Dusty, if you want my thoughts, go back to the start of the stream. We talked about it for about the 15-minute mark until about the 30-35 mark. But yeah, I don't want to go through all of it again, but it's been an interesting time. All right, what's it going to be? We're on offense first. Not allowed to play defense. Needless to say, I am immensely disappointed in our offense today.
First play of the first possession of OT. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Defense right.
Da 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 da. Why won't it let me move him? That didn't take long. It sure didn't. It sure didn't. Less than one game. Yep. That center is really shitting the bed. So, it needs to happen. Move a Biamiri over there. Ferris is now the starter over here. Right guard, Bourne. There's really nobody better to step up for him except for maybe Tucker. We need to make sure we win this game. No other way to put it. Okay. Okay.
And that run really didn't go anywhere. And a lot of times we don't focus on it enough. But how important those 5 guys are up front. To get on those defensive linemen, to try to move them out of the way, to get a run game going, it squarely falls on the shoulder of those 5 offensive linemen. Right back to it.
Immediately better.
Tough run, gets it into the red zone, and they knock him down at the 17.
Big spot here, though. Big spot.
If you want to win in overtime, running the football is a good idea. Showing that you're the more physical team in overtime can really be a breaking of their will. It's complete on the
We might have had a shot at the end zone, but I felt the heat coming. Do what we got to do. Just get the first down. Veraldor, very, very rough start.
From the gun, running back gets the give. He'll be hauled down just inside.
The point where I am probably reverting course on what's happening with the O-line.
How about getting that big play on the ground here in OT? Great job up front by the offensive line. This has been a long, hard-fought, physical game, but these guys look like they could play.
See if we can run the ball, minimize our turnover risk.
He's got it again.
For the first down.
Nudge it in. Not sure you could get much closer, but it'll be first and goal. With a condensed field.
Right, they are going to stack the line here.
Establish the run, it is a huge advantage.
It is first down. We can just go for it. Holy shit. Okay. Wasn't expecting him to break in like that, but all right. God damn. All right. Well, we did our job offensively, which we certainly needed to do. But now we have to watch the defense do their thing. And hopefully they can indeed do their thing. The life of an offensive coordinator. This is a very weird situation to be in overtime, knowing that we need to trust our defense. This is very weird. But here we go. Let's go, gentlemen. We need someone to make a big play today. And it's an immediate first down. All right. It'd be cool if he could start as a special teams or position coordinator. Well, they still need to flesh out OC and DC, but I don't disagree. And we just got the knockout. Good job by that defender. We're still learning our new friends here. Intercepted, and this game's over. Let's go, baby. Thank God. Thank God. House rules, wheels, house rules. Whew. The skill wins out. Thank God. Marcus Spain, player of the game. We were running the ball right down their throats, so that was awful. For a team of our caliber, that was awful. Nearly getting upset in the first game of the year. That was atrocious. I'm not sure they should be hyped about that result. Yeah, they should be walking off the field hanging their heads in shame. But a win is a win. Who was the pick? Rayshon Winey. It's the red shirt strategy over. At least for the offensive line it is. Oh my God. I should have looked at stats there, but we pretty much know we have... we pretty much saw what we needed to see. In terms of like, okay, that's not the way. Especially with our quarterback being at about 150 yards with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, we got some changes coming. Definitely. That was brutal, but at least we got the win. And then we immediately get another bye week, so at least this gives us, a little bit more scouting time. And then also in practice, we are not allowed to change it away from current for the defensive positions. That is another house rule that we have as a coordinator. So trying to give up as much control as we can without, letting the game totally screw us over, right? Red shirt first or playbook it? Either or. All right, let's see. Rayshon Timms. We don't have a sell for you yet. Ingold's good. Joseph, Soto. We're looking good for all those guys. Edmonds is begging for Alabama to go after him. Dakota Mallory. We got competition from Georgia and Bama. That is not ideal. We'll schedule him at home against Virginia on brand exposure. BBG, it's delightful, isn't it? All right. We were also scouting out some other people. I mean, it's going to take a while because we already got 12 people on full points. Yeah, we can't even see all that Hawkins has to offer. Actually, we can. I lied. Hey, it's nothing. Fair enough. Yeah, definitely decided to go for the defense first. Okay. Well, after that shit show, I'm never using a veer and shoot offense again because every time we've used it, it's been horrific. So instead, we are going to make sure that we get the ball into our quarterback's hands, and he needs to do the job. Goodness. BBG, too much to recap. Too much to recap, my friend. Way too much. We did talk about it at at the start of both of the last two streams, but yeah, it's a time. It is a time. All right, we are gonna take the red shirts off of McNabb and Tucker, and we will just deal with that. Actually, we don't need to take it up, do we? Yeah, we do need to take it up. No, we don't. We have Ferris at right guard there. So we'll leave the red shirt on Malik Tucker and roll with McNabb at center. Abiyamiri will move over to guard. Ferris is there, and then we'll take the red shirt off of Darisaw as well. I thought you weren't redshirting the defense as the OC. I have no choice because they won't redshirt on their own, so all of our freshmen would just waste a year. I have no choice. Paulie, let's hope it works for us, right? Yeah, I have no choice but to still be in control of some elements of the defense. Like I said, I'm trying to be as hands-off as I can be, but it can never be completely. They should auto-redshirt if they don't play 4 games. Maybe. They should. They used to. Do I want to take that risk? Not really. You might be right, but also that sounds scary to me. You know? Alright, let's get McNabb in there. Abiyamiri is moving over here. And then Ferris is going to be in for Kenyon. And then we want to make the right tackle change. Who's our right guard? Didn't we have a really good right guard? Or was that? Fuck, that was Ferris. And that's why we were tempted to play Tucker. That's what it was. I mean, BBG probably at the Atlantic would be my guess. Yeah, fuck it. Let's bring Tucker back in. If it'll let me. It's being stupid. Okay. What happened to Purdue? Nothing. It's the same dynasty. We just changed teams. 3. 3 in a row for BBG. 3. Alright, Tucker, take that red shirt off. We need this O-line to be at their best. BBG, are you also entering yourself into the Royal Rumble? Let's see. So we need to go with Tucker. And then right tackle needs to be Darasaw. I say Central because Nashville is Central. It's actually a fair shout. Fair shout. All right, there we go. Offense is fixed. We changed the offense around. O-line set. We just got to hope for a better showing than what we had this past week, because that was scary. Like, if we're going to be that bad against Western Kentucky, yeah, panic changes are needed to make sure that we don't completely shit the bed this year, which could easily happen. BBG never enough. Virginia is next. Yeah, for anybody that missed it, the short of a long story is that after 5 years, we've left Purdue. We're the offensive coordinator here at Florida State, and I am hoping that we can either take over as the head coach here, or we get an offer at a more prestigious school than Purdue after spending a year here. That is the game plan. It broke my heart to leave Purdue, but I think it'll be worth it in the long run. At the very least, it gives us a chance to see what they are capable of on their own, and if they are just going to absolutely suck without us. Ingold, we don't know your deal breaker, so we'll also schedule you against Syracuse. And then Markale Soto, same thing. That Syracuse game is going to be pretty important. Purdue is also an 84 at this point. Imagine moving from Maine to Florida. Let me tell you, a lot of people up here do. We got the snowbird term for him for a reason. Alright, and then Mallory is already visiting this week. But man, he's probably going to go to Bama. Let's spend a couple of points on Quincy Leal that we have left over. Alright. We need a much better showcase than what we had against Western Kentucky. Anzalone, just 186 yards. That was supposed to be a stat padding game, sir. Maine guy, indeed. I would say born and raised. I was supposed to be born in Maine. My parents moved from Massachusetts to Maine. But while they were in the process of moving, I said, now's the time. During a snowstorm. So, I was born in Mass, but lived in Maine all but 1 month of my life, basically. Not even, all but like 2 or 3 weeks. So, great omen. Yeah, right? Virginia, Virginia. Let's go. 71 overall for the Cavaliers. Okay. Do we wear it? Ooh, I'm from the Portland area. Very nice. Very nice. I'll sum it up by saying I'm doxing myself. I grew up in the Mid-Coast area, and I now live a bit more down east after meeting my wife, but I am pretty consistently down in the Portland area this year. I mean, shit, I'll be in Westbrook next Friday, so. I am not from Maine, you bitch. Imagine not being from Maine. I feel like we could wear the Seminole heritage for the season opener, you know? I feel like that's a fair time to break out the Seminole heritage. Let's rock. I'm in a province bordering Maine. Does that count? Close enough. Close enough. There's nothing between you and me except a whole lot of trees. Let's fucking go. Doogie's also a diehard Tribe. Oh, boy. I couldn't even say that with a straight face. Shout out to Govea leading the way, even though he's benched. I'm sure you've been in Rhode Island. Only like once. Funny enough, only like one time. I have had no reason. To go to Rhode Island in my life. Starting my first dynasty, I want to be the most realistic as Illinois. Should I go All-American or Heisman? Heisman's been interesting this year. I test it out, see how you feel about it. It is Illinois, right? Never forget Tukey brought up Blair Walsh's miss and then also missed wide left. I basically replicated the kick. It was awesome. What's the difference between Chicago and the Seminoles? You know, I knew somebody was going to ask. And the difference is, essentially it comes down to a closer relationship and more control that the Seminole Tribe has with FSU. This game is tied, unfortunately. There are definitely differing opinions about whether or not you know, people are cool with FSU still, you know, having what they have. But it is pretty different just in terms of the direct connection with the Seminole Tribe, which again, still not everybody's cool with it. But there are differences, but at the same time, if someone's like, hey, are you cool with the Florida State thing, but not the Chicago thing? That seems counterproductive, doesn't it? I don't know if I can necessarily disagree with that. I don't know if I could. But there are differences. Unfortunately, there's no difference in this team performing well. We need to jump in again. We are going to get smoked by the good teams. Absolutely deleted by the good teams. We are going to try to kill some of the clock here, though. But I do recommend, you know, even if it's just, you know, Wikipedia sources and stuff like that. I mean, it's there. You know, the difference in reaction between related tribes with FSU, but then also with what, like, Chicago's had as well. The same conversation is still there with the Kansas City Chiefs as well, you know? But I know that question spans because I have been quite harsh towards Chicago. At the same time, like, yeah, the same people who are like, hey, you know, the same people that have, like, the right to be offended by the Chicago Blackhawks, the same people that have, like, the right to be offended by FSU and, you know, their branding and everything. I'm not going to say either side's wrong, right? Like, I'm a fucking white boy from the Northeast. I have no say in the matter. I'm not going to sit there and pull the card like, well, technically my grandfather and some of that. Like, I'm a white guy. All I can do is just listen to how people who truly, like, could look at that logo and be like, that's not cool. All I can do is listen to those people, you know? But the idea of me being, like, one way or another, being like, get rid of the Cleveland Indians. No, keep the... Like, I don't care either way. Well, like, it doesn't affect me, you know? Oh, God, is now the time where I forget what that other letter was supposed to be. I think it was Rasky. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong. Hello, if I'm wrong. Don't tell Fox I got it wrong because he made fun of me. Been waiting for you to use FSU. Well, we got the job offer. We had to go for it. I'm Native American. I think the fact that school has such a good relationship with the tribe is awesome. Right. I mean, if they're going to do it, it seems like they're going about it pretty much the best way they possibly can. Bam. So, like I said, yeah, 128th Cherokee. I have an opinion. Like I said, all I can do and all I have done is just read up on how people feel. Because, you know, like people have brought up the argument in the past, right? Of like, well, what if some school was like, yeah, we're the Jacksonville State White Boys. I'd be like, that's number one. It's an entirely different scenario. 2, it'd be very funny. 3, there's not exactly the same history of oppression now, is there? You know? Hooray, woke subjects. Let's fucking go. At least with Hawaii, it's just stylization, not a depiction, right? Final, what's up, man? We're doing okay, although, boy, this team is disappointing so far. Would they have to take the Rodney Mack whiteboard challenge? Yes. Yes, they would. Yes, they would. All right, good job, defense. I'm playing Resynced and enjoying it. We were talking about that earlier. I'm definitely going to play AC Resynced. Like, 100% going to play it, because I never played Black Flag back in the day beyond the first couple hours. I was just kind of burned out on Assassin's Creed at that stage. But once I heard the remake was coming out, I'm like, all right, cool, I'll just wait. I don't think I have the time to balance this and Black Flag Resynced right now, but I'm definitely going to play it on stream in the future, 100%. The Montana Institute of Technology honkies. Go honkies! Like, it's insane. BBG, I have it. I actually have the tab open to watch it. I didn't get around to it today, but I know the first 2 episodes were out, I think, or at least the first one. And I definitely want to watch it. DJ, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. BBG, what would you say for that first episode? Thumbs up? Like, it's a weird kind of subject, but I'm always intrigued by Dark Side of the Ring. It's an amazing, amazing show. Like, even like the episodes are still awesome. DJ, we're doing good. We're doing good. I need this team to clutch up this win. No. Yeah! Let's fucking go, baby. Another game-sealing interception. And we're going to go to 2-0. Not quite in the way I thought we would. I thought we'd be a lot better than this. But, you know. Whew. All right, BBG, fair enough. I'm looking forward to that. Made a joke at work the other day. Pretty fly for a white guy, but the offspring came on. I need to contact HR. Man, Rayshawn Winnie did it again. 2 straight games with a game-sealing interception. Last time it was in overtime. So, not bad. Still not the most impressive performance in the world, if we're being honest. I mean, Virginia is a better team than Western Kentucky, but I am nervous about this team once we get to the conference games. So, good job, fellas. Good job, good job. Oh, goodness. Let's see, that was our conference game. Well, I mean the bigger conference games, I should have said. Sorry. Seminole Tribe of Florida officially endorsed the brand. Right. Yeah, whereas for the, you know, with the Chicago Blackhawks, right? Like, you have the, like, the Sac and Fox Nation. Like, there's some division as to whether or not cool with it, not. Like, you know. But, let's see. Man, they actually had more yardage than we did. I mean, Anzalone was better. He had a pretty damn good game, but still just 1 touchdown. You wouldn't think we'd be having trouble capping off drives. Berryman got plenty of carries. Definitely kind of spreading the love offensively. Jabari Siegel was the one with the touchdown. Biamiri and McNabb both allowed a sack. Interesting. And then defensively, we did a good job of getting to the quarterback a bit. And a pick for Rayshawn Winnie, who we definitely need to name captain. Definitely needs to be the first captain that we name here. You win a couple games, be careful. You might owe EA money for enjoying the game. You never know. You never know. I don't have much of a response to it. Who knows what they might add next. How's Purdue doing? I mean, we're only a couple games into the season. I was going to give them a little bit more time. Have I seen the Side Talk with Curtis? Side Talk did a video with Curtis Sliwa. Fucking excuse me. Also, good thing is he's already a captain, I think. Or I can't name captains. That's fine. Yeah, Zombie, I'm going to need you to send that to me on Twitter or Discord, please. Please and thank you. Oh, or right here's fine, too. I'll just bookmark it. Obviously, I won't be able to watch it right now. That and Dark Side of the Ring are on my to-watch list. There you go. There you go. Okay. You want to accept a new job, pay the moving fee? Imagine. Sorry, you're moving from Indiana to Florida. You got to pay the mover's fee. Holy shit. That would be delightful. All right, a couple of the offensive players we were looking at have already reached their top 5. We play Syracuse this week, which is a pretty big game for us in terms of visits. So we'll try to make the most of that. Don't give EA ideas. Oh, don't worry. They already have the ideas, I'm sure. Everyone being like, no, don't help them. I'm sure they're fine. Who do you want as the Boston Bruins' next captain? I mean, it's got to be Pasta. It's him or McAvoy. I feel like it's got to be David Pasternak. Yeah, Chara. Bring back Zdeno. He could still play, too, man. He is a freak. He is an absolute freak of an individual, man. The athleticism, like, dude, he still, like, runs marathons post-career at his height. It's fucking nuts. But yeah, I mean, the answer is McAvoy or Pasternak. Like, I would probably go Pasternak. Like, I don't know. I don't want to say, like, I don't get the captain vibe from McAvoy, because I do. But it does feel like Pasta is really the leader of that team. You know? I mean, that team goes where he takes them. You know? And, like, you could say, like, oh, well, you're not always going to feel that way about defenders, but, like, I certainly felt that way about Chara when he was the captain. That team went where he took them. So I certainly feel like, you know, the team runs through David Pasternak. But if it's not your best player overall, then it's got to be, you know, a guy who's just that leader in a different way. And we're not really necessarily privy to who that would be. You know? Like, you don't always see that. But at the same time, it's like, do you go with, like, the multiple alts? And it's like, But, yeah, I don't know. Either way, I wouldn't be upset about it. All right, Syracuse. It's going to be a rainy night in Florida, if you can imagine. Is Amiri that? He's at natural 77, but he gets better. All right, gentlemen. If you want UMass to play at home, you got to pay $20 for the realism. You know, people joke, but also, is it really a joke? 79 rated for the Orange. Toughest task yet, fellas? Toughest task yet. Or do the rotating captain. Home captain, road captain, you know? Who says no? Go, Renegade, go! And Osceola. Batugi, the immersion. You're not wrong. I appreciate the sassiness. I appreciate the sass. It's very well warranted. November captain, December captain, like employee of the month. You imagine if a pro sports team did that? Yeah, our captaincy works like employee of the month. Whoever did the best. Oh, dude, our offense, please. You guys are way too talented to not be putting up points. That's better. Especially when we have visits this week, man. It's a one-possession game still. All right, we get the ball back. Anaheim going to give it to Leo. If they match the deal, yeah, they're going to have to. 3 minutes left. Can we hold on? Yes, we can. They failed on 4th and 19 after Niles Baquette took down their QB. They get one more chance to try to win this game. Apparently, it was a 5-yard punt at the end. Ball is turned over one more time, and we have our first no-touching victory at Florida State.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
20-12 over the Orange. Anzalone, almost 300 yards, still averaging just 1 touchdown per game, which I am pretty worried about. But as long as we're winning, I'm not upset about it. As long as we're winning. That is a very uninspiring 3-0. Yeah, 325 yards of offense. Our defense did really well. Anzalone, I mean, it's a good stat line. He's just not capping off the drives with touchdowns. And then rushing-wise, our running game was atrocious today. 2 different fumbles. Berryman did have a touchdown, but yeah, our running game was awful today. Have a big game for Westerman, big game for Siaki Hautau, and the touchdown for Jason Robert, or Robert if you prefer. And, man, that O-line, Darisaw allowed 2 sacks, too. Not good. Defensively, we are doing a really good job of getting to the opposing quarterback, though, despite sitting one of the better players that could be in the lineup. Kicker went 2 for 2. Hey, we're 3-0. 2-0 in conference already. That's not bad. It might not be the prettiest, but results are results, and it's what we need. It is what we need. I have 73 coach coins, too. I just don't know how I want to spend those. Gonna figure that out. We get our first verbal commitment of the year. 4-star corner from Pensacola, Alonzo Ingold. We get our second commit, verbal at least. Markel Soto, 4-star linebacker out of Fort Lauderdale. How much does offense success versus team success matter at all? I don't know. I don't know. That's the fun of it. Oh, boy. Here we go. I wish I was more confident in us heading into this game, but I'm just not sure. I am just not sure. Honestly, someone like Govea, we might want to go all hands on deck for this game. Even someone who we have a red shirt on right now, if they'd be a starter, we might want to make sure that they're in the lineup. And then put the red shirt back. Kaner, what's up, man? Thank you for stopping in. Gotta beat Miami. Yeah. I mean, obviously the Gators are the big one, but Miami's up there too. I think the biggest name would be William Govea to make sure he's in. Again, we're only running 2 at linebacker, so we're fine. Vontae, what's going on, man? How are you? How you been? I don't know, Miami's hit and miss. I mean, a little bit. Watching with volume on low, won't be active in chat a ton. I'll just talk louder! I'm sorry. The intrusive thought one. I'm sorry. William Govea, we need you. We need you for this one. How many seasons were you OC before head coach? 1 season OC at NIU, 5 seasons head coach at Purdue, and now first season as offensive coordinator at Florida State. So we elected to take an OC job here instead of a head coaching job to hope that it can bring us to a bigger level, because we just weren't getting the respect as Purdue head coach. Even though we were doing great. We had a bowl win. We made the playoffs in year 4. Lost in the first round to BYU, but we still made the playoffs. So it's just kind of surprising. Can I send you a pic of what my doggo decided to do this afternoon? It's a funny thing, not a bad dog thing. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. All right, William Govea into the lineup. We need you. Are you doing coach mode? I do tend to play a little bit more. I was thinking about doing coach mode only, but at the same time, I do enjoy the gameplay, you know, despite, like, obviously, you mentioned, like, right, you've been doing a lot of Ultimate Team. Like, I'm not an Ultimate Team guy, but I do enjoy the gameplay quite a bit. But it's a bit of a hybrid, right? I don't play every second of every game. I try to let the team building matter, so we'll simulate a lot, jump in to certain situations. But yeah, so, I mean, it's kind of a balance, you know? And we're always kind of evolving the formula. But... like, for right now, for example, right, since we're the offensive coordinator, I'm not allowed to play defense at all. Noah, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. All right, hold on. What do we got from Hulk here? What do we got from Hulk, also? Gotta give Vontae that old shout-out. That shout-out? That shout-out. Too much hockey. Maybe I'm just projecting what's going to happen here. Doggo likes sitting in my bed looking outside and barking at anything that moves. I get out of my chair. Now that is that's an emotional support dog if I've ever seen one. Protector of the chair. That is delightful. That is fantastic. That's just a good doggo doing good doggo things. Right? Oh, God, Vontae, no worries, dude. No worries, no worries. Oh, man. Protector of the chair and the house. He's never done that before in the 5 years that we've had. He sensed the opportunity. Who is he to pass up an open chair, you know? Who is he to pass up an open chair? I mean... I mean, you're sitting in that chair all the time, so he must think it's comfortable since you're in it all the time, right? I'm allowed to make jokes like that. He gave me permission. Let's be honest, he was probably going to go with the same... He almost went over Tea Kettle getting off of the thing. I mean, it's a good thing he had the brakes on, right? Imagine he tries to, like, hop in the chair and the thing starts going backwards. You'd hear him yelp like he was attacked. I have a question about team builder teams. Is there a way I can transfer a team and keep it going, or do I have to start over? You do have to start over. Well, okay, in terms of, like, creating the team, I don't know if there's a transfer, but obviously, like, no continuing franchise like MLB has. That said, you probably are going to want to start over because they did expand Team Builder. A lot more customization options, and you can edit the team in between seasons. So it's not just set it and forget it while you go through your dynasty. Like, if you want to start off with a smaller stadium, and then as you get better, you make the stadium bigger, stuff like that, you can do that. You can add in, like, the custom songs and everything and stuff like that, too. So, but yeah, in terms of whether or not you have to start from scratch, I'm not sure. My guess, because it's EA, is probably you have to. But I can't say with certainty. Hopefully someone in chat can answer that, though. I haven't bothered with Team Builder yet, because I knew the servers were just going to be overloaded for the first couple days, if not the first week. So I'm like, yeah, we're not even going to bother. That's why I decided to do a challenge like this, where we weren't really committed to one team. Is because I was like, all right, cool. Like, we'll be committed once we probably make a team builder. Although we did have a channel point cash in to do a run with Army as well, so... we'll see. I mean, maybe I'll do the run-only challenge again this year, and then Army would make a lot of sense. You know, just to use the military school for that. But NHL 27 better be good. Since the end of September, I have knee surgery, and if it's terrible, I'll have to watch you play a shitty game. We'll see. We'll see. Right? Obviously, like, they announced, like, that fucking closed playtest and shit like that. pretty much all we can say, right? Is we'll see. I mean, am I aware at this point of some of the changes? Yes. As you know, am I allowed to say anything? Nope. Unless I want to get sued. We will see. Is all I can say for now, at least. There may be some things that I like. There may be some things I don't like. Time will tell. I can't help but be vague at the moment, you know? But oh man, God, the scouting is taking forever. Some of these guys just need to commit already, please. I know we have some verbal commits, but we need more. Miami. At least it's a home game. Number 7 team in the country, the battle of the undefeateds. 95 overall for the Hurricanes. Okay. This is a big one. Give me the insider info so I can report you to EA. Report me to EA. I thought you were just going to go on to the fucking poly markets, you know? Do what you got to do. Am I going wide left or right this time? Good question. We'll find out. Oh boy, this is going to be bad. Yeah, my expectations are pretty low here. But we'll see. We will see. Rivalry time. Why'd that guy look like Rob Gronkowski? Go Renegade. Goodness. All right, fellas, let's see what you're made of. This is the first really tall task, and you have been struggling to prove yourselves so far. We'll see what you're made of. Do I have it for PC? At the moment, I don't. We are on console, but with the rate of improvements modders are already making, there's a very good chance later on in the year we will be on PC. Because they are doing some crazy stuff already. If you had to guess when you would switch to a Dynasty when we can rename players, not sure. Honestly, we'll probably wait for the first couple of patches for this game. And, all right, defensively, we need a stop, and we got it! Denzel Tuma! The interception, let's see if they can take advantage of it on their own. And indeed they have. We are up by 5. With 5.5 to go. This defense has been very good at takeaways so far this year. Fumble recovered by William Gavea. We took the red shirt off of him for the rivalry game. It's 36-24. We play him for the first time this year. And the Seminoles win. Our first no-touching victory of the season, and it's against number 7 Miami. I guess we play to our competition and the level that they're at. Wow. Man, do we still play Gavea? Maybe he's our secret weapon for the really big games. 39-24 off of a 23-point fourth quarter. Holy, both teams over 400 yards. Anzalone almost 400 yards on the day with a touchdown, only 58% completion. The running game was still awful. Spain did have a touchdown, 9 attempts, 1 yard. Okay. But then passing-wise, Siegel and Robert, holy shit. And then the touchdown for Chester Whedon, who, yeah, needed to be in. Blocking-wise, 3 sacks allowed. Not great. But defensively, got to the quarterback a couple times, including Gavea. 2 picks for Denzel Tuma, the senior safety. And then 2 fumble recoveries for William Gavea. I don't think I can put the red shirt back on him. And unfortunately, Eric Veal did miss a field goal. I don't know if we can put that red shirt back on Gavea. But if we specify he sits out 4 games, all but 4 games, and we use him tactically, that could go very well for us. But we are 4-0. And man, we should be ranked after this, right? Like, we should be. I want to know for sure. We get the verbal commit for safety Rayshon Timms. Are you able to redshirt someone else, or does it have to go back on him? It could be somebody else, but it probably would just go back onto him. We get the verbal commit from 4-star corner Jose Joseph out of Dublin, Georgia. Dublin, Georgia. Population 16,000. Known as the Emerald City because it's literally named after Dublin, Ireland. Makes sense. Anything crazy in your history? MLK gave his first public speech there. Anything else? They have a theater and a library. Okay, cool. Their sister city is Osaka, Miyagi, Japan. They have a St. Patrick's Festival. Of course they do. Notable people. Rumble? Rumble was from Dublin? God, every time I get reminded that guy's dead, it makes me sad. Quite a few players, too, especially for the NFL. Demaryius Thomas, every time I'm reminded that guy's dead, I'm also sad. All right, Dublin, Georgia's depressing. But we got Jose Joseph. Didn't expect that Wikipedia article to bum me out so much, but here we are. Son of a bitch. All right, did we get anybody else? No, it was just those 2, those 3. And we missed out on Jaleel Smith. Fair enough. Fair enough. We are still not ranked in the top 25 after that win. That is bonkers. Denzel Toomer was the Conference Defensive Player of the Week. Man, we're still not ranked. 0-4, Georgia State is next. I mean, this should be a massacre. Let's take a look at what we can do for practice here. Of course, full practice. Leave it on current for the defense. That is not up for me to decide. And there you go. Get that practice in there, fellas. How the U.S. loves to rename. Dude, have you seen some of the names? Like, there are not too many towns in Maine that aren't named after somewhere else. Like, literally, there's an autofill. Coco, you beautiful, handsome devil. Thank you so much for the raid. And shout out to the unknown Ego Panda for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Coco, I've said it before. I'll say it again. It is lovely to see you back streaming. How was tonight? More wrestling, eh? We were just talking about how there's a lot of town names for other people. Which, yeah, Maine has Norway, China, Poland, Sweden, Denmark, Peru, Mexico, Maine. We also have Wales. And then there's others like, you know, we have a Chelsea, a Gloucester, Bradford, which are English town. We are the most unoriginal fucks. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Very fun watching AW and Dividend. Fair enough. Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't get to see all of Dynamite, but, man, they're in Boston next Wednesday, and there is an extreme temptation to go. Extreme. But yeah, college football-wise for us, we are enjoying life. Why does that cost $75 now? That used to cost $50. That's nuts. Hello? All right, well. When I'm in Washington, I didn't know there was a Vancouver in Washington. Fair enough. I do want to finish up the off-season training boost that we have. And then maybe spec into something else. Although I'm not as worried about kicker and punter, to be honest. So you know what? Let's do that. And then we're, what, 2 points shy? Yeah, 2 points shy of being able to start speccing into recruiter, perhaps. Or at least getting the basic boost. We could also spec a little bit into some quarterback abilities, which might not be the worst idea based on how our guy's playing so far. I mean, especially if we could get that short and medium accuracy boost, that could be really nice. That could be really nice. But we don't have enough for all of it right now anyway, so let's save up until we get at least one more unlock, I would say. Before we play Georgia State, we have the question of what to do with one William Govea. He already has credit for 3 games played. The red shirt's staying off, and he's staying in the lineup. I don't know why he has credit for 3 games played already, but he does. So he's in. He's in, and hopefully he will just continue to be an absolute wrecking machine on that D-line, because he was unbelievable against Miami. Rayshawn Timms, we can drop down to 10 points. Ingold's on 10. Joseph, we can drop down to 10, just to keep tabs. Soto can drop down to 10. Mr. Kiki Kukwa, who is the holder of my favorite name we have seen so far in this playthrough. You're telling me you wouldn't get a Kiki Kukwa jersey? You're a liar. Filthy liar. Tyree Willies. Let's work on the hard sell for you. And get you back up to 50 points. Then we have Dion Steven that we look pretty good for. Was on the highway, saw Vancouver the same amount of miles, so I got confused thinking I crossed a border. Yeah, North American-wise, I mean, it happens all over the place. But, I mean, especially if you're in the Northeast, right? Like, there are a lot of names of places where it's like, ah, yes, that's a famous place somewhere else. Because it was like, ah, yes, let's go to America. But also, let's name it, you know, after where we're from in the first place. Colonizing. Oh, man. Mallory has a verbal commit to Alabama. We could still fight for him, but I feel like it's so unlikely. You know what? Screw Alabama. Let's keep fighting. We're not giving up on this guy yet. And then Smith locked us out. Well, it's that or completely butchering some indigenous words. We have the tendency here to leave a lot of rivers the same name. We were like, no, we'll be nice. We'll still just have the river have the proper name. But yeah, aside from that. Tookie, when are you going to Finland again? No, not Europe. In Minnesota. You know what I named this place? Martha's Vineyard. Ah, yeah. Why'd you say that name? Oh, God. Came from True Gulak. Oh, Coco. Oh, so that's what Coco meant. He got the old True Gulak raid. Fair enough. Look at Coco. He's already back in the mix. My big-time streamer boy. All right. Offensively, we wanted to look at anybody that might have interest in us and start scouting some of these guys out. Particularly for 3 stars. Actually, did I look at the athletes already? I think I did. No, I would have remembered Ethan Linthicum. Who's your favorite pitcher? Is it Tim Linthicum? Linthicum. Okay. Let's scout out these athletes then. Quandre Durbin. Again, we're primarily gem hunting if we're going for 3 stars. Ethan Linthicum is a bust. Get out of here, Ethan. Rashad, don't call him the Sandman, Landman. Not a gem. What about Larry Haywood? Gem. Okay. At 5'9". Running back or corner. Let's go after Larry. Ah, shit. He was looking for NIL. I'm trying to save NIL. We wanted to go for people that were on 0. That's my bad. That was a bit of a waste of a week, but it's fine. We're trying to save up just in case we get named head coach. Then we can bring in a half-decent coordinator. My hope is that current head coach gets a better offer from a better school, and then we just take over. So let's see. Big time Timmy Jim mentioning. Big time Timmy Jim indeed. That guy's a junior JUCO. So out of these quarterbacks, let's see who we have. Don't let this landman become your landlord. Oh, Emilio Antonio. Nothing else for him. Fair enough. Fair enough. Georgia State. This should be a demolition. What happens if you don't get the offer as a head coach? Here, we look to leave. If we don't get a good offer anywhere, we stay. So yeah, it's either a head coaching gig here or somewhere else at a better school, or we stay here and try again. This isn't the worst place to hang around and gain experience, you know? Not at all. Looking to go 5-0. His parents meant Lincecum, but they had slurred speech when naming him. I want to name him after Timmy Lincecum. With the Georgia when they announced they were going to start a football program. I forget it's that recent, right? Georgia, yeah, Frez, I figured. If a good season, head coach might stay, then you're screwed. Yeah, I mean, that's the risk of it, right? Like, if we have a good season, why would he leave? But also, if we have a good season and a bigger school has a coach go to the NFL or retire, he, you know, old Mike is going to be that first target for a lot of those schools. So it's definitely a strategic move to go to Florida State now. But it looked like no matter what we were going to do with Purdue, we just weren't going to get the chance. You know, people were being cautious about bringing us in because Purdue isn't the most prestigious of schools, despite the results we were getting with them. That's a no-touching win.
No touching!
51-17, we put the beat down on Georgia State as Nick Anzalone. 3 touchdowns on the day. And that's more like it. That is more like it. To play a bad team and beat the brakes off of them. That's more like it. That's what we want to see. That's what should be happening. Nick can throw 3 touchdowns. Apparently, only 254 yards allowed by the defense. We had an interception today. They used 2 different quarterbacks, and it's not because one of them was hurt. But Anzalone, 334 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Running game was a lot better between Berryman and Spain. 3 rushing touchdowns on the day. And then receiving-wise, it was Jabari, Siegel, and then, man, Berryman was a beast. He was a beast today. Blocking-wise, no sacks allowed. Defensively, Gavea got to the quarterback. He was the only one. Caleb Costello gets an interception. And our kicker went 3 for 4. Sammy has no life. Well, that's not very nice to Sammy, unless you're Sammy. In which case, I'm sorry you don't have much going on, but I'm glad you decided to spend time here. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Small school in Iowa spending really sneaks up on you after being used to a big school. Uh-huh. That is why I was being really cautious with our money at Purdue. Because I knew once we got to a bigger school, I would just go on the spending spree and shoot myself in the foot. We got the verbal commits for 4-star linebacker Kiki Kukwa. Lubbock, Texas's own. Hell yeah, that's a future captain right there. We also get the verbal commit from 4-star linebacker Tyree Willies of Lake Worth, Florida. Why does that sound familiar? Lake Worth, Florida. Lake Worth Beach, previously named Lake Worth. Unplayable game, EA. You didn't update the name of the place. And a population of 35,000. That's not insignificant. Fair enough. Not interesting enough. We got a verbal commit from 4-star linebacker out of Daphne, Alabama. Dion Steven. Tell me all about Daphne. Well, when you type in Daphne, Alabama, the autofill is stabbing because that apparently just happened in the last couple days. Jesus Christ. Oh boy, population 27,000. I don't know if I'm kind of scared now to read about old Daphne. They do have the Native American history, Civil War era, immigration. They got destroyed by Hurricane Danny. Damn you, Danny. They banned texting while driving in 2010. That's good. Don't text and drive. Don't be fucking stupid. Anything else? Notable people. You had an American citizen who was the leader of the Somali Islamist group Al-Shabaab. Okay. You had Kenny King, not the wrestler, but the football player. Michael Pierce is from there, as are a bunch of other football players. Okay. Daphne, Alabama, everybody. We also get 4-star edge rusher verbal commit, DJ Sermon from Seffner, Florida. Seffner. Population 8,000. Oh, I got to read up about Seffner. Let's go Seffner. It's considered a suburb. Good to know. Of course, they have their Seminole history. Okay, nothing too crazy for Seffner. Wildlife conservation, notable people. Andrew W.K. lived in Seffner in 1999. You got Matt Joyce and then Andrew W.K. lived there once. Okay. And we get our first hard commit 4-star linebacker out of Fort Lauderdale, Markale Soto. Very nice. And indeed, Mallory went to Alabama. Oh, and we are ranked number 25 in the country as we head to take on the Demon Deacons of Wake Forest. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. But 5-0, we finally get a little bit of respect, thankfully. But I always do have fun looking up these random-ass places I have never heard of. That somehow get into these games in terms of locations. It makes sense, I mean, but also it's like a football player is not from there, but like Matt Joyce is from there, former Ray. Okay. Let's see, 10 points there. Soto is good. Kiki Kukwa gave us the verbal, so we'll drop him down to 10. Tyree Willies gave us the verbal, so did Dion Steven. We'll still fight for wit. Edmonds is going to be tough since Alabama's going after him. Hitchcock looks good. And then Sermon gave us the verbal commit as well. Need one where it just says drove through the town once to get to a town with actual people. We'll bank on towns in Kansas for that. All right, let's see if any of these quarterbacks, any of these 3-stars are half decent. Otherwise, you know, we'll move on. We don't have the fastest scouting time for the 3-stars. That's okay. 91 power for that guy is not too bad. But I'd probably rather try my luck in the portal for the 4-stars before committing to too many 3-stars, unless they're really good. Raheem Tarai. Sylvester Turkai. Another 92 throw power. Mobile Deadeye. It's not bad. What about LaMarcus Duck? He's a bust. City I used to live in Florida is, and that makes me happy. It's kind of fun living in the middle of nowhere, I gotta be honest. I mean, yeah, there's some negatives of like, oh, I gotta, you know, if I want to go to this thing, I probably have to drive a bit more to get there, but living in the middle of nowhere is underrated and underappreciated. In other ways, it is awful, though. So, I mean, people aren't entirely wrong about what it's like to live in the middle of nowhere. Holy running backs. Jesus. Okay, we'll come back. I'm not really worried about the fullbacks. There's still a shitload of wideouts, too. Holy God. It does have a single A team there. Okay, so you know what? I think that's too much. I don't think you can qualify that as middle of nowhere if you live, you know, near a single A team. Honestly, I want to take a look at those fullbacks. BBG, they haven't brought back the international tab that they used to have. I'm very sad. You can't just specifically scout, you know, Canadians anymore. I didn't say middle of nowhere. That's true. Depends on if there's a good hospital nearby. That is often the deciding factor. When was the last stabbing in your area? Not that long ago, actually. Not that long ago. So, yeah. When you put it that way. Last week. Not last week. But there has been... Oh, sorry, we already looked at Linthicum. There have been incidents this year. Is it Lewiston bad? It's not Lewiston bad. I don't know how to feel about Lewiston. Sometimes I'm like, they get a bad rap. And then other times I'm like, no, they got the appropriate reputation. Shout out to Lewiston. What a place. Oh, Matthew Jeffrey. Let's get a look at you here. City was Port St. Lucie with the Mets. Okay, I've heard of it. That's fair. That isn't the answer I thought you were going to say. Yeah, me either, to be honest. In the words of a famous television character, drugs are bad. Okay? Drugs are bad. I mean, there's a small town in Maine. It's a border town with Canada. It's spelled... it's another one of those places, by the way. You know how France has Calais? Well, in Maine, we have Calais, except we pronounce it Callous, because of course we do, because fuck the French, apparently. Let's play Wake Forest, by the way. And, yeah, a guy got drunk at a bar, brandished a gun, and then drove his Corvette away from the police and wrecked his car at 100 miles an hour and died. So, you know, on occasion, things happen. Even in the middle of nowhere up here, things happen. So, you know. Oh, and then, in that same town not that long ago, I think somebody was shot by the police because he brandished a katana. So, you know, you're never going to be able to fully escape the crazy. But also, I believe that was mental health issue and drug issues, which makes sense. Because, you know, we don't take care of people in this country. USA, USA. All right, now we wait to watch the view count drop. Now we wait. Wake Forest is next. I'm going to kick him right in the butt chin. As a fellow butt chinner. We just lost 12 viewers, by the way. Let's go. That was fast. That was real fast. All right, let's see what we can do against Wake Forest. We have done a pretty solid job in the back half of, well, the middle of this season after the early struggles. I mean, we still haven't lost, but we've definitely picked up momentum. Again, we got that big win against Miami. I believe next week is Clemson, and I certainly expect to have to jump in against the Tigers, but we are going to beat Wake Forest without human intervention. No touching! No touching! No touching! 31-21. Seminoles are going bowling. And Zaloni, another 3-touchdown game. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Random off topic that's probably been answered a million times. What has happened to your NHL content? I miss seeing your challenges. I'm still actively uploading. If you want to blame the idea for not being that creative, in fairness, it was somebody requesting that particular challenge. So you might have to yell at them instead. But I am still uploading. I just don't stream NHL all the time because I'd get bored. But also in the past month, I did stream NHL 11 and 18. So now I'm kind of worried either YouTube isn't telling you about this stuff, which would explain my channel stagnation for the past 4 years, or it's something else. I'm not sure. Cody, I think so? I think I did. I don't remember, though. I gotta be honest. Has our quarterback thrown a pick this year? I don't think he has, but because you just said something, next game, 7 interceptions. So thanks. When I was younger, there was a moose on a beach and a gun quit. Sorry. I actually have an update, speaking of that. I have lived in this state almost all my life. I have never seen a goddamn moose. My wife, including yesterday morning, has seen 5 of them this year. And I'm taking that information well, and I'm not mad about it at all. Aside from the moose that we use on the treadmill to power the house, and she just sees them at the fucking grocery store, essentially. And I could go in the woods and I'm just never gonna see one. Your logo's a moose. More reason you're a fraud. Well, you know. It's true. I mean, but I'm fraudulent in a lot of ways, you know? I'm fraudulent in a lot of ways. My God, were we getting to their quarterback a ton today. Shout out to Patrick Middleton. It's all about moving all the scouts to one area of the map. Yeah. Okay, you have mentioned that before. It's a pain in the dick, though, isn't it? It is a pain in the balls. Went to Maine 2 times, once in October, once in June. Saw a baby moose in Maine in June. Okay. You guys don't have to tell me this. You can leave this information to yourself, you know. You don't have we don't have to share everything. Some of these things you can just keep to yourself. I encourage it. Thank you. Oh my God, even the moose think you're a woke liberal cock. Hey, I find that insulting. Don't call me a liberal. The rest of it's fine. We are now number 19 in the country. Let's go. Let's go. And it was Clemson next. Number 21 in the country. They're at 4-2. Why does my guy's mouth guard have an erection? I mean, I guess it's supposed to be replicating a still shot. But also, he's not moving, so why is it so stiff? Anyway, so a moose has never seen a wild... Yeah. Westerman, dislocated knee. Not good. Not good. Alright. He has a hard-on for Clemson. He is ready for this game. He is ready. How is Purdue doing? Don't you mean how is Purdue doing? I'll check right now. Conference standings, by the way, it's us and Clemson at 4-0. This is a big game for us. This is a very big game. In the Big Ten, Purdue is 5-1 overall, 2-1 in conference. Let's go, Purdue. Hell yeah. Let's go. They're still doing well this year, at least. Let's hope they continue that pace. Let's hope. Let's hope. I mean, Frez, it's a symbol of my state that I love, you know? They're ranked ahead of you, as they should be. As they should be. You know. 75 points for that extra XP. Fuck me. I just want some of the frickin' scouting abilities, man. I just want some of the scouting abilities, but also we could save up for Master Motivator. We do need to spend points in Recruiter eventually. Fuck it, let's get it. Leaves us with 23 points. And, Let's go with the quarterback scouting. Just pay the $60 for it, right? What do Maine people call themselves? Ah, Mainers. But Maimonites would be pretty funny. But it just makes me think of Canaanites. And Glenn Jacobs can fuck himself. Oh, let's see. Mr. Witt. We're good. Mr. Edmonds is probably not signing here. Maniacs. No, that's the hockey team in Lewiston. Which is a great name. Carmona, gem of a fullback. I can't believe we're actually going to fight for you. What about Quinn Casey? Not a gem. What about Quincy Leal? Was also not that good. Tight end Brian Fort we already looked at. Hacksaw took us off the board. So we have a kicker that was interested in us. We do need a kicker and a punter this year. 90 power, 92 accuracy. That guy's a beast. What about Dylan Ellington? Not so much. Joey Mazza. Have I considered buying the Moose the Moose viewing microtransactions? Holy shit. I've considered it. Ooh, gem punter Forrest Kiernan. D. Ellington is sick, right? And then Mahler. I think it's got to be that sweet George Bliss and Kiernan as a gem for a new kicker and punter. We'll go with those guys. So, Mr. Bliss, no NIL for you, and 50 points. And Mr. Kiernan, no NIL for you, and 50 points. And our recruiting is looking pretty good so far. Pretty happy with where that's at. This is a big game. This is a big, big game on the road. Clemson, battle of ranked opponents. Winner of this takes control of the conference. They are still rocking a 91. Do we want to put them in the purple for this one? Or do we put them in the all-orange? Maybe we put them in the all-orange. And give me the white helmets. Bring me my garnet pants. Or don't. There we go. Good guys wear white. Let's go. Let's go. It's the Triple H WrestleMania 20 attire. Let's fucking go. By the way, again, shout out to Gotta Love Philly on YouTube, essentially calling me washed. Joke's on you! I've been washed for years. Oh, look at the cute little cannon. Compared to the Columbus Blue Jackets and just like this cute little cannon. All right, gentlemen, you have proven me wrong every step of the way so far. It's the most random stream moment you still remember from 3 years and before. For me, it's memeing Hot Pockets while playing Mario Party. I don't remember ever playing Mario Party on stream. I mean, the most random thing has to be that, like, you know, someone like Chris Rumble became very aware of the nonsense we had going on here. Like, that's going to be the most random thing, right? Like, we memed a player into raising 11 grand for cancer research, you know? That's got to be the most random thing. All right, we got a close game here. Very close game. Clemson starting to run away with it a little bit. We'll give the offense one more chance. And they failed. So from now on, we will play offense. Surely it's the Cats. I mean, that wasn't from the first 3 years, though. Wow, we're cooked. We're cooked. Clemson's going to get us. It's most, so you've never seen a moose, any other stereotype you never done. Like eat lobster. I'm not a fan of seafood at all. So there you go. I live in one of the best places, arguably, in the world for seafood, and I don't like it. So, up, and OBS just died on me, but why? Why has OBS died? It's not my internet. YouTube should still be up. Let me know if you're on the YouTube side of things. Well, then again, if it's OBS. Good thing I came to YouTube. Rip stream. Can we confirm that we're still up on YouTube? All right, reconnection is successful. It was not my internet. And, We should be back. We should be back. Should be good. Pause on the YouTube side for a second. We should be good. The Moose knocked over the internet box. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the router. I don't know if the YouTube side died as well. I don't think it did. Twitch side definitely died. Okay, well, we are back. That's fun. That is fun. The microtransactions took over. Well, again, router's good. I don't know what the fuck was up with that, but we should be good now. YouTube was fine. Okay, so it was Twitch. Weird. Very, very weird that it was Twitch that died, but not YouTube. Okay. Well, we're back now, and we're good to go. You said we're cooked, and you went to the offline screen. Delightful. Unfortunately, we are cooked. Clemson is going to beat us here, which is very unfortunate. But it's good to have receivers that understand what a rack catch is. Maybe should pull the power cord. Hey, look! He threw an interception! Shocker! I said if somebody mentioned it.
Now with that last completion, he's already over 2,000 yards passing for the season.
Finds his man. It's Seagal. He knew exactly.
Good job, Mr. Steven Seagal.
And they've got enough for the first down.
Yeah, this will be our first loss of the year. And hopefully we'll still be able to face Clemson in a conference title game down the road. Told him to slide, he didn't want to do it. Unfortunate. See if anybody can get open here. Time to pay for the fourth quarter comeback deals. You guys are relentless. That missed catch that guy missed last night would make me leave Purdue for that. Oh, and it was pretty painful. It was pretty painful.
If I want to, I can just act like I'm going to run and try to get the first down, take a deep shot down the field. I can run the football. The whole playbook is open to my disposal.
Well, at least we'll be able to do a little bit in terms of getting some points on the board, but given that we're not allowed to play defense, not looking too good. Damn.
He's going to lose a yard on that one. They'll come to the line just trying to.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was a turnover or two, and that was that. That was that.
From the gun, wants to pass. Rushes on him. That pass not close as he.
There was a lot of interference there with no call. That's a shame. No flow, I'll think about it. You should feel bad, though. What a catch. Holy shit. Phenomenal catch. But yeah, we're going to need our defense to come up big here. That was a phenomenal catch.
Nice job. They had this play ready. They go
Ah, damn. Can our defense come up with a stop? Yes, they can. All right. I mean, if we can work quickly enough, maybe we'll have a chance.
Get the ball back after the punt, and they've got to be efficient here as time is winding down. Gets it out fast.
Fortunately, nowhere to go there, really. Gonna hit the running back out of the backfield here.
If you're the head coach at this point, you're telling your offense, it doesn't matter what's happened up to this point of the game. Obviously, things haven't gone our
Take
way.
the first.
But we have a chance to execute in a 2-minute
We're gonna
situation
keep fighting.
and give ourselves a chance to win. Let's go do it one play at a time.
This is a fun spot to be in defensively. Like, it's late in the football game. You know they're passing the football because you're up a couple of scores. You pin your ears back.
You know they're
try to
passing the
get to
football. Oh, do you?
Play smart. Make sure you rally
Oh,
to the
do you
football
now?
tackle and don't give up the big plays.
Yeah, I think you're just seeing the experience this guy has, right? He's so poised that initially he's flushed out of the pocket, nothing's open, and he doesn't panic. He's not
Had no
throwing it
choice
away,
but to
he's
go
not sliding
underneath.
early.
Damn.
He just knows where the defense isn't. And he's able to attack that space with his speed and get a positive play.
It's always interesting how people
Obviously, they're dropping back. We're just trying to take yardage from over the middle. Oh, we're dead. Instantly murdered. Instantly murdered. Holy shit. Mr. Besser, how are you?
Right now, offensively, they cannot protect the edge. You saw the speed coming from the outside. He was able to get to the
Damn, I was hoping we'd be a little bit faster than that guy.
Play.
I mean, this is certainly the game right here if we don't get this first down.
Down by multiple possessions, you can't come up empty on this drive. They'll go for it on 4th down.
Come on.
He'll try to throw and pick up the 1st down.
Yes.
Got it, 1st down and more.
God, that pressure was there again.
1st down, and they roll the dice and convert to keep this
Just
drive
having to get
going.
rid of it quickly. They're not leaving me any time.
Defensively, that you may have 2 more possessions in this game. You can still win, but you've got to be aggressive. You've got to start taking.
Whew.
He'll pull it in inside the 20. Gets it all the way inside the 20-yard line to the 19 before being hauled down. From the red zone, looking for a man. Going for 6.
Ah,
Ball's incomplete. He was trying
not leaving
to
any
find
time.
his
I
man
mean,
for
we're
6.
doing what we got to do in terms of getting the ball to where it's got to be.
Over it.
I don't have much of a choice.
In the end zone. Bad break for the offense.
They're dealing with
As long as we don't burn any timeouts, we're okay. I know. So you're just going to say it anyway?
Throw it again.
Bang.
Grabs it. He gets it in.
Okay.
Touchdown, Florida State. His 3rd touchdown of the game.
We need our defense to come up with one more stop to give us a chance. Someone has to.
What they talked about at the half, man, but this team
Jabari Segal does it again.
unbelievable job getting the football, putting it in the end zone again.
We had to
And
take
how
our
the
time and
defense
wait for our
doing a good
chance,
job
but we
playing.
found it.
Momentum is crazy in college.
Will we get the ball back? No, we will not. Yes, we will. 28 seconds. 28 seconds at our own 7-yard line.
Let's see what they can
But we
do.
do have a chance with no timeouts.
Wants to throw on 1st down. Zings
We're not going to get out of bounds, but at least we'll get up to the line.
20. It's a 1st down. As
This will be the time to just take a shot.
From deep in its own territory. Wants to go right back downfield. A deep throw as the clock winds down.
Oh, he kind of lost it.
Ball's incomplete. They tried to go over the top on 1st down. 2nd down coming up. Got to get everybody lined up quickly. Time winding away. They've got to push the ball down the field. Makes the catch.
I thought we'd have a little bit more space underneath than what we did.
Pick up on that one.
But if we can just chip him for a little bit more yardage here and there,
Chunk yardage.
and then Hail Mary.
Out of the shotgun on 3rd down. Makes the grab. He steps
Yeah.
out of bounds, but he's got enough for a 1st
Here we
down.
go.
Great job of spatial awareness and
Gonna
understanding the
take a
situation
miracle.
of the game, too. Down in a 2-minute situation with no timeouts. Somehow, some way, you have got to get out of bounds. Really nice effort there by the receiver.
Quarterback making checks.
See if we can hold on long enough for Berryman to get open. And just send Siegel the other way. He can't hear me, though.
Looking to throw on 1st down.
He's got to lob it. We're going to get hit.
Play here late. Ball's
That's game.
incomplete.
We tried. We put up a fight at the end. Clemson hands us our first loss. But yeah, obviously in that scenario, they're just dropping everybody back. There's nothing we can do. We didn't have time.
Yeah, 2 really good teams.
We didn't have
That's the reason
time.
why they're both ranked. They're both really good, and I tell you what,
There were 2 strategies there. It was go underneath to get a little bit more yardage before the Hail Mary, or just immediately bomb it and hope for the best.
you start to climb up the charts, build
So.
some momentum. This squad's about to get some more
First loss of the year on the road against Clemson. Honestly, not that bad. It was close. Kind of. We made it close. But not close enough. One timeout would help so much, yeah. The problem is, before we got the ball, they were able to kill quite a bit of time.
football for David Pollack.
Yeah, Anzalone threw his first pick.
Saying goodbye, everybody.
Had an okay game. Aside from that, our running game was awful. We cannot run the ball. But Segal had 3 touchdowns on the day. It was a monster. O-line, a little bit hit or miss. Defensively, we did get to the quarterback quite a few times. But, yeah, not enough. Kicker missed 2 field goals on the day. That's the difference. Our kicker missed twice. And all of a sudden, we would have had a 2-point conversion attempt to be able to tie. So our kicker lost us that game, unfortunately. Unfortunately, our kicker lost us that game. But we're still 6-1. We should hopefully still be ranked, I would like to think. We get a verbal commit from 4-star defensive tackle out of Terre Haute, Indiana, Rashard Hitchcock. The cock. All right, and we are number 23 in the country at this point. And Jabari Segal was the conference Offensive Player of the Week. Needed a quick little mic reset. I was deciding to act up a little bit. Should be good. Virginia Tech. Time to get DMCA'd by Enter Sandman. Worth it. Worth it, worth it, worth it. Full practice, current, and full practice. I wish I could preset my practices, please. It doesn't take long, but would be a nice little quality of life thing, you know? It'd be decent. So we got to Markel Soto. Everybody else on a verbal, we're looking okay for. Still fighting for Josh Witt. We're in a battle for Edmonds with Alabama. Hitchcock, we now have the verbal for. Save some points. Sermon, we already have the verbal. And Carmona, we're now into a top 5. We'll schedule this guy for a visit. I'm thinking he could be a tight end or a running back in the future. That's why we're going for him. And then we have Bliss and Kiernan. So we have a few more points to go for. We have exhausted all of our options for defense in terms of, like, 3 stars. Actually, no, we haven't. Well, for guys that are not looking for any NIL. And I really don't have the money to go after anybody else if I want to conserve a little bit or be able to make a splash elsewhere. There is, well, there are 3 5 stars left. We might as well talk to these guys, right? Where's the harm? Where is the harm? They're all offensive players, so I'm allowed to go for them. If they were defenders, I wouldn't be. But given that they're 5 stars, I mean, I can't imagine we'll get all of them. But we'll throw a base offer in for Corbin. Quarterback Mello Pierre. And then we'll see if we have enough for Teamer. We just have enough. We just have enough. So we'll just throw our name into the hat last second. I don't think we'll get those guys, but it's worth a shot. And then we definitely cannot afford anybody else that is looking for any amount of NIL. So I don't remember. We definitely didn't look at that quarterback. I don't remember if we looked at Hagens. We definitely looked at Tarai. Kona Fuwada, I do not remember, but I think we did look at him. There was a million running backs and a million wideouts. But defensively, we should be fine. So offensive line, anybody that is not looking for NIL is going to be a friend of mine offensively, since we do have full freedom offensively. Cody, it's paying the players. That's all it means. Name, image, likeness, i.e. players are getting paid. That's all it comes down to, as opposed to you used to not be allowed to get paid as a collegiate athlete. So, like, Reggie Bush had his Heisman rescinded because, you know, he was paid. Whether literally through, like, you know, cars, house for his mom, that type of thing. So there were always, like, under-the-table deals, so wouldn't it be called a contract? I mean, technically now, yes, but it doesn't it's weird. It's its own thing. Eh. What's an Escalade in a house between friends? Exactly. All right, conference standings wise, we are now below Pitt, who I think we do play this year. So we're still in a decent spot to end up in the conference title game, so long as the Hokies do not prove to be a trap game. But they are still decent. We can have them in their normal home. That's fine. That's not bad. That is not bad. Let's rock. Let's rock. See what we can do. Virginia Tech. Let's get DMCA'd by Metallica.
Welcome to Blacksburg and Virginia Tech.
I'm ready.
Hokies, and don't forget, my son,
Honestly, if we get a head coaching role at Virginia Tech, I'm taking it.
is there really anything better than immersive
I'm taking it.
football all afternoon on a Saturday, and we continue with this one.
Yes. Rub the stone. I'm gonna get DMCA for this. No. But the intro is so fun. They didn't have it in 25. They had it in 26. Fuck you, Lars. I'm gonna get Napstered. Look at him jump. All right. Now let's cut the head off that bird. Let's cut the head off that bird. Okay, the average American cannot jump up and down that many times without getting tired. All right? I'm just saying. I already hear Lars typing up the lawsuit. I'm going to lose all my money. My $5 I have, Ulrich's going to take it. All right. Let's see what we can do. Let's see. After a slip-up against Clemson, the average American can jump, allegedly. Allegedly. All right, decent first half for us. Field goal U for Virginia Tech. They are right back in this game as our offense has totally stalled out. We're talking Jared. We are up by 9 thanks to a touchdown pass. And we are up by 2 with 6.5 or so minutes to go. Not ideal. Big play there. Jabari Segal does it again. That guy's a beast. Interception for Ray Sean Winey. Hell yeah. And we had a field goal off of that. We should be good. They gave us a little bit of a scare. And it's another interception. Patrick Middleton as Virginia Tech collapses under the pressure. And it's a win for the Seminoles.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
20-point fourth quarter thanks to the turnovers. A 37-22 win. Very, very nice indeed. Enzalone, another 3-touchdown game. How do you like him now? Bob Hawley. Anyone else suddenly get an email from a guy named Lars? He's vicious. Big win. We are 7-1. Very, very nice, gentlemen. 3 interceptions for their senior quarterback, Evan Marks. Anzalone, 2 touchdowns through the air, 1 on the ground. Spain also had 1 on the ground as well. Running game was a little bit better. But the passing game, McCollum and Segal doing a great job. O-line, only 1 sack allowed. Okay. And then defensively, 3.5 sacks for William Gavea. Jesus. And Isaac, Winey, and Middleton with the picks. Kicker went 3 for 3. Beautiful. It was a beautiful day, a beautiful game. And we stay in contention for that conference championship game. Simon, it's been a great season so far. My connection to the Twitch servers died for about 45 seconds. That sucked. But no complaints aside from that tonight, at least not yet. Give us time. We'll find something. Hopefully it's not us getting 0 offers to be a coach somewhere, though. I would really like to be a head coach again, please. We are seeing Jabari Segal as the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Rightfully so. He was fantastic. As we are number 18. So if we win this game, we should accomplish that goal of being in the top 15 at some point. But Georgia Tech, they are not pushovers. They are not pushovers. Yeah, Lars preemptively took down the internet. There you go. So this is hardly a guarantee of success here. But I'd like to think we're okay. 7-1, only 18th. Average ACC experience. Yeah. No kidding. No kidding. Alright, anybody else here? Did anybody end up in contention? Not really. Some of these guys are just holding out hope that some of their first choice schools will go after them, but it hasn't happened. Edmonds did elect to go to Bama. Looking okay for Hitchcock. Looking okay for Sermon. Carmona. We can optimize for this guy. The pride of Gainesville, Florida. Not Gainesville, Georgia. We all know the pride there is AJ Styles. The pride community? Let's get you for a visit against California, who should have taken me on as their head coach years ago. And then Kiernan, also against California. But we can set up his hard sell. Which is always the second to last one that you check. Corbin we are out on, and indeed Teamer we are out on. Pierre, we're going to try. And then the gem of a center, Ron Zolak. We already have on 50. Then right guard, Jamichael Blizzard. A real Dairy Queen. It's fine, but nothing special. Right guard, David Good. Also nothing too crazy. What about Ian Grimm? It has workhorse, but I really want the gem for the 3-star, because if they end up normal dev, it's no bueno. Charles Bosby, not the man that we're looking for. And Cam William Howard Taft. Also not a gem. Damn shame. J.P. O'Shaughnessy. Coming soon to an AEW near you. All right, Georgia Tech. Fortunately, Pittsburgh is still undefeated, so we can't afford to slip up at all if we want to make this conference title game. Let's do it. Oh my God, that road unit. Jackets. The Vegas Golden Knights. I mean, Dylan, a fair amount, honestly. It is typically worth it. Yeah, Georgia Tech, I don't really care if you like to wear home whites. It's not happening. It's not happening. You're visiting here. We don't adhere to your rules, okay? I love server connection tomfoolery. It's the best. I love it so much, but it is what it is. Run, Renegade, run! Run! I mean, Dylan, though, for the 3 stars, it has been pretty solid, honestly. Like, I mean, especially at Purdue, we'd get multiple 3-star gems per year. So, I'd say it's been worth it. I think we found, like, 7 or 8 4-star gems this year. All right, field goal U is delivering. The defense had a great first half, though. And we might be running away with this particular game. Seminoles move to 8-1.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
33-3 over Georgia Tech. Nick Anzalone, 2 touchdowns on the night.
The coaching staff, I don't know what you could ask for your guys to do better. I think the challenge now
We're
for
looking
this team
real good.
is going out next week,
Looking real jacked, baby, real jacked.
the same level of execution.
Well, Jesse, it's easy to look good on the field when you
We are
look
right
that
where
good.
we want to be.
Like when you look that good coming off the bus. Those dudes
Clearly, I mean, this team wasn't great last year. We're great this year. It's all thanks to me. Give me a better job. Dude, our defense held them to 162 yards of offense. Holy God. Anzalone did throw a pick today. So did their quarterback, who was 8 of 29. Rushing touchdown from Marcus Spain. And the passing touchdowns, who else? Jabari Siegel. He's going to go pro this year. And then blocking-wise, couple sacks allowed, which is a bit unfortunate. Dude, William Capet. Can you believe we had that guy redshirt for like the first couple games? Holy shit. And then Thaddeus Marcus and the pick for Patrick Middleton. Our kicker went 4 of 6, so the score could have been even more one-sided. My kicker's been kind of disappointing me a little bit. He has been far too inconsistent. You'll be competing with your defensive coordinator for head coaching jobs. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Florida State's going to be real interesting next year if they don't give me that head coaching role. Verbal commit for 4-star defensive tackle out of Bolingbrook, Illinois, Josh Witt. We get the verbal commit for 3-star gem fullback out of Gainesville, Florida, Antonio Carmona. And Alonzo Ingold has decommit. I guess he did get the offer he was looking for from another school. And then Rashard Hitchcock, the 4-star DT out of Tahoe, Indiana, has the hard commit. So Alonzo Ingold said, I want to go to that other school. Man, we only moved up 1 spot. We're number 17 as we play the Cal Golden Burrs. Is this a save file until we win the Natty? Yeah, but also probably until, you know, they patch some things that they need to fix. So I am in no rush. All right, recruiting-wise, we certainly have some things to look at here, though. So yeah, Ingold, dude. I mean, Memphis didn't even offer him a deal. He's just like, well, Memphis might still want me. Memphis doesn't want you. I'm sorry, but they don't. If they did, they would have gotten you by now. Because clearly you want to go there. That is kind of frustrating. Let's see, we got the verbal from Carmona. Vernon, good morning. How are you? How's your face? Aside from being gorgeous. Alright, let's see. Put him on 50. 10 times. That's twice as many as Booker T. Well, only if you're counting WCW titles. We're still fighting like hell for Mello Pierre. We're in first for Ron Zolak. What about J.P. O'Shaughnessy? Not a gem. Vernon, I'm doing okay. The game certainly has some controversy around it, but I am having a good time with it. For better or worse. Josh Trout. Not a gem. Does have some built-in abilities, though. I might go back to him. And then Ofisa Orlando. All right, not much luck on the offensive line front in terms of scouting. What about the 3-star tight ends we might be able to get that do not want any NIL money? Those are the next guys to check, and then it will be wideouts and running backs. I'm pretty sure we already looked at Fort, but it's fine. All right. Let's see. Enrique Mayo. It's Enrico Palazzo. Is a bust, despite outside shield. Don't like that. The old pay to upgrade stuff in offline modes. Is this the old paid upgrade? Elaborate. All right, California. Pittsburgh lost. No, they didn't. They jumped Clemson. Fuck. We play Pittsburgh, don't we? If not, we're in big trouble. Moki, we do. I already have one on the board. We don't play Pittsburgh. We have California, Louisville, and the Florida Gators. All we can do is win. But there is a chance that Pitt is going to run the table. And we're not going to be able to do a damn thing about it. Let's do it. Vernon, yeah, there's a lot. A lot of controversy there. I talked about it a bit more at the start of what was technically now the last stream. Because stream died midway through. But, you know. But yeah, there is some controversy indeed.
Just finished talking with Golden Bears head coach. They have been waking their players up early all week long to make sure they are prepared for the
What can we do?
Coming from the west to the east.
What can we do, gentlemen? If you have a strong performance here, we're still in the running. Vernon, yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on it. Defense has been stellar. The offense has been mostly good. Looks like Cal has some offensive punch here, though. Maybe a little bit more than some offensive punch. Our boys need to get that ball moving. We are in trouble. We just threw an interception. I'm going to give us one more chance on offense. And we went 3 and out. Okay. Defense needs to step up here and keep this game close. Okay. 7:36 to go. We are down by 12. The Golden Bears threatening to ruin our season. Cal and Stanford in the ACC is still the dumbest. I agree.
They're going to throw it to start the drive. Makes the grab.
This offense has the
2 interceptions and 148 yards for Anzalone today,
You're not throwing to the side.
who is very much on fraud watch.
This defense is going to tackle you inbounds like they just did on that last play and bleed the clock.
Nothing open downfield, so he'll just toss it away.
You got to love what you've seen from the defense in this game, too. They
Oh,
need to
Vernon, me
nail this
too.
one
The
against
tournament's
this
been
quarterback
unbelievable.
being as
I'm still
talented
reeling
as
from
he is.
Egypt.
They were gonna have to be really
Absolutely
good
choking.
in coverage on the back end, and that's been the case all game
I don't
long.
know what it's been with African teams in this World Cup not being able to hold a lead.
Finally, some signs of life from this
How's
offense.
Cal beating us? I don't know, but I'm not happy about it.
First and 10. Looking to throw again. And it's in.
Just had to get rid of that
Take
so
a hit like
fast.
that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Working well behind the sticks on second down. From the gun, running back on the move. How about those sweet twinkle toes like
3rd and
moves as he
4.
gets to the 38?
Egypt and Senegal both going 2 goal. Yeah, and like at the end of the game too.
Third and short.
Not just in general, but like when. So late into the game. We're going down. Nowhere to go.
And it's a sack.
And it might be our quarterback injured or the guy that hit him. I can't tell, but we have to go for this. It wasn't our quarterback.
On 4th down, they'll pass for it. Here comes the heat.
Dropped it.
It's dropped
And quarterback Anzalone's hurt. We're going to lose this game. And that is the conference championship probably gone unless we can score very quickly here and conserve our timeouts. But unfortunately, our O-line is getting decimated. What a fucking catch. Our O-line's getting decimated, and we just don't have the time to wait for somebody to get open downfield. But our backup quarterback, Ben Hawkins, is in. I mean, we do have serviceable backups if Anzalone is done for the game. And we need to hope that stays true.
Wants to throw it again. Going for the big play. For a chunk play, but the long pass.
I thought we had that. I thought we had that.
Ground on
Oh, my God. Now, was that worth it to get the extra yards as opposed to stepping out and stopping the clock? I don't know, but that was pretty as hell. Nice bullet pass. If we can score before the 2, we're in an okay position. There it is. Siegel does it again. We have some life still. We're going to need the defense to bail us. We are going to need the defense to bail us out here. But Jabari Siegel, just how quickly he was able to accelerate there. Will we get one more chance? Yes, we will. 1 minute and 34 seconds. No timeouts. Or excuse me, 1 timeout. Oh my God, we have a chance. We have a chance.
Sends it back in motion. Looking downfield on first down. He's got
Good grab.
And the offense gets the ball
I
out
felt
pretty quick.
pressure.
If you're gonna do that, that's fine, but we
I didn't
gotta
want to get rid of it that
down.
quickly, but
Out of bounds so we can stop
or to
the
that
clock.
particular
This
target.
offense, they've got to execute a little bit tighter down the stretch.
No! The ball died. I trusted Hawkins. He just underthrew it.
How about that? That's the first
It was there.
opportunity for this guy. Like, he's
He
gone
just didn't
all
have the
throughout
throw
this
power to get it there. Damn.
plays.
It was definitely there, though. Yeah, I mean, right there, you can see the gap. And we lob it, and then, yeah, look at that ball right at the end. It hits the 40. Yeah, it just dies. But yeah, I mean, there was plenty of room on the sideline to drop in the bucket. He's the most open player by far. But yeah, Hawkins just didn't have the arm strength to get it there. Damn. Well, that is a win. That is a win then for California, and that kind of ruins our season if we're being honest. But the fact I was in a position to need a 12-point comeback against the Golden Bears, not what I was expecting.
Whatever the reasons, it adds to the flavor of a season.
Damn.
So good because we all love the upsets, and then if you're the
Jalen
team that got that
Ballo
late win,
is the
Jesse,
player of the
you
game.
start to build your resume,
Sub
start
200
to build
passing
some
yards.
momentum, so this squad got a good win today.
Yeah, it was brutal from this team. 408 yards to 228, and we lost 24-19. Anzalone 2 picks. Hawkins with the pick. I will check his throw power momentarily.
This has been a presentation of EA Sports College Football. For David Pollack,
Yeah,
Jesse
I mean, we
Farley,
just
Holly Rowe, I'm
choked.
Chris Davis, saying goodbye, everybody.
We just absolutely choked. 3 sacks allowed. Our defense played so well. Got to the quarterback a couple times. No picks. Another missed field goal. Another missed field goal. Missed field goals, and our quarterback played like dog water. Not a winning combination. That's harsh. Taylor Way,
I'm just trying to walk through this fucking grass.
for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see. Was Hawkins the right guy? I mean, he is the second highest rated QB on the team. 94 throw power, and that ball died like that. Does it feel like we got EA'd a little bit there? Heisman'd a little bit there? Kind of. I mean, but his deep accuracy does drop off a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe we got EA'd a little bit there with that throw. It feels like we deserve better. But them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. Taylor, I mean, not bad. Not bad. So we started off season 1 offensive coordinator at NIU. Then had 4 years, or excuse me, 5 years actually as Purdue's head coach. We really bumped that program up. And then Florida State offered their OC spot. So this is our first year here. Mixed results, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, after that loss, though, right? Like, you take a look. Conference title, we're going to fail that. Be ranked in the top 15, we're going to fail that unless we win every single game from here. So, That loss to California is pretty bad. Losing to Clemson is one thing, but losing to Cal might severely hurt us. And also our center, Glenn McNabb, has a fractured shoulder blade. So, not good. Not good at all. That was pretty bad. It does mean Anzalone's healthy, but God, what the hell is that even going to mean? All right, we're back in first for Ingold. He already decommit. He is desperate from Memphis to offer him a deal. Am I enjoying 27 so far? Despite some questionable decisions. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't having fun. I think a part of it, though, is that I didn't play much of 26 because I really didn't enjoy that game. So it's just been kind of nice to play this game again. We're up into third for Melo Pierre. We know what we can sell him on. Except we're not at that stage yet. Shit. Solax there. Alright, tight end Gabe McBride. What do we got for you? Made the CFB with Purdue as the head coach. I think that's a rousing success. I agree. Gabe McBride, 3-star gem. Start making a push for that guy. And then we have athlete Randall Wilds. Not a gem. We'll take him out for now. I mean, we got enough people on our board. We can definitely continue to still look for quality over quantity. Not worried about LaRon Blank. I see a lot of people playing this mode. I don't do anything Ultimate Team related. We might dip into some Road to Glory at a certain point, but franchise mode is what we do around here. All right, conference standings after that loss. Yeah, no chance we're making the conference title game right now unless something drastically changes. We have 2 games left, and we need SMU and Pitt to really screw up. And because, of course, people are interested in our old stomping ground in Purdue, they are not great from a conference standpoint. They have fallen to 5-5 overall, 2-5 in conference, so should still make a bowl game, but they've had trouble with the better teams, is my guess. We'll check their schedule in full at the end of the year. Louisville, this needs to be a win. This needs to be a win. We are better than them. We need to prove it. We need to prove it. Sure, they can wear that. I'm an LSU fan, but I enjoy playing with the lower-rated teams. Yeah, I mean, it can be fun to play with, you know, the bigger and better teams, but the build-up process it's a lot more fun. They were 5-1 before? Yeah. I mean, that conference schedule at Purdue, we know it's always a nightmare, right? We experienced that ourselves.
Did you know Louisville has one of the most unique stories about their stadium in all of college football? The L&N Federal Credit Union Stadium was built on a...
Well, again, for anybody new, we don't play every second of every game. And also right now, we are only the offensive coordinator. So what we do is Super Sim. If the team can win on their own, then awesome. We'll let them win it on their own. If we have to jump in to save the day, we'll try. But, of course, we are only the offensive coordinator, so I'm not allowed to play defense this season. So if we're in a situation where the defense needs to deliver, it's up to them to do it. And unfortunately, our offense is continuing to kind of sputter out. That's a little bit better. But we were doing really well midway point of the season. Looks like we are going to pull away from the Cardinals here. And we are going to get this win.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
No help needed. 29-16 over Louisville, and that leaves 1 game left in this regular season. It's the Florida Gators. It is the Florida Gators up next. But yeah, if the team can win on their own, I'm cool with that. It gets to, again, it allows us to make progress. But it also, you know, we got to get our recruitment right. Otherwise, if we build a bad team, they're always going to be terrible. We're going to have to try to jump in and win every time. Can't lose to Miami and Florida. Yeah, make Clemson. Yeah. Beat Miami, lost to Clemson. We got one rivalry game left. Their quarterback, Nick Scioli, threw a touchdown. David, I talked about it quite a bit at the start of the stream, although in the VOD, it'll probably show up as the stream before this one, because I lost connection to the Twitch servers for a minute, which kind of sucks. General thought is, obviously, it's not great. Has it ruined the experience for me right now? No. I'm still having fun with the game, but it's definitely a problem. But yeah, if you want the kind of full, like, 15, 20 minute on it, you can go back to the start of the stream. Just because I don't want to rehash a 15-minute conversation for people for, you know, the second time tonight. Oh, Zach as well. What's up, dude? We are doing all right. The game has been mostly kind to us tonight. Shout out to my kicker who finally decided to make field goals. But, you know, we're getting the new recruiting method down so far. Yes. You know, there is a way to kind of cheese the recruitment. I haven't been doing that, but I definitely feel like we have a bit of a handle on how to manage NIL at this stage, which I like quite a bit. I mean, a lot of people are like, man, I don't want to have to deal with it, and it's complicated. Like, it's really not that complicated, you know? Like, for the most part, at best, you target, like, 3 stars with no NIL. If you don't have that much, try to find the gems. Obviously, 4 and 5 stars, you're going to have to pay out, but be more selective about who you're going for, right? You can't just be like, okay, 5-star, 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 every 4-star, get all of them anymore. Like, it doesn't work that way, which is nice. We get 3-star kicker, George Bliss, at least on a verbal commit. We get the hard commit from 4-star safety, Rayshon Timms, out of Tallahassee. We get the hard commit on Alonzo Ingold. No, okay, he wasn't the one that decommit and then recommit, right? Maybe. I don't remember. But 4-star corner, Alonzo Ingold. We got 4-star DT, Josh Witt. It's so weird getting 4 stars, man. We got so few of them at Purdue. Now we're just getting a ton. It was DJ Sermon who decommit and now has made his intentions clear. He will be a Seminole next year. Very nice. And then Kiki Kukwa is at risk of flipping. We are not letting that happen. No shot. And we are now top 20 again. But yeah, top goal is to beat Florida. We got to get that done. Final game of the regular season. And the outcome was yes, by the way, for the prediction. The school's bad. The only 3 stars. No NIL demands a special and full. Right, but then at the same time, search for the 2 stars, you know? Like, there's always a way. You just got to be willing to put in the work a little bit. And it does feel like quite a few people just don't want to ever put in the work. You know? It's like, hey, I just want to be able to get every 5 and 4-star that we can at every school I want to play as. And it's like, I mean, sure, you should have the ability to do that if you want. But holy shit, would that be the most boring way to play this game, in my opinion. All right, Kukwa. I don't know why. I mean, I guess he's considering a military career. Geeky, the military sucks. Be a football player. Let's go. Tell Army to kick rocks. You got a spot lined up at Florida State, buddy. The verbal on Carmona. We got the verbal on Bliss, so we can go down to 10 points. Just keep tabs. Forrest Kiernan, the punter that we need. We're up to 3rd, or still in 3rd for Mello Pierre, but neither of the 2 schools he's really interested in have done anything, you know? People don't want to put in the work is why some people are mad they can't get a level 100 coach in 10 years without paying. I mean, I will say, they're right to be mad about that, though. Like, if you want to have the access to the fastest tab and get a 100 level coach in 10 seasons, fuck it, you should be allowed to do it. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely a part of it. But again, like, there are some elements of this game where it's like, yeah, have the option. I agree, just saying. Okay. But, you know, it's like, yeah, there should be the option for people to make this mode as easy as they want to be, or as they want it to be. But the default setting needs to be something like this, where it's like, I'm not able to turn Kent State into a playoff team in 4 years, which is what we have done before in previous games. Not a fan of that. Alright, let's see. Pena, nothing special. They fixed the portal from last year. No, that's still an issue. Which, again, is why when people are like, oh my god, the recruiting's so bad. It's like, yeah, it's always been pretty bad since they brought these games back. You know? It hasn't been great since they brought it back. Alright, Glenn Fala. And then what about Everett Pitts, who apparently is better than Samia. He is a gem. Well, sorry to Samia then, buddy. You're the odd man out if you're going to be that way. And we will offer that no NIL scholarship to Everett Pitts. Alright. Right, if I'm going to rebuild a team, I'll work and grind for it, for sure. Only thing we haven't taken a look at is running backs and wideouts. I am definitely worried about certain wideouts leaving. So, do we have anybody that's interested that has no NIL obligations? Quincy Leal, I feel like we looked at that guy. Let's go off of Pipeline then, just because there's so many of these guys. So Diablo, Eastlick, Ranger, any of you guys, as long as you are not a JUCO, with 0 NIL that is in a Pipeline state, because we do not have that many options anymore. I mean, we could go for Clark, who's interested, but again, we're trying to save some NIL for the portal. Gotta be a little bit selective sometimes. And, man, there we go. All right, wow, we just got everybody there. I'm enjoying struggling coaching UMass first season. I'm still 2-3 and not 100%. What I'm doing with recruiting, but making the best of it. All right, it's kind of the fun of it, though, is that first playthrough. It's like, okay, cool, how does this system work? And also, like, man, UMass should be difficult, right? Like, we had 3 bad seasons at Purdue before the recruiting paid off. And it's not as if Purdue's a bottom feeder either. Like, you know, they're the bottom feeder of their conference. But, you know, we had some struggles. We had to scout very wisely. We had to invest in coordinators who are good at recruitment, good at scouting. So, we had a game plan and it worked, but it almost didn't. Okay, actually, shit. I did put more points on Kukwa, didn't I? I did. Okay. Thought I forgot for a second. Final game of this regular season. It's against the Florida Gators. If we win and SMU and Pittsburgh lose, we could still play Clemson in the conference title game. Otherwise, we're going to fall just short thanks to the California Golden Bears. But it has been a good season for us at the very least. But we don't know how many more games we're going to have here at Florida State. This very well could be our only season here. It is going to come down to what offers we might get. Who are they playing? I didn't look, obviously. We could have, but honestly, it almost doesn't matter, right? Like, it would be our luck if they're playing a bad team that they beat them or lose to them. Like, it doesn't really matter. We just got to focus on us and focus on what we can do.
These two are due to lock up once again, and we can't wait to get it started.
Rivalry time against the Gators. And Zach, it was good. I mean, 5 seasons there before we jumped over to this team. So it was very, very tough to leave Purdue, but this isn't the story of Purdue. This is the story of Coach Biff Below. And he wants one of those top spots with a top program. Anyone know the name of the horse? Renegade. The horse is always Renegade, and the rider is always Osceola. It's been a long time tradition for them. Okay. Rivalry time against the Gators. Let's make Tim Tebow cry. And honestly, we're looking okay so far. 27-10. I mean, a no-touching victory here would be great. Oh, baby. Florida State. Gonna win that rivalry game. Let's go. 43-10 over the Gators to bring our regular season to a close with a 10-2 record. Derek Berryman, the running back, player of the game. See you later. Go cry on Timmy's shoulder. Goodbye. Portland Sea Dogs legend. I wish. Oh, man. All right. Not a bad way to end our season at all. 43-10. Outscored them 19-0 in the second half. 412 yards to 253. God, dude, Nick Anzalone is just not the guy. We're still winning with him, but it feels like in spite of him sometimes. 1 touchdown, 2 picks, 311 yards. This was the game where the running finally delivered. Berryman did have a fumble, but 3 touchdowns today. That was probably he and Spain's best game. And then Hautau with the lone receiving touchdown. Blocking-wise, only 1 sack allowed. I'm not sure why Glenn Royer was even in, unless we had the subs in at the end. 2.5 sacks for Govea, 2 for Thaddeus Marcus. A couple guys with a half sack, and then a pick for Wade Isaac. Kicker, 5 of 5. Good job, Eric. Good job. So 10-2 overall, 7-2 in conference. Regular season is in the books. We know we're going to be a bowl game participant. We do not know about a conference championship game. And we don't know if that bowl game will be our last. If this will be a one-and-done season for us with the Seminoles. We get the verbal commit for gem punter Forrest Kiernan. We get the hard commit from Kiki Kukwa, who's the lone reason I kind of want to stay and hope we get the head coaching role here. 4-star linebacker out of Lubbock, Texas, Kiki Kukwa. And we got to fight more for Jose Joseph. There we go. Goal completed for beating Florida. Conference title, though, doesn't look like we're going to make it. Doesn't look like we made it. It'll be SMU and Clemson. We would have been in a 3-team tie had we not lost to Cal. But no conference title game. So we completed 1 goal, failed another. If we win our bowl game, we should complete the 3rd goal at the very least. So, not completely up to the high standard that they gave us for this season, but certainly not bad. I mean, they were kind of middle of the road last year before we got here, so there's no denying that we helped. All right, Mr. Joseph, I don't know why the K-State interest is building, but you need to cut that shit out right now. We got more verbal commits. Honestly, Steven might be someone I could see us having to fight for again in the future. Kiernan, drop you down to 10 points. Pierre, we're still in 3rd. He is desperate for Miami or Tennessee to come a-knocking. And then Ron Zolak is good to go. So we got McBride and Pitts. No progress there yet. Do I watch much college football? I try to watch as much as I can, but I'm not live or die by it because I don't have a favorite team. You know, being from New England, like, the best we have basically is Boston College. You know, for me, being from Maine, like, the University of Maine is not a top-tier program, right? They're a freaking, you know, FCS team. TDK, not yet, but dare I say that's TDB. Or TBD. It's late. I'm tired. I botched that. The answer's no. Not yet. But probably in the future at this rate, right? So yeah, like college football-wise, holy wide receivers. Man, that guy's got 93 speed at 6'4". Holy shit. I often find myself rooting for underdogs, rooting for stories, right? So it's like I was very much on the Indiana bandwagon this past season, but it's like, holy hell, 98 speed. And TDK, thank you very much for the primer. I appreciate it. You're a good sport. Oh, man.
Taste the biscuit.
98 speed for that guy. And I'm still going to turn him down because he's probably normal dev and sucks at everything else. 98 speed on a 3-star. Crazy, isn't it? Telling you. Recruiter's still very powerful this year. 6'5", 87 speed gem. I would rather go for that guy, to be honest. I would. Guy makes fast people look not fast. But, yeah, like I said, there's just, you know, it's... I kind of follow F1 the same way. I root for stories and moments, right? So it's like when Gasly won at Monza, I was all on board rooting for Gasly during that race. Or like even when Esteban Ocon won at Hungary. I'm always rooting for the underdog more than anything. You know, World Cup, very much rooting for underdogs. You know, I was all aboard the Cape Verde hype train. Even pre-tournament, it was like, man, they might be able to surprise. And then they did better than anyone could have expected. We get the hard commit from Jose Joseph. Not bad at all. We get the hard commit from linebacker Tyree Willies. And didn't get locked out for anybody. That's good. And as long as we win this bowl game, we will get that bottom goal. You know, being from England, we have access to all college football stuff, but it's hard to follow one team. That's fair. Our contract has been extended. Okay. I mean, we're not going to sign it. I want to take a look at my options if I'm able after conference championship week. But good to know they're happy with the job that we've done, you know. You can get that 5-star quarterback if you hard sell him. He wasn't in the... He might be now or as recently as last week, but he wasn't in that that window yet. He might be now. But I've been waiting for him to get to that top 5 window. And he hasn't been there. All right. So, Soto's good. Sims, I mean, we have one hell of a recruiting class here. Like, we really flexed the financial muscle. I'm going to put points on Deion Steven because I do feel like Tennessee is really going to push for this guy. So we're going to try to seal the deal. We got Witt, Hitchcock, Sermon, Carmona's fine, Bliss is fine, Kiernan's fine. And yeah, now we can try to sell Melo Pierre. We've known his 3 for a very long time. We just didn't have access to the hard sells yet. Zolak looks good. McBride is in his top 5, but we don't know what to sell him on. So then we added Everett Pitts, Saunders, Dahl, and we want to add 50 to Denson. We'll keep looking at McLean. Dude, we are finding gem wideouts left and right. This is nuts. And they're all 3 stars, too. What about Antonio Tribble? Not a gem. We'll get rid of him. Oscar Prude. 6'5", 87 speed, but we have so many wideouts already, it's crazy. We haven't even looked at running backs yet. There's a ton of them, too. Kevin Toure, no thank you. Quincy Leal, no thank you. And we're out of points there. But yeah, I mean, this could be an absurd class. What I am hoping for is that a certain head coach of ours gets a job elsewhere or retires. That would be the best thing that could happen to us right now. Hello, Endurance. Let's continue to say players take less time to scout. I really do like that a lot. And then we don't have to rely on the coordinator as much. All right. So, our stats at the end of the season, at least. We'll take a look at that. So, obviously, we'll have, like, the Heisman coming up and everything. Nick Anzalone, 3,500 yards, 20 touchdowns, 7 picks. He didn't have any picks midway through the season. I don't like him. I don't like him. He is not a good fit for this team. Rushing-wise, 700 yards for Berryman with 8 touchdowns. Spain, 300 yards with 8 touchdowns. Anzalone added 1 on the ground. Receiving-wise, yeah, Jabari Segal, insane. 900 yards, 63 receptions, 11 touchdowns. He was easily our number 1 in the air. Blocking-wise, O-line disappointed, especially Darasaw at right tackle. Especially Darasaw at right tackle. No bueno. And he didn't even play every game. He only... Actually, I guess technically he did, but he really didn't. Tackle leader, Ben Hyman, Deacon Siegel. Gookie, what's up? I mean, we've done well so far. Man, 14 sacks for Gabea, and he missed a game. Holy shit. Unreal. Stephen Lawson was great. Walter Schiller. Our pass rush was nuts. And we did really well interception-wise, too. And again, we were running the 4-2-5, what, disguise? What the hell's the word for it? I can't even think of what the term is. And our kicker went 35 of 45. Jesus. Jesus, punted 65 times. Whew. All right, goddamn. Well, we'll see how those guys do for the awards. Because, again, if you try to look league-wide at stats, sometimes the mode can kick you back to the menu, so we won't bother. But the big thing here will be the Heisman. Seeing what our bowl game is, what the playoff structure is. Shell, thank you. That was the term. We get the hard commit on Dion Steven. Thank you very much. 4-star out of Daphne, Alabama. We get the hard commit on the 3-star gem fullback, Antonio Carmona. And we're looking good from there. We are looking okay. And then we get that actual extra week. I always forget about that extra week. Oh, let's see. But it does give us an extra practice, so we'll certainly take it. We'll certainly go for it. Does suck that we have a couple of O-line injuries, but what are you going to do, right? All right, so Heisman it is, but the most important thing, no, we didn't make it. We lost 2 games in conference. Got upset by California and lost to Clemson. We get the verbal commit on 3-star center Ron Zolak, Menlo Park, California. We get the hard commit from the kicker, George Bliss. That's sweet Swiss Bliss. And we're okay from there. Might be out of the playoffs, too. Yeah, that's my expectation. Oof, we actually did fail the bottom goal. Still 100% job security, though, so we're fine. No worries there. And here comes the Heisman presentation. Wonder if Gouveia will be in the mix. He might have been had he played all year, honestly. And gotta be honest, I'm gonna snag a couple of popcorners while this is going on. So I'll be here.
Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler. So proud to bring you Heisman Trophy night every year. So many memories come out of this night.
Dude, an Iowa offensive player
have hung out together, got to know each other better. But ultimately, the night's going to belong to one guy. One name will be read here, and one man will have that life-changing moment and forever be known as a Heisman Trophy winner. These are nervous times for these guys. The announcement just moments away. They've gotten to New York City, not by focusing on it, but once you're here, man, they want to win it. And every past winner has told me this is really a nervous time for them. They're this close to the trophy, but will they get a chance to lift it? It's an honor, of course, to be a finalist. All these guys have enjoyed their experience, but ultimately, the night belongs to one man. We're about to find
no Boise State player this year either. Interesting.
Heisman Trophy winner. One more look at this year's Heisman finalist. One of these guys is about to experience a life-changing moment. Okay, we've kept them waiting long enough. All of us want to know who is going to win the trophy for this season.
Of all the players to not be a quarterback, it's a wide receiver from Iowa.
Here we go. This season, the Heisman Memorial Trophy is awarded to senior quarterback out of Oklahoma.
Boomer Sooner. By God, That kid's gone and made himself famous. By God.
And one final congratulations to the newest member of the Heisman Trophy fraternity. This season will forever be known as his Heisman season.
All right, now that was a good use of my time. By God. By God. By God. Hassar, what's going on? How are you? Ezekiel Okorafor. Not bad. But here we go. This is the big moment. What's going to happen here? They're great. We draw San Diego State at the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. Pretty disappointing appearance for a 10-2 team, but it should be a bowl win. For $6, they'll actually say the Heisman winner's name. So I've heard. And Iggy. 62 months from Iggy. Let's go, man. Thank you very much. Our contract at Florida State has been renewed, but that doesn't mean we're staying. Not at all. And we don't even play our bowl game this week. Let's take a look at the award winners around the country. See what we got. The Maxwell goes to Okorafor. The Walter Camp goes to Okorafor. Primarily looking, of course, for our players, maybe some Purdue options. Former Purdue option, Quan Hicks, who went to Boise State, had a pretty good year. Head Coach of the Year, Ryan Day. Wins it once again. Damn. Quarterback of the Year, Okorafor. All right. Best Defensive Player, Lee Dial, also at Oklahoma. Disrespectful to Gavea. Gavea does finish top 8, though, for Defensive Player of the Year. That is won by Lee Dial, however. The Jim Thorpe Award, Best Defensive Back, goes to Arkansas State's Jermaine Lovato. Holy. Good for him, man. Outdueling the duo from Clemson. Wow. Running back of the year, Ahmad Garner at Memphis. Fair enough. Wideout of the year, Stephen Edmond from Toledo. How the hell did Toledo get an 86 overall wideout? That's nuts. Lombardi Award, Best Defensive Lineman, Gavea finishes 6th. Damn. What more did he have to do? Senior Quarterback of the Year, Okorafor. Manu Young finished 7th. We still love you, Manu. We still love you. Also better than the Heisman wideout. Yeah, apparently. I saw that too. Edge Rusher of the Year, Lee Dial. Gavea finished 6th. Interior Lineman of the Year, Jason Hay of Texas Tech. Shout out to Damian Middlebrooks of Purdue, finishing top 6. God, he was a senior this year. Tight end of the year, Khalil Winton of Memphis. Assistant Coach of the Year, Tom Allen at Clemson. I was robbed. Hey! Oh, it was Tony White, defensive coordinator. Fuck you, Tony. Did you see what my offense did this year? Oh, God, I don't get any goddamn respect around here. Linebacker of the Year, the Butkus, goes to Harvey Trapucka at Virginia. Center of the Year, Colorado's Kyle Melton. Middlebrooks finished 2nd. Not bad. The Groza for top kicker was Eric Veal, who missed 10 kicks. Figure that out. Tito Fazande at NDSU, North Dakota. Gets the win there. Punter of the Year, once again, Jamichael Rourke. I think he's a 4-year winner of that award because they just suck and they punt all game. Return Man of the Year, Iowa's Malcolm Merriman over our own Devon Bartram. And the Freshman of the Year goes to Amir Spears at Old Dominion, although Derek Berryman finished 9th. Most Versatile Player goes to Okorafor, the Heisman winner. And the Campbell, again, just never wants to work for academic player. It's really weird. And again, a final look at Purdue. Last we knew, they were 5-5. And they finished the year at 6-6. So not amazing, but not awful. Your college football playoff brackets is top 4, Oklahoma, Arizona State, Georgia, and Ohio State. USC will play Texas A&M, Clemson against Notre Dame, Pittsburgh against SMU. Dude, 3 teams from the ACC made it, and we weren't one of them. Holy shit. Memphis plays Colorado. That loss to California cost us this season. That's crazy. That's crazy. Tough loss, too. Well, before we talk about what the future might bring, let's make sure we focus on the now. And having this team be ready for what is to come with our Sun Bowl appearance. Let's see, staff moves could go a long way in determining what's happening. Arkansas head coach Jake Dickert goes to the NFL. Mike Shanahan is out at Florida. Dabo Swinney is out at Iowa. Could we land with one of those 2 programs? Dave Aranda gone from Wake Forest. The Arizona job is out as is open as Bill O'Brien is retiring. Stanford job is open. Virginia. Wow. North Dakota State. Okay. All Aranda does is get fired. So the biggest jobs that are available, Arkansas, Florida, Iowa, right? It's gotta be. Offensive coordinator. Illinois lost their OC. So did Air Force. USC has lost defensive coordinator Todd Orlando. That might be our pitch. Is to USC as their defensive coordinator. That might just be the pitch here. Let's take a look. Offers as a head coach. Virginia, Kentucky, Stanford, Wake Forest. Iowa is an outside shot. As is Arkansas and Florida. Ah, man. I mean, man, there is some temptation to always just take, like, the worst offer possible and try to build somebody up, too. But we're not going to do that in this run at this point. If we were to go anywhere, it would be Iowa, Arkansas, or Florida to try and turn Florida around. But I don't think we'd go to Virginia as a 2-star. Although I don't remember what they start as. I think I can find, let's see, the CFB 27 ratings database. If we do team ratings, Florida State to Florida is criminal. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Let's see. I mean, Virginia starts off as an 82, but I cannot see. Maybe College Football GG has it. They do. Let's see. Virginia starts off as a 3-star. Kentucky, I believe, is the same. Yeah, Kentucky starts off as a 3-star as well. What does Iowa start off as? A 3.5. Arkansas is a 3. Florida's a 4. We are officially going to apply to be the head coach of the Iowa Hawkeyes, the head coach of the Florida Gators. You could even argue Arkansas or Virginia, who were 3 stars. I mean, granted, we left Purdue as a 3-star, but Purdue also starts off... Purdue starts off as a 2-star. Yeah, I mean, Kentucky, Virginia, Arkansas, they all start off as 3-star programs. Arkansas is still there. Offensive coordinator. We're not going to Illinois. It's a step down from where we're at. But the USC defensive coordinator job is there, and there's a real chance we could get it. And that would certainly be a step up to go from FSU OC to Trojans DC. We will express interest in that job as well. So, Iowa, Florida, or defensive coordinator at USC. I don't think there's much of a purpose in applying for Arkansas, right? When we'd rather go for Florida at the same rating. And then 2 stars, I'm good. So it'll either be another year at Florida State, Iowa head coach, Florida head coach, USC defensive coordinator. We'll find out. We will find out. But yeah, I wanted to go for a program that is at least, 3.5 star, bare minimum. So, we'll see. Let's find out if we have ourselves a new job next year and if we are one and done at FSU. Are we one and done here or not? We are the new defensive coordinator for the USC Trojans. 1 season as offensive coordinator at Florida State, and then we make the jump to the USC Trojans as a defensive coordinator. Holy. Holy, 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 holy. I wasn't expecting that to go through. Coordinator musical chairs, yeah. So we have 1 game left with the Seminoles. But then we are heading to California. Oh my God, the Auburn job. Hold on. Hold on. The Auburn job is open. The head coaching role at Auburn is open as Coach Matt Campbell was poached. We are going to apply for this job with Auburn, who start off as a 3.5 star program. If they accept it, then cool. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't. You're right. I can't do more than 1. Fuck. All right. So USC it is, at least for a year. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, needless to say, I fucking put my stamp on the Florida Seminoles. I really wish the head coach would have left so that we would have been in line to take over, but it didn't happen. But I would really hope that a good season at USC as their defensive coordinator would set us up for a top-tier head coaching role, you know? Yeah, Matt Campbell was the guy that got the Iowa job, and Pete Lembo, head coach of Buffalo, gets the job at Florida. I feel disrespected. But, and Pete Aranda's heading to Mississippi State. I really do feel like we're getting disrespected still. Yeah, I mean, Florida State is stacked at this point. It's the pipeline? Oh, it is what it is then, isn't it? So here we go. It is our final game with Florida State. Hell of a team to coach for the year. We set them up really, really well. This should be a dominant win over the 60 overall Aztecs. I mean, this should just be an obliteration, but at least it'll be another bowl victory to our credit. Only $100 to upgrade your coach to max level because you're greedy fuck. So I've heard. So I've heard. This better be a no touching. I would like to think so. But this is it. Who knows? Maybe we'll get the chance to come back to FSU as the head coach. But now you got to pick a defensive scheme. I mean, we can base it off of what we're inheriting, you know? When they factor in pipeline scheme, alma mater heaviest for head coach's pipeline. Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, shit, we might be handing FSU a 5-star quarterback, for God's sakes. But that's why we do what we do. We play it up, and we play it as if we're going to be there long-term, even if we're not. And indeed, we are just going to beat the brakes off of San Diego State. So, certainly a great season for us with the Seminoles. But we are heading to Southern California. An 11-2 season as offensive coordinator at Florida State ends with a Sun Bowl victory. And our tenure here comes to a close. But again, like, what we have set up is, like, crazy for Florida State. And we'll certainly be keeping an eye out to see if that head coaching role becomes available down the road, because I would really like to stay here. God, yeah. Whose stadium were you in? The Sun Bowl is in El Paso. So, how long I'll be live for? Another couple hours probably. I think they're doing server maintenance at 6. So, oh man, good season for us. But it's one and done at FSU. That's crazy. Like I said, I was really, really hoping that the head coach would move on after a strong season and we'd get to take over, but it didn't work out that way. But like I said, we did our job. Recruiting-wise, we set this team up. Granted, I mean, they were already set up to begin with, but like even the 3-star gems that we brought in for them was crazy. Oh my God! Ohio State did not make the final. They lost to Texas A&M, who lost to Oklahoma. It'll be Sooners and Bulldogs for the national championship. For just the second time in this run, Ohio State will not be national champions. Damn. Damn. You can re-recruit those players in the portal. It's true. I mean, with USC, I mean, obviously, we're a financial powerhouse in our position. It's going to be weird, though, to not be able to focus on any offensive players, right? All right, those are their goals for this past season. Obviously, we're not worried about those. Your national champions in 2032, the Oklahoma Sooners. After losing twice in the final in the last 5 years, the Sooners get it done, beating Georgia to go undefeated with the Heisman winner, 16-0. Damn. All right, well, it is official. We are now with the USC Trojans, who had a bit of a down year by their standard. Crazy that we've made this move, but it's happened. Unfortunately, I was working on our offensive scouting, and now we need the defensive scouting. But let's take a look, I mean, at what we're inheriting. I mean, the problem is we don't get to control the NIL in terms of managing the roster. So do you only call defense? Yes. So yeah, I can't edit any of the important stuff, which I wish I could. But the team right now, as it stands, that we are joining is a 94 overall. The quarterback, Emmett Boyce, is only a sophomore. Star dev for him. They have an elite dev freshman, Ofisa Lavau. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, they're not going to need my help offensively. They got a sophomore running back, Jamie Bowe, who's not that good. Okay, they are kind of missing a top running back. The wideouts, yeah, elite dev Callaway, but he's a senior. Not too many seniors on the offensive side of things. They have 3 elite dev freshman wideouts. Holy shit. So the offense is stacked. No seniors at tight end. They're not that good, though. No seniors on the O-line. Another young star dev there. Senior left guards on the way out, but there's a couple of good young players there to replace him. There's a senior center that's gone. I hope this dude, Jason Otis, stays. Elite Dev Jr. Yeah, I mean, this team is stacked, right? Absolutely stacked. But the primary question is, what's that defense going to look like? Edge rusher, Jordan Wisnowski. Hello. No seniors there. And Elite Dev Ezekiel Sharp. Yes, sir. Right side, we are losing senior Josh Martino, but still some good players in the pipeline behind him. Defensive tackle, no seniors, elite defensive tackle, Randy Heath. Please keep him. Please keep him. I beg of you. And an elite dev freshman, Garrison Freeland. Oh my god. In 2 years, we went from Purdue to this. A couple of elite dev linebackers, Orlando Bean and Quincy Wenque. Middle linebackers, senior Kiki Jeezy. Or Gizzy. I prefer Jeezy. Star dev Antoine Johnson. Another senior. Okay, so they're losing some linebackers, but obviously the depth is nuts. Senior corner is out, but they have a star dev, Philip Ogundeji. Man. And then safeties, couple seniors in the mix. But star dev Teron Wayne ready to step up. And no seniors at strong safety, but there is a good young star dev, Edward Pitts. Knocking it, man, star dev kicker, impact dev punter. Obviously, they're absolutely stacked. It's just a matter of who we're going to lose. I have no control over that whatsoever. But they are set up so well for the future here. It's crazy. So we should be able to run with them for this next season. And then really hope, really hope that we can parlay that into a strong head coaching position. Funny that we got named as defensive coordinator for a school named after a con. All right, let's take a look. We have 2 persuasions. Quarterback Emmett Boyce is looking to leave. Wideout Charles Davey is looking to go pro. Is going to go pro. While Callaway graduates. First round projected pick. Left guard Tobias Tassini graduates. 6th round projection. Center Jason Otis is leaving, while Alpha Kong, son of Asha. I will check Purdue as well, yeah. He graduates. Right guard Josh Gano is looking to leave. Right tackle Cam Michaels is looking to leave. That sucks. He's elite dev. While Amir Averill graduates. Edge rusher Jordan Wisnowski looking to leave. Defensive tackle Randy Heath is going pro. 1st round projection. And on the other edge, Jamal Lahan and Eric Bias looking to leave. Reds, I wish. Defensive coordinator. Josh Martino goes pro. Ahmad Pippin graduates. Kiki Jeezy is gone. 1st round pick, though. All right. And Teron Wayne also looking to leave. So there's a couple of good players who are leaving. In terms of retention, we can try to keep the quarterback, Emmett Boyce, who leaves. That is a rough player to see walk out the door. And the other guy is Jamal Lahan as an edge rusher. And he leaves too. Okay, that is not good. That is a rough hand to be dealt. As we first get here, I almost left. Holy. Did they fire the DC 2 years in a row? Yes, they did. So I am not lined up for success here. For Purdue, let's take a look. Greg Stevens and Aikman are leaving. Manu Young, projected first-round pick. Let's go, Manu. Let's go. Top Hat, I know. I need to watch it. Villarreal graduates. Kevin Savage is looking to leave. Bunch of wideouts looking to leave. Most of these guys, they weren't even ours, really. Jocelyn was. Brad Coker leaving. Is anybody else going pro? Noah Durbin's gone. Dante Weeks. Dante Ankara's gone. Damian Middlebrooks looking to go pro. Projected 6th rounder. So, I mean, we definitely set them up to have certain guys go pro. Jimmy Fink graduated. So, I mean, we did what we could for Purdue. Dexter McCann, projected 2nd round pick. We did what we could for him. It's up to them now. But yeah, USC, we actually have a bit of a challenge here, honestly. We got a little bit of a challenge here if we want to make sure this team stays competitive. So, OSU's been running this dynasty. Dude, they've been insane. They spend the most money every single year. It's nuts. So we got a nice little level up and some more coins. Again, we don't got to worry about those goals right now. So draft results. Maybe the head coach gets fired. Yeah, maybe. 3 first-round picks, 3 second-rounders, bunch of dudes later on. Obviously, the Trojans are insane in terms of graduating players up. Manu Young did go in the 1st round. Good job, Manu. They've gotten an additional $5K NIL just from winning the Natty so many times. Yeah. Okay, so if we take a look at our roster here, what can we control? So quarterbacks, Boyce is looking to leave, but we don't know yet. Fuck. I don't remember the full list of names then. It's not really going to be too helpful. We'll just have to do what we can. Let's get the best players we possibly can and hope for the best. So taking a look at their board so far. 4-star Khalil Levine. 4-star Trevor Utrecht. Kasim Hancock, a 5-star athlete. 4-star quarterback Tony Fountain. And 4-star right tackle Tony Yeboah. They are in first for 4-star tackle TJ Holiday. So we'll definitely go all in for that guy to make sure they get him after all, that we get him after all. Let's be honest, he would be playing with us now, so. 4-star back Dakota Kuti, Carden, Cheeks, Ika, Hasty, oh my god. 4 stars out the ass. Free safety Brian DeMarco, who they're battling Oregon with. Or for, battling with Oregon for. Also, they have 31 targets on the board. I don't think we're taking away players like we did for FSU. Treggs, Beach. They're in first for Trevor Hurley. They have already secured a ton of these players. We don't have much to do here except finish what they started. And we can do that. And look at how much time we still have left. There's so many 4 stars. A 3-star, more 4 stars, another 4-star. Like I said, I was hoping to get the head coaching role at Florida State, but getting that USC defensive coordinator spot, I'm not complaining. Like, obviously, this team is just so unbelievably stacked. Moki, yeah, we will be moving players around for sure. Nick Henderson we're in first for. Christ, man, how many 4 stars did they get? Look at how much fucking money they still have. We're going to be able to compete for anybody in the portal. Anybody that's interested in coming here, we can get. And hopefully, again, this gets us a big-time head coaching role. I was going to suggest sniping those 3 stars. Yeah, no need. Any job offers worth the shit. We applied for the head coaching job at Iowa and with the Florida Gators. But USC hired us as defensive coordinator. And we weren't going to turn down that job. We were not going to turn that down, to say the least. So, I mean, again, like, I was really hoping to get a head coaching role for next season, but... Alright, they got locked out for Hakeem and Malumba, and then they're second for Romeo Redmond. Hard sell, not yet. We'll just send, and then schedule him for a visit on Conference Prestige. Alright, we have 6 spots left. Yeah, Razor, thank you for beating me to the punch there. So, are there any 5 stars left? No, except for Hancock, who we're already in for. Are there any 4 stars left? Yes. Now, again, offensively, I can only go after players who are interested in us because I'm not the OC or head coach. Defense, I have full control. There are quite a few 4 stars here we might still be able to go for. Yeah, honestly. Including, well, this guy, Dylan Johnson, who might end up in Miami. And then there's KC Cage as well. But no defensive prospects outside of that, those 2 corners, I should say. So out of the portal, are there any 5 stars that are interested in us? Yes. Quarterback Demarius Bohannon and wideout Marshall Sheridor. But also, because I'm the DC, we could go after Dennis Lieber as well. We'd be stupid not to prioritize these 3, right? I mean, we gotta go for those 3. I mean, that's nuts. They're all freshmen as well. And you can see the amount of NIL we have. It's ridiculous. So, Demarius Bohannon. Scholarship to you. Max interest. And immediate 50 points. The wideout, Marshall Sheridor. You can, like, triple their asking price and not even feel it. Like, man, going from Purdue 2 seasons ago to this is absurd. Absolutely absurd. It feels like I put in cheat codes. So we have 3 spots left to target a couple of 4 stars. Again, there are guys that are interested here. Only one guy has us in his top 3, and that's Dylan Johnson, but he's got a great offer from Miami right now. So we'll look in the portal. I'm not even going to worry about positional needs. We'll make it work. Who's interested in us from the portal? Everybody. Everybody. Jesus. Anybody that has us top 3. Josh Gano, who was looking to leave us. Wideout from Oregon State, Tyrone Hamrick. Jamal Lahan, also on our team. This guy, Afa Raji, a quarterback, has us in first. Emilio Hernandez, a quarterback, has us in second. Okay. Is that quarterback transferring away from us uninterested? I think he's a 5-star, and I do think he's disinterested in coming back. Where the hell is he? There's no way he's a 3-star. Right? Huh. Oh, did he go in the draft? I thought he transferred out. Okay, my bad. My bad. All right, so 4 stars. Who's the most interested in us out of the portal? Because money is no obstacle at this point. We got quarterback Raji, right guard Gano, who is a junior, but still it'd be nice to keep him. Another quarterback in Emilio Hernandez, and then in third Hamrick or Jamal Lahan. Any FSU we can target? Not at the top, apparently. Yeah, we want to go with the guys we're most likely to get at this point. So let's add Raji as a freshman. Let's add Gano. And let's add Hernandez and see if I'm allowed to get both quarterbacks. Even though we're the defensive coordinator. Nobody's mad about those additions to the board. I can't believe how stacked this team is, man. Seriously, we went from 3-star gem hunting at Purdue to this. So we'll just throw the money off of Raji's way. 50 points. We will throw the money Josh Gano's way. Not even that much. 50 points. And we will throw the scholarship Emilio Hernandez's way. And 50 points. And that's all we can do. We have 795 points left in ours, and there's nothing I can do with it except maybe scout. Honestly, I mean, if we do find gems, that benefits us, right? So we might as well just scout these guys. That dude's got 92 throw power and gold dot. Josh Gano. So obviously a really good offensive lineman. Afa Raji. 89 throw power, mobile resistance, 90 speed. Jesus. I don't think you need that many quarterbacks. Ah, what's 4 quarterbacks to the board, though? Especially when Tony Fountain is star dev. You're not wrong. We should take these 2 out. You're not wrong. Especially when we're still fighting for the other 5-star Bohannon. You're not wrong. And the funny thing is, we got more than enough points to waste anyway. Lulu!
I'm just trying to walk through this fucking grass.
Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. So 4 stars that have interest in us on the normal prospect list. Johnson, again, was probably out of reach. Kessler, quarterback, wide receiver, Casey Cage. All right, so if we don't go for the portal, it would be Casey Cage, who has us 4th in interest. If we do go for the portal, it would be Hamrick and Lahan, which is probably better. Let's do that. Let's do that, and we'll make it work from there. All the way back to the bottom, please. Oh, now Sheridor is mad if we go after Hamrick. Not happening since he's a 5-star. Okay, see, this was the nonsense I didn't really want to get into, but here we are. So no wideouts allowed. Mr. Lahan, let's just offer you, because, hey, it's not my money. I'm just a coordinator. All right, so we're not allowed to go after wideouts, so who is a 4-star that has us in their top 4? No quarterback, no wideout, no wideouts. Another edge rusher or linebacker or right tackle. Let's go for the edge rusher, man, right? DT. We're defensive coordinator. Give me the edge rusher. Is anybody mad about that? Anybody mad about that? Good. Nobody's mad about that. Tony Sambrello. We want you. Okay. And then from there, does anybody need scouting? Because I have a bunch of points to waste. Can't scout, dude. Man, fucking Hancock was elite. Let's just look at TJ Holiday. Anybody else we can just use these points on because there's nothing left to do. Ryan DeMarco. Show me Trevor Hurley. Yeah, dude, like, to go from Purdue to this is crazy. I want that head coaching job somewhere. I mean, I would have taken the Florida Gators job. I would have gone for FSU easily, you know? It's just, we didn't get those offers. Iowa would have been fun. But yeah, from NIU offensive coordinator to USC defensive coordinator in like 7 or 8 seasons. Quite the journey. Quite the journey indeed. All right, let's go to the next week, see how we're looking. And obviously, we'll have a lot of roster reorganizing to do with this team. But, you know, again, right, it's that idea. If we have a great season, maybe the head coach goes pro. If we have a bad season, maybe the coach gets fired. You know? Dennis Lieber locked us out, one of the 5 stars. That's fine. Master Motivator has been unlocked. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Very happy to see that. Unlock requirement 60 points. The funny thing is, I mean, quarterback's less likely to transfer in the XP gains are the big ones. Oh no, a 5-star locked us out. What will we do, right? I do want the less time to scout options on players still. I mean, we're an A+ prestige coordinator. How did I not get this great head coaching offer? Seriously. That's crazy. It must, to Moki's point, it has to just be the pipeline. But that's still wild to me. TJ Holiday turned out to be a bust. 4-star right tackle, but he's a bust. Should we take him out? He's probably going to have normal dev. I feel like maybe we should take that guy out. Brian DeMarco, also a 4-star bust. Should we take out the busts and just look for portal pickups? Since we know those guys might not be great. He plays on offense, not your problem. Not my problem now, but could be my problem in the future if we ever get to take over this program. You know? Man, we ended up with so many people. It's 21 people confirmed already. Maybe reduce NIL, see if you can get them cheap. So yeah, Brian DeMarco is apparently a bust. I mean, he's good, but he's probably normal dev, but man, those coverages. He's at least a good athlete. We're pretty, not quite guaranteed to get him either. Oregon's right there. Holiday's a bust. Any others? It's just those 2. Let's get rid of them. Let's get rid of them. We'll aim for higher up. So Trevor Hurley, we're good. Fatele Tuipolatu, we're good. Nick Henderson, we got the verbal commit so we can save some points. Why would I do that? Fuck it. Keep him on 50. Who cares? Sitting here being like, yeah, we can save points. Fucking 1,100 left to spend. Brian Kennedy, we're fine. Kashama, we're good. Redmond. We can better optimize Redmond here. Man, this really is playing on easy mode. Why is Ohio State so easy to build up? Boy, I wonder. And they have more money than fucking USC does. The 5-star Bohannon has a big offer from Michigan. So we are going to have to really fight for that guy. Let's see. It's always the last one that you check. We'll schedule you for a visit next week on brand exposure. What's the record for FSU? 11-2 because we won a bowl game. Marshall Sherador. We can also optimize for you. Hey, we're going to save money. Also, I found 9 million hours in the couch cushions. Oh, my God. Just going from the start with Purdue to this, it really puts it into a different perspective. Let's see. Gano, we have the sell for you as well. Coach connection. I mean, you'll have no connection with me because I'm the DC, but we still want you here anyway, buddy. We all want you here. Let's see. Jamal Lahan, very much leaning towards returning for his junior year. It's fine. We understand. You know, you just dip your toe into the portal, see what's up. But come back. I really want you on my defense this upcoming season, please. Please come back. And then Tony Sembrello, we might not be able to get, but we'll still try. We are not the head coach, no. We went from NIU offensive coordinator. Purdue head coach. Florida State offensive coordinator. And now USC defensive coordinator. We have had a hell of a journey. All right, we got 3 target spots left. Let's go see who we can find. We are not allowed to target another wide receiver without pissing somebody off. So if we go back to 4 stars, anybody that has us in their top 5, DeMarco was a bust. Holiday was a bust. Dylan Johnson is likely... Ooh, Miami took away their offer. We'll go for him. Casey Cage, we're not allowed to go for. John Kessler at quarterback. We really don't need another quarterback unless we lose somebody. And then there's an athlete, Lamar Bakhtiari, who probably will be considered a wideout. So, did anyone offer you a head coaching position? Virginia did. Like, there were a couple of teams, Kentucky, but they just weren't the job offers I was hoping for, unfortunately. So let's see here. 4 stars in the portal. We don't need the quarterback. We can't get the wideouts. Can't get the wideouts. Edge rusher, Jamichael Ricks, former Purdue Boilermaker, who apparently left for Fresno State. We also have corner Elijah Curtin. And that's that. So let's take a look at Dylan Johnson, the running back. He is a bust. Goodbye, Dylan Johnson. We're good. What about Jamichael Ricks? Shouldn't be a bust.
I'm just trying to
That's
walk
a
through this
goddamn
fucking
Tyrone. Outstanding name. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in.
grass.
Welcome in. Get that guy on 50. And then Elijah Curtin. Not a bust. We'll go for him. And just immediately splash the cash because we are fucking rich. I am so not used to this. Alright, we got 1 spot left. So we'll go back to the prospect list proper. And we'll double check interest again. And go all the way down. So again, we can't go for the wideout or the quarterback. We can't go for Bakhtiari. Another athlete, Sledge. He's a wideout. Wideout. Couple of corners. James Sepulveda or Tim Tuitele. Those are the last 2. I'm leaning towards Sepulveda because he could also play safety. Easy. We were at FSU for 1 season. 11-2 with a Sun Bowl win. But then USC said, oh, defensive coordinator? Sure. And I signed that contract as quickly as I could. As quickly as I could. The thing is, too, we set up Florida State so well for success. It's what we do. We might not be at a team long, but... 4-star Trevor Hurley. Verbal commit. 4-star middle linebacker Faitele Tuipolatu. Verbal commits. Verbal commit Brian Kennedy. 4-star wideout. Hard commit right guard Josh Gano. Hard commit 4-star edge Jamal Lahan returns to the Trojans. Hard commit 4-star tackle Nick Henderson. Continue. And we didn't get locked out for anybody either. Good. We're in a recruiting battle for somebody, though. I mean, we are certainly looking for the top class in the country. I mean, I inherited an already absolutely ridiculous class. Well, let's take advantage of it. Jamichael Ricks will get you scheduled for next week. Man, imagine being recruited by Purdue and ending your senior season at USC. That's what that guy's facing right now. And that is the fastest week of off-season recruiting I've ever had. Just immediately done. Hard commit for Brian Kennedy. Hard commit for 5-star transfer quarterback Demarius Bohannon. That is technically the first 5-star we've ever recruited, I believe. Hard commit 5-star wideout out of the portal, Marshall Sheridor. Okay, coach, we're going to have a great year, and then you're going to go to the NFL, and then I get to take over the Trojans. That's what's going to happen, okay? We missed out on Sambrelo, that's fine. You're going to win a national title this year. Then you're going to leave, and then this is my team. All right? That's the plan. No ifs, ands, or buts. That is what's happening. You get here, and then you fucking leave. And get out of my goddamn way. That is what's going to happen. All right? It's USC. They'll find a way to finish 9-3. You're not wrong, but don't ruin my dreams. Tim Tuitele will be the last guy that we go after here, as long as he's not a bust, and he's not. All right, Timmy. We're going to give you money. It's not my money we're burning. And we still have so much left over, it's fucking ridiculous. Sepulveda. Yeah, I guess we'll just check visits. And it's only Sepulveda. We'll get this week on playing style. Let's see what happens with this first recruitment class for the Trojans. I mean, we inherited a lot of it, but we did manage to add 2 5-star portal pickups, which is nuts. We got 4-star wideout Trevor Hurley. We get 4-star linebacker Fatele Tuipalatu. We get 4-star edge rusher. Welcome back, Jamichael Ricks. Reunited, and I can't fucking sing. 4-star corner, Elijah Curtin. 4-star edge, Elijah Kashama. 4-star linebacker, Romeo Edmond. 4-star corner, James Sepulveda. 4-star corner, Tim Tuitele. Insane. Insane, dude, what we're dealing with now. Kashama was firm. We definitely had a Kashama at one point. So, National Signing Day. We jump to USC, who just had the 4th best class in the country, only behind Michigan, Texas, and Ohio State. Texas managed to have a better class despite spending more money. Oregon spent the most money to finish 6th. Now, question. Florida State, Purdue. Where did they end up? Is my question. Florida State, number 15, with under 1,000 NIL spent. I'll miss out on Kiki Kukwa, but that's okay. We gave them a really good class. But what about Purdue? How did they perform on their own? Oh, no. Okay, 46. It's a drop-off. A bunch of 3-stars. Okay, I mean, they didn't immediately plummet, but they did not bring in a single 4-star, but 21 3-stars, 11 2-stars. We'll have to keep an eye out on them. We'll have to keep looking. But I hope they did okay. In terms of our board, let's look at this fucking nonsense, shall we? 5-star athlete, Kasim Hancock, elite dev. Tony Fountain, star dev. And Demarius Bohannon, only impact dev is a 5-star, but he's going to be really good. 46, they were still Purdue and not Purdue. There you go. More NIL spent than anyone around him. That's fair, actually. That's fair. No 4-star and only spending 200 less than Florida State isn't great. I agree with that, too, though. Running back, 4-star Dakota Kuti and Eric Hepburn, impact dev. Okay. Khalil Levine, normal. Impact dev for James Minor. Elite dev for Trevor Hurley, the 4-star. Star dev for Brian Kennedy. And impact for Marshall Sheridor. God, I wish we were the OC. And then impact dev tight end Freddie Ames. Can we arrange an accident for the head coach? I hope so. Tony Aboa, impact dev. Star dev for Tyrone Thrasher. Star dev for Nick Henderson, who's also an athlete. Jesus Christ. Impact dev for Josh Gano. Normal for Leonard Maldine. I don't know why they brought in a random 3-star. I mean, he's from their backyard, but... Normal dev for Nick Hasty. Normal dev Elijah Kashama. Impact for Jamal Lahan. Impact for Jamichael Ricks. Impact Emmanuel Cheeks. Normal for Timotei Ika. Impact for Tyler Fernandez. Elite dev Taekwon Aurora. And normal dev Romeo Edmond. Vitelli Tuipolatu. Impact dev. Normal for Richard McClover. Holy corners. Star dev Trevor Utecht. Impact Darren Treggs. Star dev Josh Beach. Elite dev Anthony Veal. Star dev Elijah Curtin. Normal for James Sepulveda. Normal for Tim Tuitele. Normal for Braden Carden. Just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This better be a one-and-done season at USC, and we better get a great coaching gig because this team should be bonkers. Just absolutely insane. Let's see what we're dealing with here. In terms of throw power. So quarterback options. Andrade, Lauvau, Bohannon, Hancock, and Turner. As well as Fountain. So we'll check out Hancock as a quarterback. You know he's ready to redshirt all these guys. 100%. 100%. And then tackling, as always. Do we have any defensive players or athletes who cannot tackle? Defensive players or athletes who cannot tackle. So far the answer is no. Okay. Okay. Now, do we have any offensive players or athletes? Can't wait to get a standing ovation when we play at Purdue this year. Oh my God, you're right. We probably will host Purdue. Do we have any offensive players? So Hancock at quarterback could be a defensive player. Probably a corner or a safety. Any other offensive players or athletes that can play defense? Nick Henderson. We'll move him over later. So primarily it's just offensive players. Left tackle, Broderick Russ could move over. Right tackle, Lane Kinder could move over. Obviously the athletes will know at this point can move. Anybody else that's an offensive player? Like previous athletes. Running back, Miguel Valles. We could pay the train to run our head coach. Yeah, that's our plan. Is we're gonna get the guy driving the train to murder the head coach of USC so I can take over. What a plan. I like it. Alright, so Kashama. Major edge rusher. Lurch, you did miss the whole season. 11-2. We had a good stint. And then Nick Henderson, let's put a DT. So yeah, we got a couple of guys who could be on the offensive side of things, if need be. Well, let's take a look at what we have. Gotta catch the VOD. Yeah, but USC offered us their DC role, and we said thank you very much. There's no way we were turning it down. Kicker and punter. I mean, that guy has coffin corner. Does Eldrin Camp have access to coffin corner? He doesn't. So we're going to swap the kicker and the punter. So Eldrin Camp, make you the kicker. And the kicker Timms, since he has coffin corner, needs to become the punter. Pretty accurate. He's 1 point better at punter as it is. At safety, Reggie King, I want to test you out as a corner, where you're 1 point better anyway. Angelo Kern is good where he is. I want to test out Steven Johnson at corner, where he's 1 point better. And Eddie Pitts. Let's test you out at corner. We'll see what our safeties look like as well at the end of this. And then Carden is good, but DeMarco Wick, let's test you out at corner. So then the corners. Definitely some lighter dudes. James Sepulveda. Let's put you at safety. He's got a bit more beef to him. Bit more beef. Mr. Treggs. Let's put you at safety for the beef. Anybody else? Terrence Camper. Beef. We need some beefy safeties. Joshua Beach. More like Joshua Beef. We want some heavy hitting safeties. That's a lot of potential corners. Holy shit. Linebackers. Yeboah, 236. I want to see what you look like as an edge rusher, my man. Apparently he'd be a beast of a safety, too. Duke Nukem. I want to see what you look like at edge rusher, too. Jesus. I got some beefy linebackers here. Jaden Levchik. Good where he is. So is Edmund and Fernandez. In the middle, Longoria is fine. Fine. And Beef. Tui Palatu. Let's put you on the edge where you are 4 points better. Good lord. And on the other side, Boyce is fine. Ojeda. Not going to believe it. Straight to edge rusher. Mr. Bean is fine. Is fine. And then Aquenu. Let's move you guys, or at least this guy, over to safety. Defensive tackle. Speaking of beef. Good lord. Edge rusher. Edge rusher. Everyone's looking pretty good there. Except for this guy, Adrian. Let's move you over to linebacker. Got a little bit more mobility than the others. So, I mean, absolutely stacked at edge rusher. Ton of defensive tackles. Some decent depth at linebacker. We're going to need some development. Quite a few corners, quite a few safeties. I don't think we're going to have to... good luck if you do today's Reigns app. Ooh. Don't challenge me like that. So, I mean, Hancock would be a corner or a safety. We're fine. Russ at left tackle. Yeah, it'd just be another defensive tackle. What about Bios as a running back? He'd be a linebacker. So if we want an extra linebacker in Valos or Vios, we could have that. Honestly, I mean, it wouldn't hurt because the running back position is pretty stacked. You know what, Miguel? We are going to move you over to linebacker here. And the others can stay, because, again, it was Kinder at left tackle. No, it was Russ at left tackle. He'd be a DT. And then Kinder would also be a DT, so we should be fine. All right, hold on. Let me check this. All right, here we go. And enter for Reigns.app. Hello. Didn't work the way I wanted to. Bang. All right. Show to show. I'm so sorry. NXT. Ooh. My initial thought is Rusev. Not Rusev. Okay. Oh, it was NXT tag title. Never mind. Then future Intercontinental Champion, eventual TNT Champion. Neville. Or Pac. No. Fuck. Okay, I'm just throwing guesses out there. NXT Tag Champ, IC Champion, eventual TNT Champion. It's tough to keep track of the TNT champions at this point. Not Cody Rhodes, not Scorpio Sky, not Rusev, not Darby Allin. And their most recent title was the TNT title. Fuck. Former WWE Intercontinental Champion, 2-time SmackDown Tag Champion. Fuck. That is a tough one, actually. Other former WWE talent to end up. Oh my god, it's Brody Lee. Right you were, Hulk, when you said it's very obvious when you get it. Right you were. It was, yeah, damn. Kind of mad that took me 3 guesses. Oh well. Ah, shit, yeah, for a second I was like, wait a minute, his last title was this title, and now I'm like, oh, because, yeah, his last title was this title. It's depressing. That is depressing. Alright, Gano, let's also move you over to center. Maybe an argument I shouldn't be allowed to move these guys around, but it is what it is. Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun. Center. 6'5" Zach Waller. I initially spent the arrow thinking to go the other way. Guys who went back to WWE. Right. Yeah, I mean, that's why my first thought, right, was Rusev. Because it's like, oh, okay, it's probably just someone that went back. Nope. Well, it was not. But also, like, once I thought about it, I'm like, oh, fucking SmackDown tag titles. Fucking Bludgeon Brothers or whatever the fuck. Like, yeah, I mean, you were right. Once you really think of it, you're like, ah, yes, shit, that is pretty obvious. If you are in the know. Alright, let's see. Who else can we move? Holy shit, this team's loaded. It's insane. I don't even have to ask why you left. Yeah, no kidding, right? It's pretty obvious why we jumped. But, unfortunately, we're still not the head coach. But, if we can murder the head coach, then we can at least become the interim head coach. So now we just gotta figure out the best way to murder the head coach. So, if you... Right now, the top scheme is to visit Purdue and have the guy run over him in the train. Was this always going to be just a Purdue grind? No. It was always designed for us to jump around. Problem is, I can't schedule games against Purdue because they're a conference opponent, so it either happens or it doesn't. Alright, move Azer over to left guard. And then Broderick Rust to center. You can also stick around to rack up college football wins, top classes. And yeah, exactly, right? Like, if we stick around here, we develop more to hopefully eventually get that job. Alright, let's see. Any other people with, like, sub-70 speed? No. So at tight end, I want to probably consider... you know what? Martinez and Ty Crook will just leave there because they're fucking huge. So, are there any running backs who can catch the football? Yes, quite a few of them. Jamie Bowe. Let's check you out at wideout. You need more points in recruiter and you can get talent developer. Yeah. Alex Obi. Let's check you out at wideout since you can catch. And then I think the last one is Eric. Don't call him Audrey Hepburn. Biff back against the big bad boys at FSU. Yeah, right? Probably public enemy number 1 there. Although we did try to get a job at the Florida Gators. That would have really made me public enemy number 1. Chris Johnson, 24 months.
Jeez.
Outrageous. Thank you very much, good sir. How is your face? Alright, so do we have anybody here? Like Lloyd Lindsay, do we want to leave him as a wideout or move him? Is kind of the question. You know, the undersized guys, if we just put them at running back, right? Because right now there's like 2 running backs there. I think we put the undersized guys at running backs. Lamp, I didn't. I'll be honest, I got nothing against that guy, but he does not make content for me. You know? Lindsay's a slow wide out. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we're going to put him at running back. So yeah, I am aware of who that is, Lamp, but I can't say I've ever watched his videos or anything like that. His style is not for me. But yeah, pretty much everybody's laid into EA. Like, honestly, if you didn't make a video on the first day, you definitely made a video on the second day because you knew the clicks and engagement were going to be fucking nuts. So, alright, do we want to put the 5'10" guys at running back? I mean, we got five dudes there now. Maybe 3 red shirts if we sit out Lindsay, but we won't be able to because he's going to go pro. I need at least one more dude to move over. One more guy. So Mr. 5'10" has 90 speed. 5'11", 87 speed, but he'll probably be red shirt. 5'10", he'll be red shirt. He'll be red shirt. Yeah, the last guy to move over is Keenan Beavers, honestly. The other wideouts should train up enough. So, Keenan, you got to move over to running back here. We need another threat there. So, quarterbacks. We have 6 dudes in the mix. Unless I move Hancock to defense. Which, honestly, I could because there is another elite dev wideout. So, honestly, Kasim Hancock, we're going to move that guy to safety. Because we're already pretty stacked at quarterback here. With these 5. Don't know who the guy will be. I mean, it's likely to be Andrade, but still. Pure runners can't upgrade play action. Fair enough. More the reason to get rid of them. Running backs will have at least these 3. Probably can't redshirt Beavers, though, like we talked about. So, we'll be stacked at running back. Wideout's going to depend on player development. Tight end looks fine. Left tackle and right tackle. Probably fine. I mean, we could technically move somebody over, but we're good. Left guard, right guard is going to be stacked. Center is going to be stacked. Edge rusher is going to be stacked. Defensive tackle, every single one of these dudes could get red shirt. Let's go. That's the dream. And then linebackers will depend a little bit on development. So, I mean, this offense is stacked, so hopefully we can work some magic with this defense. And quite a few safeties could be red shirt. I don't think it'll work out that way. Yeah, this team brought to you by Lori Laughlin. Aunt Becky, no. Yeah, I don't quite know what we'll do at safety. We might get aggressive with the red shirts. We might not. But I think that team is established pretty well. Honestly. And do we have any other upgrades? We need to cash in on Motivator. It would be kicker. And we could actually get it. But again, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. Let's put more points into recruiter. And do less time to fully scout everybody. We still need to spend 10 more points. Increased chance to sway quarterbacks, running backs, offensive linemen, defensive backs, linemen. I mean, it's got to be one where it's multiple people. I can't do it yet anyway, though. But we'll have to start thinking about that. Just sort of shocked. First Aunt Becky joke since you joined USC. Oh, she's on the payroll. Don't worry. She's on the payroll. All right, we still won't know our goals for this upcoming season. And that's going to be some player development. Guy is up to Impact Dev. Woo! Bo is up to Impact. Just even the normal dev guys are getting better. Jesus. All right, let's see what we can do for this team then. How stupid are we going to be? So quarterback, David Andrade, or Andrade if he's more Portuguese. David Andrade, one time. Whatever the hell that means. We'll do mobile Deadeye. And we will upgrade his throw power. He has 2 points left, so it's an 84 for Andrade. He's playing like an 87, apparently. Ofisa Laval, 59 points for Elite Dev. Ofisa. We will upgrade the power. We will upgrade the power. We're just short on being able to upgrade the power again. But this kid is going to have a cannon. And then we will spec into accuracy. Any physicals? He has step up, dot, and on time. We can only get 1. I mean, all of them are at least bronze already. So IQ is 3 points. So let's do IQ. Twice over. 80 overall for Ofisa. He's going to be insane. God, I hope we get to take over this program. Demarius Bohannon, the 5-star out of the portal. Does only have impact dev, but kid's insane. We'll go power twice. Give him a cannon of an arm. And then something for 3 points. A little bit of IQ. This team. This is so stupid that we're on USC. And then Johnny Turner, who has star dev. Can't wait to see them play, no kidding. I'm kind of hoping I never have to jump in for the entirety of the season. Could you imagine? Like, we just win every game, hands down. I'd be so happy. Ooh, that guy has bad accuracy caps. Good to know. Good to know. That dude has some bad accuracy caps. Maybe let him go in the future. Also, he's a 71. He won't really be a factor for a while. Running back, Lloyd Lindsay, the converted wide out because he's short and not that fast. So yeah, he will get safety valve, but we got to upgrade that quickness. Top priority, easily. And then we can spec into safety valve. He's probably got enough to get platinum, but we won't have enough points. Yeah. 4 points left. 90 overall for Lloyd Lindsay. Let's go. Keenan Beavers. Probably will also have enough for safety valve. Yep, but we'll do cap out his quickness. And then physicals, give him base safety valve, base sidestep. And then do we have anything for 3 points? Yes, we do. Make his hands better. So yeah, we got some beasts at running back, that's for sure. Titus Vildor, one of the rare normal dev players on this team. But his cut blocks are insane. So that's great. I should have done his quickness first, though. Oops. Let's improve that route running. Let's improve that IQ. I mean, this guy might have been a starter for us at Purdue. Honestly. He does have a bit of a potato head. You're not wrong. He does have quite the noggin. Does Mr. Vildor. And then Jaden Olszewski, 58 points with that elite dev. Son of Gunner. We'll give him safety valve and then just straight to quickness. Teach him how to run. Oh, Quesarito. You're actually the first person to drop that the old hashtag tonight. Only the first person. Yeah. We agree with the sentiment. But we're also not surprised by
to walk through this fucking
EA's shittiness, you know? We're not surprised. Alright. Bunch of points for Olszewski. With those 2-point upgrades. What else was 2? Carrying ability. Cool. Yeah, 80 for Olszewski, not bad. I think he's a freshman too, isn't he? He is, redshirt freshman. That running back core is hilarious. And the wideouts. This is the big one. This is the big one. Did we weaken the wideouts too much? For now, Anger. Let's see what we can do for now. 2 points on route running. Now it's 3 points for that and IQ. 82 for Fanal. We might have to be a pretty run-heavy team. Is our quarterback fast? Ish. Well, that offense is going to have to figure something out. Let's see, Jamie Bow. Big Daddy Bow. Let's work on Shifty. Actually, before that, let's do quickness. There we go. Let's work on Shifty. Just a physical freak. 2 points for route running. We have 2 points for elusiveness. And 2 points for IQ. And 80 for Bow. I mean, these guys are going to be usable. They're just not insane. Like, our wideouts at FSU were so much better. So much better. Elite Dev, Jeff Stout. Work on that speed, buddy. And then the power will be too much. Nope, it isn't. Let's do base level of power. And it's a 76 for Jeff Stout, who is not very, unfortunately. He's 5'11". Dennis Hyde. Dennis Hyde. Love the arm sleeves, buddy. Twice over on quickness. And then 2 points for IQ. Wideouts look like the Purdue ones, except they're all... yeah, exactly. They are all-star or elite dev, basically. I mean, there's a couple of impacts, though. Swap Bow back since he can't run the routes. We might have to, yeah. Actually, I think it's too late, but see what we can do. Let's give him a base level of power since he sucks. And give this man some more quickness. At the very least, the wideouts, at least a good amount of them, are going to be fast. Vernon, we got a great offer from the Trojans to be their new defensive coordinator. So we said absolutely. I wasn't necessarily planning on leaving Florida State. I was hoping they were going to give me the head coach job, that the head coach would, you know, go pro or something like that, but that didn't happen. And so instead, we got the opportunity to make a big, big move. And we took it. I mean, if you get the chance to be the defensive coordinator at USC, you kind of take the gig, right? Marshall Sheridan, not bad. Name for now, Manu Malayuna, but looks like a Brad Smith. You're not wrong. All right, then Alex Obi. Like the Juan Kenobi. Ooh, route running or the extra quickness? His route running is unusable. Let's upgrade that. Dan Smith, BYU. It always comes back to Key and Peele, doesn't it? That sketch is going to be referenced until the end of time. Honestly. Alright, Alex Obi. Juan Kenobi. Then elusiveness up, and then the IQ. 75 for Obi, not bad. He's got a ways to go, but not bad. So yeah, the wideout core, not insane, not god-awful. Is that guy a quarterback? He is a gadget type, so... yeah, we're definitely going to be a run-first team. Diego Villa at tight end. Power's maxed out, so let's get a bit more on quickness. Physicals, pocket shield, pocket sand. And do we have any 3 points? We do, IQ. Yeah, definitely a run-first team this upcoming year. I think the pass attack can still be decent, but it is definitely run-first on offense. Look at Richard Martinez. What a suave bastard. What a handsome devil. Alright, let's get that blocking up there. USC turning in the run U. I mean, it was bound to happen somewhere. You know? IQ. 75 for Dick Martinez. And then Ty Crook. Ty Crook. Let's go with the power. USC was run you for decades. True. Maybe we can have one of our running backs do his best Reggie Bush impression, especially now that NIL is a thing, you know? Left tackle, Darren Landry. What do we got for big old Landry? The Landry basket. With some power, any physicals? Yes, indeed. We love physicals to make up for the lack of attack. You got that achievement for only running a long time ago. Yeah. 4 points there. 3 points for footwork. 81 for Landry. I mean, he's not a freaking All-American, but he's solid. What about George the Crimson Chin? What do we got for Mr. Chin? Power's capped out. Quickness, I mean, would be nice, but also he's a left tackle. Not too worried. Footwork. It's going to be a lot of footwork and IQ for the Chin. Alright, any physicals for Chin? No. 80 for the Chin. My new board game got delivered today, and Dice Gremlins Eat Your Heart Out. This game has 90... How do you play a board game that has 90 dice as a part of... What? Is that legal? And if it is, why isn't it illegal? 90? How the fuck do you possibly keep track? That's fucking insane. 90 dice. And I'm sure you're going to tell me that there's plenty of games that have more, but like, Jesus Christ. That's fucking insane. Alright, Diego. I'll upgrade that power. Color-coded? Remind me not to play board games with you. Holy shit. My brain would leak out of my head. Holy shit. Tevin Azer, 51 points. Let's go, Tevin. Well, power increases. Having to look at these unis is going to be a bit of torture. I'm sorry. But think about what this means for Biff, right? Think about what this is going to mean for Biff long term. There's some board games like Campaign for North Africa that takes 41 days of playtime to complete. Look, board games can be fun, but holy shit, am I not passionate enough in comparison? Because, oh my god. That is bonkers. That is fucking bonkers, but I respect the people who are, like, super into it at that level. It's a game about a university athletic director running a football team. What are the fucking odds of that, huh? What are the goddamn odds of that? Oh, Josh Gano. Do we have anything for you? As per usual, we'll upgrade the power since it matters so much. And we will give you some abilities. That leaves 3 points, and we're good. Campaign for North Africa was designed to be the most complicated. Okay, so that was one where it's just they're being intentionally obtuse. Okay. Fair enough. It's not like that's the standard. That was the exception to the rule. For the nerdiest of board game nerds. That makes sense. Alright, let's go IQ, and then just a bunch of run blocking, Mr. Reyna. Even more run blocking. Andreas Remigio. Or Remigo. Normal dev, one of the few. It's like 40 years old. I don't know if anyone's ever played. I'm sure somebody has played the game until the bitter end. If it's been around that long, somebody's played the game until the bitter end. Just to say that they've done it. I'm sure there's a YouTube video of it. You know? I'm sure. Marvin Slowman. Well, that's why you play on the offensive line, am I right? Power twice over. That'll leave us 4 points. And let's do some footwork because you are slow as hell. 75 for the slow man. Hey, imagine that. He's slow as hell. Then we got Marcel Atogwe. 52 points. Star Dev. Power. More power. Any physicals? Workhorse, I'm not as worried. And then we got a couple things that cost 2 points each. That footwork up there. Get that IQ up there. Perfect. 76 overall for Atogwe. Not bad. so many centers, though. And then Broderick Russ. Broderick, no. More power. There's Quick Step. I like Quick Step. Not very good for him to have at center, but, you know. Get the IQ up there. Get the run blocking up there. Get the pass blocking up there. That's a 73 for Broderick. Right guard, Zach Waller, 29 points. What do we got for Mr. Waller? A bit of power. Any abilities to speak of? Quick step. Quick drop. Anything that's going to cost 3 points? Yep. Pass blocking. 83 for Waller. Not bad. Lane Kinder, 45 points for Mr. Kinder. So double the power, double the fun. Leaves us 5 points left. And we can do improved screen. And anything that costs 3 points. Run blocking. 80 overall for the Kinder Egg. And then Brian Suarez. He's just all forehead. Jesus Christ, man. That guy has the largest forehead I have ever seen. Jesus Christ. Indeed we are, Desert Red. It was 1 year with FSU as the offensive coordinator, and then USC said, oh, defensive coordinator, you interested? And we said, look at that billboard. Holy God. Bart Simpson. That's outstanding. Oh my God. Bart Simpson is very accurate, especially with all the yellow. I can watch now. I don't like FSU. I mean, we set them up pretty well for success moving forward, too, so I'm glad you can at least be happy that I've left them behind. Unless they eventually offer the head coaching gig, I might have to go back. We'll see. We'll see. Huge Gators fan. I did apply to be the Gators head coach. They went a different direction. So I'm kind of upset about that. But, you know. Let's see. Florida Gators head coach, defensive coordinator, USC. Either way, we're in a pretty good spot. I do think it was a mistake for the Gators to not go after us, though. I'll say that. Mr. Eboa. I mean, power or quickness doesn't really matter. I mean, you're an edge rusher. We need both. Give him base quick jump, base takedown, more on quick jump. Did you get rejected by jobs in a video game now? I mean, hey, you know, I got experience getting turned down, you know, for job offers, IRL, so what's a little bit of video game pain as well, you know? This guy's not a great edge rusher, but we'll be fine. He does have quick jump, though. My dad and I are Gators fans, but since we live in Arizona, we support the Wildcats. That's fair. I mean, I get the idea, right, of like, okay, the team back home, presumably. You know, but still being like, oh, okay, the local. You know, streamer friend of mine, good old Mr. Deke Slayer, is, you know, from Michigan, moved out to Arizona, and, you know, at least hockey-wise, up until the Arizona Coyotes left, was a Coyotes fan more than a Red Wings fan, but now he's back to being a Red Wings fan. But always stayed like a Lions fan and stuff like that, so. Like, do I need a cover letter and a resume? Or you could just pay to get the job that you want in this game, you know? Am I doing it right, Internet? Let's do a bit of power, a bit more power, and then 3 points for an upgrade for Mr. Ezekiel Sharp. He is capped out. He's unfortunately an MSU fan. That's why you can never be mad at me, right? I'm not a fan of anybody. I mean, I'm a fan of the University of Maine, which means I'm not a fan of anybody. Quickness for Jaleel Deere. No abilities. 4 points there. 2 points here. It's going to be a bunch on IQ. I want to make another Lori Loughlin joke, but I don't want to oversaturate it. That's fair to try to pace yourself. Do they have more clothing options? Not any more than last year, to my recollection. I don't think there were any new. from last year. That was kind of I think the year they really wanted to update that. Mr. Lahan, glad you stuck around. You also have a lot of forehead. A whole lot of forehead. Let's go a little bit more pass rushing. 83, not bad. You know, we have a very good team overall. I am wondering, though, if we're just missing too many difference makers, like, truly be a national title contender this year. Give that man a quick jump. We got IQ and power moves for Shane Levine. Not bad. Yoel Ojeda. Or Joel Ojeda. Mr. Ojeda. Let's do a bit on power. A little bit more on power. A little bit on quickness. We don't have enough. Do we have any physicals? No, we don't. Let's do pass rushing and IQ. Not saying I'm their biggest fan. Barstool does this thing every year where they stream until they win the Natty and they made sure I'm more at Michigan State. I don't know how to feel about that. Fair. Oh, very fair. I mean, God, I was at Purdue and I applied for the Indiana job. I was at Florida State and I applied for the Gators job. So, you know, I am the ultimate example of, like, I don't give a shit. Just pay me. I'm playing the game like EA wants me to play it. I only think about the money. Except then again, I'm not playing it like they want me to play it because I'm not giving them money, you know? So, beyond the cost of the game in the first place. Jamerson Arma. Power's capped out. Quickness is capped out. No physicals. 4 points on IQ and run stopping, huh? We can do that. And then it's 5 points for run stopping. And IQ. Jamerson, you're looking good. Give us some points on takedown. Alright, 86 for Arma. Not bad. What about Tyree Myrer? Desert, I don't believe they added anything more than what they had previously. At least there was nothing that stood out to me of like, holy shit, they added this. I think last year was the year where they were like, hey, let's really make improvements in that regard. But don't worry, they'll probably add more in microtransaction. There we go. See, I'm hitting my quota. Every streamer's got to hit their quota of dumping on EA this week. Let's see, Garrison Freeland. Let's add to that quickness, buddy. Don't need to worry about workhorse. 2 points on IQ and pass rushing. This will be our first year at USC, yes. Yeah, this was a very recent move. Very, very recent move. But yeah, we're hoping, much like FSU, it'll be a 1-year stop. Why does this guy look like... Why does he kind of look like Thrash with lighter hair? I'm hoping it'll be a 1-year stop. And then we can... Again, kind of... Keyword is parlay. But essentially get a head coaching job somewhere else at a higher prestige school than what we had at Purdue. And that's definitely the risk. Like, I'm certainly missing Purdue, but doing what we need to do. What is this guy, linebacker? Yeah, we're finally at linebacker. So let's prioritize quickness. Has blow up and grip breaker. And then cheapest upgrade, 2 points. Let's do pass rush. And then a little bit on pass coverage. Yeah, you want the update? Gotta pay for the update, too. Orlando Bean! Is there a way to see who has the most NIL budget? I don't think so. I think the only way is to just check by who spent the most. If I am wrong on that, please somebody correct me, because I, too, would like to see who has the most NIL budget right now. You know, 7 years or so into this run. pass rush for Bean. I mean, he's fast. He just doesn't know how to get past people. So he just kind of runs at people full speed and hopes for the best. I like it. I like it a lot. Middle linebacker, Ben Longoria. Bean's fast enough to play DB. Right. But he's also big enough that he can be a successful edge rusher, which I really like. We need some beasts. There we go. 79 for very bald man, Ben Longoria. What about Paul Lamour? It's 1:30 a.m. I can't sleep, so I'm eating sausage patties. Hell yeah. That's a man living life right there. Well, gender presuming, but knowing the percentage of my audience. That's a man living life right there. We'll go blow up. IQ. Also, I just realized I think I was in the middle of switching over to USC when Meg said good night. So Meg, if you're watching the stream back, I'm sorry I missed it. I feel bad about it. You should know that. I feel bad. Just a rat in the desert. Fair enough. Fair enough. Jaden Levsick. Mr. Levsick. Quickness is capped. Oh my god, you were just not meant to be a linebacker, are you? Only thing we can do... I mean, he's not bad. He's not great. Lamp, that is very good. You're being productive. I respect it. Alright, Levsick, not great. What's the vibe around NIL over in the US? Do fans actually like it? I mean, it's definitely caused some ripples and some controversy. I can't speak 100% to, like, how people overwhelmingly feel. My standpoint is, like, man, it's just nice to see the athletes get paid, you know? Like, just for far too long, it was these schools just making a fucking killing off of these guys. And think about all the dudes who might have been great in college but had no chance of going pro. They were never going to make that money. Ever. So, like, I am all for it. Like, yes, it's had some complications with, you know, maybe certain schools struggling a little bit more. But at the same time, there needs to be a cap. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but at the same time, having a cap, much like, you know, salary cap leagues like the NHL, having a cap doesn't mean that the lower teams are then going to spend more anyway. Like, there's just going to be a limit to what they spend in the first place, you know? So, like I said, like, there are definitely some shortcomings with it, but I'll take it over the alternative. I mean, Lamp, there is, but at the same time, you know, if a school is going to have their own internal budget, you know? Like, yeah, they might get a chance at a couple of people maybe they weren't expecting to get a chance for if those people are willing to accept less. But at the same time, you know, like, there's never going to be a perfect answer. So, I mean, Lamp, so college hockey, the big reason for that is because of the CFL changes as well. Like, but yeah, I mean, NIL is definitely a big factor as to why you have so many, especially Canadian players, heading to the NCAA. But again, my default viewpoint is I will take the negatives that come with NIL over the alternative because it does mean players are getting paid. And again, there are far too many guys who, like, oh, college football legend that never made shit playing basketball or football, right? Like, you know, I mean, especially, God forbid, baseball. But, you know, like, I'd much rather have the alternative of knowing that, you know, some schools are maybe in a bit of a weird spot from a sports standpoint. But then, you know, we don't have a situation where, like, Reggie Bush gets his fucking Heisman taken away because he wanted to help out his mom. So, you know, now there's there room to maybe, you know, altered the system so that everybody kind of wins a little bit. Sure, I'm not saying necessarily parity, but, so that maybe certain colleges that are like, oh, fuck, this reality is not working out for us. Maybe you can help them a little bit more, but, Oh, Johnny Manziel is easily one of the biggest what-if stories. Now, of course, he did get some NFL money. But yeah, like, dude, if Johnny Manziel or Tim Tebow got the NIL money that they deserved at the time, holy shit. And obviously, like, someone like Tebow, like, he's done very well for himself anyway. But I'm thinking about, best NCAA football players who never went pro. Let's see. NFL.com, 10 college legends from 2015 who never went pro. I want to take a look at this. Reject optional tracking. Fuck you. Pete Hawkins, Jim Stillwagon, Dick Kazmaier, Charlie Ward, maybe the best example, right? But he went to the NBA. Tommy Frazier, Ernie Davis, won the 1961 Heisman. I mean, I'm sure there's more, like, recent articles, because obviously that article is now over 10 years old. Danny White at Oklahoma won a Heisman. He was on a video game cover, too, wasn't Danny White? Like, at the end of the 90s, I'm pretty sure he got a fucking EA video game cover, like a college game day or something. So, like I said, like, can certainly acknowledge, like, some of the issues that NIL has caused, but I will always back the idea of players getting paid. Because far too many guys, especially once college football became, like, really big business, which, was around the time that, like, TV deals and shit like that really took off. Like, it was always, or not always, but, college football has been a big deal for a long time, but it wasn't necessarily the biggest, like, TV event in the world. But you start thinking about how much money, college football was generating and how much money these programs were generating through the 80s and 90s, especially the fucking 2000s. Like, think about the guys who just got so shafted financially, And yeah, to Swag's point, I mean, college football nowadays is fucking gigantic. So, again, like, that idea of just how many dudes were screwed over because of what the status, the standard of the time was, Main issue with NIL was more the implementation wasn't thought out of. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, the system could definitely be altered, and there's probably a better way to go about certain things. I won't disagree with that. But, again, my mind just defaults to, well, the alternative is what it used to be, and that was fucked. So, college coaches are making more than NFL coaches. No one will ever justify not paying the players, right? Anyway, isn't tomorrow Leo Carlson Day? I believe today is Leo Carlson Day, or is it tomorrow? It's Thursday or Friday that offer sheet was signed, because there's a week. And Elijah Curtin's got a hell of a lot of points. Really upgrade that quickness. And catching ability. Thank you very much, Mr. Curtin. God, I'm just thinking back to it now, and it's like, man, think about how many damn good college players who didn't go pro. Unless they had a real solid fucking career lined up. It's Friday? Okay. Unless they had a real solid career. Do I play this game, though? Do I play games in this? Yes. And yes, this is Dynasty. We're in the off-season. We have a lot of management to do. I don't play every second of every game. We do a lot of simming to see if the team can win on their own. But, yes, we do play. But if you're looking for someone who's like, hey, do you play every second of every game of every season? It's not what we do here. Because we try to balance team building, because look at how much time we put into team building. Along with hopefully winning games. Will I ever bring back Milbury mode? Yes. It is already on the agenda. We had a channel point cash-in or a taker gifted sub-bomb for a Milbury mode to come back. So, it's on my list. I'm just not looking to do, like, 3 NHL franchises at the same time. What team? Toss-up at the moment. Haven't decided. Might be a custom team, might not be. Highest paid public employee in half the states is the head coach of a high school. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, but I have heard that stat before, and it gets me every time because that is bonkers. All right, a couple players left. Angelo Kern. If I said Arizona in 19, would you ban me? No. I mean, I wouldn't have anything to do with them this time. It's freaking Milbury mode. Yeah, it's the most hands-off series that we run on NHL. Shout out to Angelo Kern having some good abilities. Let's do some zone coverage and the hands upgrade. I'm a little bit worried about this team not quite being the powerhouse I need it to be. I don't think we're going to be a 94 overall next year. Maybe we are, but I'm not sold. Not at all. Some of these guys did not go up in overall the way I wanted. We did kind of prioritize some athleticism, which maybe might have been a mistake. We'll see. Jason Eldrenkamp. Deep range. He doesn't need coffin corner. Max out the accuracy, and then we can do IQ or quickness. We can't do either. We don't have enough points. That's it for Eldrenkamp. And then our punter, Paul Timms. What do we got for Timms? Fuck. Okay, I switched him from kicker to punter, and then his grades became better for a kicker. Fuck me. Of course that's what happened. Of course that's what happened. Should change his archetype. It sure did. Which is not good news for me. It's not good news for me at all. But, nah, he's still very good. But, you know. Yeah, we only got 2 players who might actually one legit 90. I don't know how this team's going to do. Again, it'll be our first year as the defensive coordinator here. I don't know how this team's going to be looking. I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared that this team is not going to be as exceptional as it needs to be. All right, I do think we are going to at least start this season tonight because there's that little bit of time left over. Again, servers go down at 6, though. We need to cut 13 players off of this roster. Right. And again, I'm still worried about this team not being as good as advertised. How are we going to cut? I mean, I guess first and foremost, anybody at, like, normal dev is pretty much out if they can be cut. I mean, running back, Vildor. We do need 4 running backs, though. Shit. Wideouts, bunch of redshirt options. No easy-to-cut upperclassmen. Angers at normal dev, but he's our best wideout. Tight end, we don't have room to cut anybody. Left tackle, some normal devs, but no obvious cuts. Center, okay. Broderick Russ, normal dev freshman. He's got to go. He's got to go. And then, honestly, Andreas Remigio is probably gone, too. Yeah, I think if someone's just normal dev, like, it's a weird and totally different mindset to get into with these cuts than what we've been doing. Do we have, I mean, a senior here, Joel Newcomb. Is he going to be needed at all? I don't know. We got an 83 edge rusher on the other side. Joel Newcomb's going to have to go. He's not going to have space. So see you later, Duke. Defensive tackle. The only normal dev is Tyree Myrer. It's a sophomore. Seniors first before we worry about normal. This guy here, Paul Lamore, he is redshirtable. Fuck. Other linebackers, no easy cuts. Corners, there is this junior here, Steven Johnson. We can definitely get rid of Steven Johnson. Sorry, Steve. You are out. Okay. Well, 9 players left to go. A normal dev, if they are not amongst the best. But positional minimums are also a factor, so Vildor is going to stay. Wideouts, pretty much no choice but to keep Finau, Anger. We might have to go further in depth and check skill caps, that's true. Left tackle, we're going to redshirt those two. That leaves us 4, so no cuts there. Nobody I want to cut a guard. Except for maybe Brian Suarez, who has, again, the frickin' Bart Simpson forehead. We got 2, we got 5 dudes. Yeah, so Brian Suarez and his Bart Simpson forehead. Hate to tell you, Bart, you're out of here. Centers. Ideally not cutting anybody. Ideally. Oh, gee, you forgot the hashtag. Nobody to really cut there, ideally. Defensive tackle. This normal dev guy, Tyree Myrer. Got to get rid of him. I mean, we'll have probably 3 on the line, maybe. So, yeah, we'll get rid of Myrer. So weird to be cutting people that have always been starters for us on the lower teams. Bringing in a full class might have been a mistake, but also the talent level's crazy that we brought in. Damn. Honestly, Jaden Levchik, his caps were terrible. We'll get rid of him at normal dev. Probably going to have minimal linebackers anyway. Corners. Normal dev, Cedric Gideon. No choice, you're gone. We'd probably redshirt you anyway. Free safety. Strong safety. Normal dev, Terrence Camper. Terry, you're out of here. Even if it means I probably can't sit out Angelo Kern for a year. 4 more players to cut. It's going to have to be people at Impact Dev at the very least. Quarterback, star dev for Turner. He's staying. Running back, can't cut any of the 4. Wideouts. We have 5. I ideally don't want to cut. I mean, I'm not cutting Stout. Unfortunately, Alex Obi. You're on the outs, buddy. Sorry. Hopefully you go to Purdue or something like that. Left guard. Again, we weren't going to cut anybody at guard. What about center? Damn. Impact development for Marvin Sloman. We also got Reyna. Yeah, Sloman's got to go. We just have too many centers. Honestly, Reyna might have to go too. Those 2 are seniors, though. But we'll have Otagwe ready to step in. Sloman, hell of a player. You got to go. We'll come back to center if we need it. Defensive tackle, we're fine. Impact dev for Copper. And Deere is a sophomore to 79. Let's get rid of Zach Copper. And then 1 more. 1 more. Could be that edge rusher. Could be the center. Could be the senior. Yeah, you know, let's just have it be Pat Lamore, who would probably be red shirt. Those were not easy cuts to make. At all. Man, if half of those players were to end up on the bad teams at the bottom of the board, they'd end up actually being kind of good. All right, we still don't know our goal for next season. But let's see what we can do. My favorite time of year. It's red shirt season. So, quarterbacks, we will sit out Tony Fountain. Running backs. I wish we could sit out Lindsay, but he'll go pro either way. So he'll stay. Cootie and Hepburn can sit out. Wideouts. Stout can take a seat, because we'll still have 5. And then all of these freshman wideouts take a seat. Or not. Canada has to be in, or at least somebody's got to be in. We'll sit out Stout and we'll leave Canada. It's fine. Star dev for that guy. Tight end. Don't have room to sit anybody, I believe. Oh, we got room to sit one dude. And the senior's not even that good. Our passing game is not going to be great. Diego Villa, let's sit you out. How many tight ends am I allowed to sit out? I don't believe that. We'll sit out Villa. I mean, he's 2 points better than Martinez. Technically 3 with the boost. Right now, tight end's just not going to be good. Might as well have our number 1 guy be fast. Left tackle, no red shirts. Left guard, Maldine definitely sits. Center, no sit-outs. Right guard, Hasty. Right tackle, we'll sit those 2. Edge rusher, sit those 2 guys out. Defensive tackle. Can't sit out Arma, he'll go pro anyway. But aside from that, we'll come back because, I mean, man, we're good at edge rusher. The linebackers are going to suck. Secondary is kind of I think we're probably going to go 4 on the D-line, honestly. So, Henderson, Ika, Charles can sit. Arma's got to play. We'll play Freeland. And honestly, we'll take the red shirt off of Henderson as the weakest just because he's 3rd string. Yeah, down to a 90. I think that works. Linebackers. Aurora can sit out. McClover can sit out. Edmond and Fernandez. I can't believe how bad the linebackers are. Corners. Utect. Tugatele and Veal. Safeties. Everybody but the top dude. We'll be fine. We have the corners to fill in. And then strong safety. Got no choice pretty much but to play Kern because of positional minimums. I did forget to reorganize safeties like I wanted to. Whoops. Oh well. Okay. Alright. So, what does this depth chart look like, and what type of strategies are we employing this year? We can hit the wrong button for one. Very good at doing that. So, certainly Andrade at quarterback. Decently fast, not the craziest. And then it's Laval and Bohannon. Laval's elite dev, we'll have him as backup. And we definitely have depth there. Running back is Lindsay and Beavers, then Olszewski and Vildor. Not the fastest for Lindsay. He is very agile. But running back, lot of depth there, so we can kind of keep the players fresh. Fullback, it wants Vildor, which is perfect. It's not him, it's Lindsay. If it's not them, it's Ames at tight end. Wideouts, not the fastest, not the best, is unfortunately what we're looking at here. Manu Maliuna will move up because he's elite dev. Then Kennedy as a star. Do we have anybody who's better than a 72? No. So yeah, wideouts. Not the best. There is depth there, at least, all kind of similar. Tight ends. Oh boy. Go with Martinez because he's fast. Damn. Left tackle and tackle in general. I think we had 4 of them. So either Longo at star, Dev, or Chin. Okay, so Longo's going to be the starter on the other side. So we'll go Landry, Chin, and Bawanko. And then the other side is... Where's our boy? It was Landry, right? It's not Landry. It's Longo. Is Longo just bad on that side? Yeah, he is. Fuck. Okay. Hate when that happens. So, Longo starts over here. And then Landry will be the starter on this side. Yay, different positional requirements that hopefully don't change once we change the offense. Guard. Top dogs are Waller and then Kinder or Lacouture. Lacouture will be the backup. Kinder's got the better dev trait. Is 81 the best backup that we have? Yes, it is. So right side will be Kinder, Lacouture, and Azer. Works for me. And then centers. Pretty straightforward. We'll just go with Josh Gano. Edge rushers. Best options are Ricks and Eboa. Outside of that will be Lahan and Sharp. Sharp has elite dev. So the other side needs to be Ricks, Sharp, and Lahan. Defensive tackle. Is perfect in that order. And if we need Ricks to play defensive tackle, we're probably in trouble. But we'll make the best of it. Linebackers. God, we know this is going to be weak. Boyce, Longoria, and Bean. Boyce, Longoria, and Bean. Actually, instead we'll do Johnson, Bean, and Longoria. So who's starting on the other side? That's Bean. So this is going to be Johnson. And the best backup linebackers are Vios. Nat House at a 70. Beam was the starter on the other side, so it's got to be Boyce, right? It's got to be Boyce. So Boyce and Vilos as the backup. Boyce and Valos as the backup. We can do that. At least these guys have the speed that we're going to want. I mean, Bean has 95 speed. Could definitely be considered as a safety. He should be a freak of a linebacker. Corner. This guy's star dev. Ogundeji will make him our number 1. And remember when I said I was a little bit worried about this team? I am. And then safeties. Get a 78 and a 75, and the rest are red shirt. So we'll go Kern. Kwenku will be on the other side. And the backups will be best corners possible. Why not? King and Ogundeji. Alright. We should be good there. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Losing my mind. Hitting all the wrong buttons at this time of night. Eldrin Camp as our kicker. He's the one that has coffin corner because that guy's role changed. So Tim's, the punter, is actually going to be the kicker. And then hopefully the kicker at punter. The game doesn't get mad at me. Kick return. Anybody better than a 90 way down here? 91 Lindsay. Not the fastest on returns, but he is good at it. So Beavers and Lindsay is the return options. Kickoffs. That guy's got more power. Long snapper is switched real quick. Is whatever. Third down back, we can just go off of rating. Power back, we can just go off of rating. Slot receiver, we'll put Lindsay there. Former wideout, kind of like what we did with Gregory Ty at Purdue. And let's see, edge rushers. So it is going to be Yeboah and Levine. So the other side. Let's see, Sharp is elite, actually. It'll be Sharp on the other side. So it'll be Levine and Deer. So other side is Sharp, Levine, and Deer. Sharp, Levine, and Deer. Defensive tackle, Arma, then Freeland, Henderson works for me. Linebacker is Longoria, then Johnson, and Bean. Bean's elite. We'll put him ahead. That's fine. Corner. Who's the best for that role? Pretty much already decided. Nose tackle looks good. Gadget is what it is. Cool. 90 rated team for this season. It's not quite as good as I was hoping it would be. Hopefully we will still be good, but I'm not sure. And an edge rusher, we definitely want 4 on the line, and we definitely want to minimize the amount of linebackers used and hope that the secondary can hold firm, but that's not a guarantee either. Honestly, linebackers and secondary are both a little bit shaky. They are both a little bit shaky. So offensively, we want to be pretty run heavy. So pistol is not the worst idea in the world. I mean, run and shoot also isn't the worst idea in the world. I think we're going for the pistol this year. Veer and shoot has just never really worked for us. Pistol offense it is. And then 4-2-5 shell was what we used last year. Well, granted, we were the OC only, so it wasn't really a matter. Yeah, hopefully the offense can run the pistol. In theory, we shouldn't really have a say on the matter, but whatever. It fits our team the best. Defensively, do I think we have the speed for the shell? I kind of do. Kind of do. So then, coach expectations. Not going to really worry about running. Oh, look at our boy. Look at him. Not going to really worry about running the no huddle that much. All of that looks good. Anything else to be concerned about? I don't think so. Ah, the auto subs. The auto subs. So quarterback, we do have some depth there. Keep him fresh. Don't let him get hurt. Running back, same thing. Wideouts, we do at least have depth there. Tight end, not so much. And honestly, everywhere else, just do what we got to do to keep players in, keep the energy levels up, minimize injuries. Do think we have the depth for it. So preseason top 25, number 13 in the country for USC. Florida State at number 17. And who knows if we will ever see Purdue there again. Preseason Heisman watch. Ole Miss's quarterback. Miami's top wideout. A couple other quarterbacks. Kojo Rudder. We tried to talk to that guy. And then Ethan Mayer or Mare, if you prefer, at Michigan. So for us, there's nothing we can do with the blueprint. Schedule-wise, we need to make sure... Oh, boy. Okay, are we playing Purdue? We do not play Purdue this year. But El Paso has been scheduled. I'm alright with leaving El Paso on the board. I just want to change out that FCS team for another punching bag. And someone mentioned Old Dominion last time and we didn't go there. So let's take a visit to old SB Ballard Stadium and put the beat down on them. But no Purdue in our first season back in the Big Ten. And I hope to be able to leave the Big Ten before we have to play the Boilermakers. That'd be so sad. So in terms of recruiting, we start with the 5 stars. And the players of interest. There's quite a few. Now, I am not allowed to add any other offensive players. Some of these defenders, though, since I'm the defensive coordinator, I could still look for them. And we might as well just shoot our shot for these defensive players, right? Like, what do we have to lose? What do we have to lose with these guys, you know? And some of them are mad about playing time, but that's fine. So immediately, because we have more time to scout than we'll ever need. Let's just spam this button a whole bunch and see if any of these guys are a bust. I mean, getting a normal dev 5-star, I'm not sure how likely that is. If someone's a bust, but we could try. Yeah, we got all of the scouting time on these 5-stars. I'm probably not even going to worry about the 4-stars immediately. We're just not going to have the points for everybody. Although finding out some gems with these extra points could be nice. Alright, did any of these guys prove to be kind of bad? Any of them at all? Doesn't look like it. Oh, there's one. Free safety, Dion Kinlaw. You could argue he's still decent. 5-star bust. What are the odds he's normal dev? I'm going to take him out, though. I'm going to take him out. I'm going to heed the warning there. Mafu Miles is a 5-star gem of a linebacker. Look at the full board of abilities and mentals. Oh, my God. How the hell did we end up here from Purdue? Seriously. And actually, if we go back to 5-stars, some of them might be interested again? No. Okay. So with the 4-stars, anybody that has us high up in their rankings. Anybody that has us high up in their rankings, we'll scout them first. Just to see if they are ones to really pay attention to when the time comes. But we have 1,400 points in terms of hours. We might as well use the damn thing. So, the names are outstanding as well. Yeah, at least we will know who to target down the road. Oh my god, wow, this menu is... Maybe they are starting server maintenance soon. I mean, do have a couple of busts, a couple of gems. You know what? Devin Arnold will take off the board. If someone's a gem, we will absolutely leave them here for now. If not, we'll just remove them. And we'll come back to them eventually. Potentially. See, like Ben Bettis is a bust. Get him out of there. So many finals. Boris Nani, Jeremy Harvey, Anthony Forsette's a 4-star gem. Kari Chin is a 4-star gem. Okay. Pryor and Lucy. Man, that's quite a few. Those guys are going to be sick. Alright, and then if we go back to the 4-stars, sort by interest. We definitely had some people that were in 3rd that we didn't get to look at before. So let's add all the guys in 3rd place back. Dalton Peppers is a gem. Jesus, man. Who else? He was the only one that got missed. Okay. I mean, we're on 32. There's not much else we can do here. That is 32 players on the board, which is just nuts. How many people are in 4th? One too many to look at right now. Fala, Cantwell, so Melton? Melton. Fucking bug. Melton is the odd man out. Gem, Eric Fala. Kane Cantwell is off the board. Kevin Cornell. Not a gem either. Alright, so Cornell and Cantwell off the board. And that's pretty much us extending our points as far as it can possibly go. Except for that one dude in 4th, which was Glenn Melton. What we want to look at. You a gem, Mr. Melton? No, you were not. Okay. So yeah, we got 33 initial targets. All of these guys are insane. Feeling pretty good about that. So let's see. Let's see. Like I said, we're not going to be able to finish this season tonight because the servers are going to go offline. Apparition, the growth has been insane. One season at Florida State, and then they decided, you know what? Yeah, we do actually want you at USC. It's kind of crazy. Because they rejected us previously for the old The old job. We applied here once. So, beat Notre Dame, be ranked in the top 5 at the end of the regular season, and sign a top 10 class for National Signing Day. The bottom one's easy. Beating Notre Dame, that one might be a little bit more of a toss-up. And then obviously top 5 at the end of the season. I mean, there's some tough competition. So we shall see. But yeah, I am no longer allowed to... I got to remember that I'm a defensive coordinator, not the offensive coordinator, which means jumping in to save the day is now an entirely different thing than what it was before, which is kind of scary. But, all right, let's see what we can do here. The 5 stars get top priority. So it'll be Samuel Kotu. We'll offer you the bare minimum for the moment. Put you on 50 points. Stefan Hedgie. Bare minimum for the moment. 50 points. And then if these guys, you know, if we start to lose the battle for them, we just up the NIL that we're offering. But the fact that a 5-star wants 150 expected NIL from us, and that these guys would have been in the 400s for us at Purdue, shows just how much it scales towards a top program. And it is very, very heavily in favor there. So it's possible to get a 5-star at Purdue. You just got to pay out the ass to do it. Because we had taken a look, and it was just like, oh yeah, that's not happening. Alright, Walt Wade, 115. Like, man, these guys sign for cheap, too, if you're a top program. Which really puts into perspective how much money, like, Ohio State is spending per year. I'm going to have to drop some of these guys down to 25 points. We'll see. 140 NIL for Jamison Thierry. 50 points there. Walter Eberle, son of Jordan. So I think every single 5-star that would consider us, we're going to at least be able to get on to 50 points. And then we'll see if there's any points left for any of the 4-stars. Go to Ezekiel Dog. And then Jalen Brock. Put you there too. Are we going to be able to get all these 5-stars? It's going to be a little bit close. The fact this is even a conversation still blows my mind, man. It just was, what, a day ago that we were ending our run at Purdue and starting up with Florida State, so shit changes quickly. We're going to be just shy of being able to offer everybody. Yeah, we're going to be 1 player short. So sorry to safety Brockle. But we'll put you on 15, and then we'll be able to up that for the second week because of the points that we had to use to even offer the scholarships in the first place. So that's looking good. And I would like to think we're going to absolutely demolish Old Dominion, but, you know. Expectations, that's all good. ODU. This is gonna be a massacre. Current for everybody there. Everybody else I have control of. Simulate. There we go. Alright. So, how are we looking recruiting-wise? Co-2, we are in second. Quite a few of these guys were in second, so you know what, Co-2? Let's offer you up to 1 more green block, keep you on 50 points. Heggie, we are in 6th. Let's offer you 2 green blocks. Maggio, we are in 5th. Damn. Let's give you a little bit more money. McMath. Give you 1 extra. Grimes will give you 1 extra. Still got plenty of money left over. Cornelius, we're in 1st. We're good. Ulbrich, 1 extra. Wade, oh boy. 2 extra for Wade. Tucker. Gotta pay, man. We're getting into the conversation now with guys that we weren't really in the conversation with in the first place. You could argue just totally splash the cash now, and to be honest, that might end up being what I do. But if we could save that little bit of money, we'll be feeling pretty good. Those points are going to disappear pretty quickly with how much we're having to add to some of these guys at the bottom. Mr. Dog. 2 points for you, Mr. Brock. 2 worth for you, Miles. Same thing. Kaggle. We got 2 for Kaggle. Lloyd, let's up your offer. Top neutral feedback, Davian Mims. And then Brockle, we need to up to 50. And offer him more on the scholarship. And hopefully I don't pay for being a little bit cheap. But honestly, that's kind of all we can do, right? Or that's 655 left. That's not a ton. So 4 set, bare minimal scholarship there. Chin, same thing. Pryor, just to keep tabs on these guys if we can. And we'll see what we can do about points later on. But we got the budget. We might as well spend it. And boy, are we spending it. We are broke. At least at the moment. Not every offer will go through, of course. Old Dominion, if I have to play a second of this game, there is something seriously, seriously wrong with the video game. Like, this should be an instant demolition. Not even a conversation, just the quick and easiest win of all time. And then we move on. And then we move on. So, let's see what we got. 52-10, solid guess. Honestly, anything less than like 45 points by this offense, I'd be pretty disappointed. I would be pretty disappointed. Again, like, this should just be incredibly one-sided. Incredibly. All right, gents. Let's put that lion back in the cage. And we strike first. We strike second. 10-3. Oh, why? Why is this happening? How could this happen to me? Gentlemen, wake up. I know it's late, but it's not time for bed yet. Thank God. I don't even feel like I should hit the button, but I will.
No touching! No touching! No touching!
34-6. The boys were still on summer vacation. Oh my God. Ugh. Get me the hell out of here. That is kind of scary that we only put... You're not going to believe this shit. 433 yards to 63. They somehow put up 6 points with 63 yards of offense. Can you imagine if my teams had that level of efficiency? Oh my God. Their quarterback had 61 yards with a pick. Our quarterback, 254, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Shadowstalker, what's the last thing you saw from this playthrough? We did run the ball pretty well. 63 yards is great for your employment opportunity. Dude, if someone's not calling me right now saying, head coach, head coach, head coach, please be our head coach. This defense allowed 63 yards. Jamichael Ricks, original Purdue Boilermaker that we recruited back in the day, 4 sacks in his debut as a Trojan. God damn. Kicker went 2 for 3. We punted 5 times somehow against an Old Dominion defense. Jesus. I mean, I know it's Old Dominion, but still, we held them to 63 yards of offense, 2 yards on the ground. That was indeed an ass whooping. It was our warm-up game of the year, but it was indeed an ass whooping, as it should have been. It wasn't as big of an ass whooping as it should have been offensively, though. As Trayvon Brockle, one of the 5 stars, has locked us out, unfortunately. But he is the only one so far. Jamichael Ricks, Conference Defensive Player of the Week. 4 sacks, 9 tackles, 5 of them for loss. That better be... Wow, it's not even National Defensive Player. That's crazy. And we take a trip up to Washington, which, when we were with Purdue, wasn't great. Washington was not kind to us. With the Boilermakers, we'll see if we are indeed in new territory now. All right, so Kotu, we're up into first. Heggie. That offer's got to go up a little bit more. Let's get him into interested. So yeah, Shadowstalker, we spent 1 season at FSU as the offensive coordinator, went 11-2, won a bowl game, and then USC offered us their defensive coordinator role, and we jumped all over that. All over that. Let's get Heggie in for a visit on brand exposure. Maggio, we need to up the offer to interested. Actually, in fairness, that might not even be enough, but we'll see. We'll also schedule him for a visit next week on brand exposure. McMath, we're into second. So let's get him also to interested. Grimes has locked us out over playing style, but we're in second. So we're going to leave him around for now. Cornelius, we're in first for. Great. Ulbrich, schedule you for a visit on contender status. With those other guys, I don't think we knew about the cells yet. No, we don't. So Ulbrich, since we're in second as well, just get you to where you're going to be interested. Wade, we are in third. Same thing. Tucker, we're up in the fourth. Lambo. What we got to do there. Thierry. Offer a bit more. Eberly. Offer a bit more. Klutz. Whatever it takes to get you up to interested status. Goodwell. The dog. We are out of money from there. But we take Brockle out, and that should refund points. Nope, that was factoring in Brockle. That's not good. That's not good at all. Well, that is what we can do so far. So the 4-star for set. Let's get you on 50 points. To the chin. Let's get you on 50 points. Pryor is interested in us, but nothing yet. And then Lucian will get you on 30 points. Okay. We don't even have enough to offer out the rest of the scholarships yet. Not totally confident with my strategy for this. We could probably optimize it a bit better, but I think we'll be okay. This is the first big test. Conference game, 82 rated for Washington. We need to see what this is kind of going to take. Since it's Ruben now, if you were the Canes GM, who would you trade to get Larkin? Hold on. We're about to see dubs. We're about to see dubs. Run, Dubs! Run! Delightful. I mean, I feel like you'd have quite a few untouchables on that core, though, right? Like, pretty much any prospect they have could go. Any pick they have could go. If Detroit wanted a roster player, I mean, you know, the untouchables are kind of obvious, right? Like Aho, Svechnikov. Well, I mean, shit, even is Svechnikov? Can you pet the dog? I don't think you can. But Dylan, you can follow Dubs, the mascot, on Twitter and Instagram. They treat that dog like a king, as they should. As they should. It's a good boy. Oh, gentlemen, gentlemen. Oh, my God, the offense is gone. We are going to lose to Washington. Okay, hold on. Uh-oh. Play all defense from here. Not good. It's 3rd and 7. And we need to shut these fuckers down. Nice swat down. Good job by the defense there. I am very familiar, yes. Well, we got to hope our offense can bail us out here because, oh my God, I'm not allowed to play offense. That is a coffin corner nearly to the 12-yard line. The offense immediately does not score. Turned it over. GG's, our offense is shit. Touchdown, Huskies. Wow. Oh, look at Dubs. I can't be mad. I'm kind of mad. Our offense just didn't do a goddamn thing today. And still. Wow. Wow. I mean, we can't even blame the offense or the defense for the points allowed when the offense has done nothing. That shadow's brutal. Oh, man. What a disaster. First challenge of the season against Washington. And nothing. GG's.
Touchdown drive by this offense. And how about the start to the season? Blowout win in game 1. Blowout win looking like in game 2. This unit's clicking. They're looking like
not good. Not good at all.
A hostile environment can have a major impact on even the most composed.
The number 10 Trojans fall to the unranked Huskies in convincing fashion. Quarterback Dustin Abraham putting up 400 yards. The problem is, it just felt like we didn't have the ball. We couldn't do anything offensively. I mean, I guess we can blame the defense, but our quarterback, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, 50% passing, 220. Dude, not good enough. Not good enough. From 63 yards to 49 points, yeah. Lindsey with a touchdown. I mean, the running game was okay. Our quarterback just can't. He just couldn't do anything. We got to their quarterback twice. No interception. Kicker missed his only field goal attempt of the day. We might just have a lame duck quarterback and not be able to do anything about it, honestly. Both sides of the ball didn't play well. I mean, I'm tempted to blame the offense more. I'd try pro style over pistol, honestly, probably. After how that went, we got to change something because that was awful. That was awful. We know the defense can play well. At least the competition's not that good. But we missed out on Maggio. Yet he's visiting this week. Weird. And we are down to 48% job security after that. It's good getting the ball to the tight end. The problem is the tight ends aren't good. But it probably is worth a shot, because Pistol, it's not even like our win over Old Dominion was all that convincing. The wideouts aren't that good, nor is the quarterback, apparently. Could be the multiple. The option... I mean, the quarterback's fast, but he's not the fastest. Pistol, I mean, you'd think the pistol would have been nice, but apparently not. I feel like the pistol is our best bet. Maybe pro style is. Run and shoot. Spread offense. Spread option. Let's see if the spread works a little bit better. A little bit, maybe. It can't be much worse, but we have visits this week against Illinois. We can't afford to lose this game. Not that we can afford to lose any game, really. Frickin' one loss and immediately we're on the hot seat. Fell to number 19 in the rankings. Alright, so Maggio did lock us out even though we had a visit scheduled this week. I'll just take him out. Kotu, we are first for you. Hedgie. We need to up that scholarship offer for old Hedgie. Honestly, at this point, just go max and hope that's enough. McMath, we're in second. How much does it take to get you very interested? Honestly, at that point, yeah, just cap it out. Grimes, unhappy about our playing style. So is Cornelius, but we are in first for those guys. Take those points away. Albrecht, we're down into third. Not going to have enough for everybody here. Wade, we're currently in second, but more so in first. Tucker. Man, 5 points left, huh? Pryor because of play style. I mean, some of these 4 stars, I do eventually want to offer a scholarship to them. I don't want to cheese it like I know that I can. But if I can build up the interest first, I'm going to do it because we have enough points left over. And then Peppers, we can get him on a visit against Wisconsin for brand exposure. Stumpf, put you on 50. Schedule you against Wisconsin, also for brand exposure. I mean, really, it just kind of feels like we're waiting for a few more dudes to fall off the board. Yeah, some of these guys being mad about playing style. I don't know if that's going to affect us constantly, but honestly, maybe. Maybe. Got a couple of busts on the board? I don't believe I do. Nah, we have deal breakers, though. Oh, yeah, you're right. No, Arnold is there. Okay, I missed him. He was down at the bottom. Yeah, these were guys that I scouted out earlier. Alright, I mean, we're out of hours anyway. Just kind of have to wait to see what happens. Optimize it a bit. We need to beat Illinois, please. Please tell me the spread offense is going to work better for us. We're 10 points better than these guys. After Washington just embarrassed us, we need to win. It's probably the last game we're going to get to do tonight because I got to make sure we're not still here with the, when the servers go down. So it's our home debut with the Trojans, but we are reeling after Washington just whooped us.
It's the Illinois Fighting Illini and the USC Trojans. Reese Davis, David Pollack,
Absolutely whooped us.
Holly Rowe is down on the sidelines, and we check in with her right now.
When you step onto the field for a USC football game, you know you are in the heart of history. Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum in Los Angeles has seen more sports than you can imagine. Hosting 2 Summer Olympics in 1932 and 84, it is also set to return for a 3rd Olympic trial in 2028. It was opened in 1923, and more history has happened in the Coliseum than anywhere else in
Gentlemen, I don't really have the ability to bail you out as much if I'm playing defense, so, you know, I'm going to need you to do something here. We just had a huge play, though, for a touchdown. I'm so worried about the offense because if they're not delivering, there's nothing I can do. I mean, we are putting up more points to the spread offense than what we were, but... Okay, thankfully we're going to win this game against Illinois. Woo! Well, that was the next step. Had this game gone poorly. And honestly, David Andrade was not, or Andrade, was not that good. Honestly, out of desperation, that might be our move, is to just hope that the USC playbook proper can do well. Because that is 3 games. Granted, we've won 2 of them. I mean, we did have 492 yards of offense, though, so you know what? Maybe we don't want to judge it off of Andrade. How'd the running game do? I mean, Andrade, man, on spread offense, he did have quite a few carries. He also fumbled. With Beavers, Lindsey, Olszewski. Touchdown pass to Lloyd Lindsey. I just don't trust this quarterback already, you know? Angelo Kern with the pick. Kicker went 3 for 5, so it should have been even better. I don't know. Maybe I should trust him. Again, he's not the fastest, but maybe the spread offense. I mean, we put up more points than we did against Washington. Maybe we should just trust it for another week, you know? Maybe we should. Tough to say, though. Very, very tough to say. But I feel like we're in an okay spot. A bunch of people visiting this week. Nobody locked us out. 68% job security now. That's a bit better. And it's Wisconsin up next. So, I mean, the next step is going to be, like, just reassessing what we have set up here. If someone's based on play style, I'd probably just take them off the board because we're not going to have time. But we have moved into first for quite a few of these 5 stars, so why worry about the guys we're not going to get instead of just, you know, focusing on the guys that we might get. I mean, except for, like, Braden Pryor as a 4-star, like, we can leave him, but I don't know. I don't know how to feel because, like I said, like, it shows us as a 90-rated team, but our quarterback, 84, playing like an 87, 84 speed, does have 98 throw power and good accuracy, but the weapons aren't great. Like, we got some pretty mid wideouts, like there's some speed, but maybe we do just trust to put the ball in the quarterback's hands. But then we also do have 2 really good running backs. One's a little bit more, stationary, but like Keenan Beavers is crazy. So I don't know what playbook really gives us the best opportunity, especially too when we don't really have that great of tight ends. Like they're fine, they're usable, but they're nothing special. So we got a quarterback that's probably capable of more, but we don't have the offense. So you know what? I mean, if I don't really have a good guess, so yeah, maybe we do just go to the USC playbook and hope for the best. Yeah, and just say, screw it, it's the coordinator's choice. Again, I didn't want to get into not using generic playbooks because for some reason, this is scrolling at real speed, by the way. This is me holding the left stick all the way to the left. This is how fast it's going right now. It's kind of fucking nuts. But that's the USC air raid. We'll try it. We'll see what he can do. I'll focus on me. And hopefully, we can get that top-tier head coaching role we've been looking for after this season. Even if it's here. But if not, we'll have to figure it out. We will figure that out tomorrow, by the way, because I am going to call it there. I feel like we've had a pretty good night, a pretty crazy night in terms of how consistently we are bouncing around from team to team. But like I said, the server, I believe, is going down at 6. So now seems like a pretty good time. I don't know how long the server will be down for, so it's better to just kind of call it for the evening and look to be back tomorrow, where hopefully I won't lose connection to the Twitch server in the middle of a stream as well. That would be cool. For now, I'm trying to see if there's anybody that is playing some franchise and not, or Dynasty, and not just on frickin' Ultimate Team. That would be cool. That would be cool. And it looks like maybe this individual here. Maybe. You know, let's find out. Let's find out. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. How many game hours are you at? Let me back out of the game really quickly and see. Well, actually, it might just show you from here. Game card. 46, and I'm pretty sure it's more than that. So we're over 50 at this point, I'm sure. So, anyway, everybody, until tomorrow, take care of yourselves. Brush your damn teeth. It's important. I'll see you, well, Thursday night.